everything is just f***ing falling apart, and it's very funny.
Yes, it's a good day for singing the song. Yes, it's a good day for moving along. Yes, it's a good day. How can anything go wrong? A good day from morning till night.
You are the most disingenuous individual I've ever talked to. You know that? Wow.
Relax. Stop quacking, bro.
Alright, before we get into the video, I'd like to introduce you to the sponsor. Videos like mine take a lot of time to produce, and sometimes that makes me really sad, because I've spent all these hours researching topics and it doesn't feel worth it. Thank gosh for Surfshark, who reached out to me to sponsor this video to help fund it as well as my therapy. Now, Surfshark is pretty relevant to today's video, and even a lot of my videos. One common factor on my channel is I like to discuss online etiquette, and one important aspect of online etiquette is protecting yourself. If you want to go down rabbit holes like me on the regular, it's important to protect yourself, and one way to do so is with a VPN. So what Surfshark does, it encrypts your internet traffic, making your browsing more secure and private when you're online. Now that's ideal as heck if you're like me, and paranoid online while you go down bizarre rabbit holes. And I'm just gonna leave a hint for what we're gonna be talking about in this video. Alright, so I don't recommend you comment anonymously on gossip forums, but if you do that, make sure to use a VPN to protect your identity, or else all your mean comments could get outed. Surfshark even has an extension to block cookies, which can also help protect you from websites getting information on you. Not only that, Surfshark is one of the best VPNs to use with Netflix. Did you know Netflix varies location to location? Well, you can turn on your VPN and watch content that isn't available in your country. For example, you can make your VPN say you're in Japan and watch the 2019 horror film The Color Out of Space, which is literally one of my favorite movies. If you like body horror, this is the flick for you. But there are tons more content you can unlock with Surfshark VPN. So try it out, if you want to. And if you go to surfshark.deal/Cecil, and it's Cecil, not Cecil, and enter the promo, Cecil, you can get 83% off and 3 extra months for free. Do it now. Go be wild on the internet. Get safe. Alright, let's get into this epic video. There are tons of communities on the internet. Various websites and social media platforms all have their own communities as well. This includes YouTube. If you log onto YouTube, you can find yourself going down a rabbit hole of any topic you could be interested in, whether it be drama commentary, sewing, diet, book reviews, makeup, etc. There's a lot of content you can pick and choose from depending on your preference. In this video, we will be discussing a specific community, the art commentary community. Now you may be wondering, what is the art commentary community? It's hard to pinpoint exactly what defines a creator in the art commentary community, or ACC for short. But if you know of it, you can kind of tell if someone is. It's hard to explain. There are a few characteristics to go over. One characteristic may be that the creator may do commentary on current events, specifically things involving Twitter and DeviantArt artists, over footage of artwork being creative. The other kind of person in the ACC can be seen as someone who uses a drawing in various poses to represent themselves as they talk. ACC creators generally focus on artwork topics, but sometimes venture onto other things. I believe the ACC started out at the very beginning as the DeviantArt ranting community. ACC videos can get hundreds of thousands of views, but at the humble beginnings, the DeviantArt videos would be lucky to get 1,000. One of the original big creators in the DeviantArt ranting community was someone named Sonic93. There was some huge drama with her involving I don't even know, nor is it entirely relevant, but a lot of the dramas I looked into at the beginnings in this DeviantArt ranting community involved people having meltdowns over their Sonic original characters, and what characters you should be allowed to encourage to be in a relationship with or ship. I'm not even exaggerating. I watched so many DeviantArt ranting videos, and by the end, I think my brain melted. Ship Amy and Sonic together. Who the f actually cares. I would say this level of stupid left when the DeviantArt ranting community died, but it just changed from Sonic OC drama to something else extremely petty and overblown, but now with a bigger audience. If you want to get a sample of how convoluted all the drama was back in the day, I'd suggest Just a Robot's videos about his past. Regardless of how you feel about the guy, watching how a group of people in the DeviantArt community twisted everything to the least charitable interpretation in order to perpetuate drama, as well as make reasons to hate a guy, is just astonishing. I'd sum it up here, but it really isn't the focus of the video. So when mentioning the ACC, a few names come to mind. Creepshow Art, Omnia, Just a Robot, Kai Weiss, Boctor, Ponder Sprocket, the artist formerly known as Piper Sweeney, Hopeless Peaches, the names Junkie, Thuman, and Manga Common. And there are probably more. These are just the ones that I can think of on the top of my head while writing this extremely complicated, convoluted script. All of these creators and more make up their own community, and you can usually find them commenting on each other's commentary. The whole thing is very roundabout, and it's all just constantly responding to each other in order to have the last word. And that's exactly what we're going to focus on in this video as a sort of theme. At some point, the DeviantArt ranting community died out. There are still hanger-ons today, but it's mostly a dead art of yelling into a mic over a crappy avatar. And the first major noteworthy drama that occurred in this new community of better quality content surrounded a young YouTuber named Spoctor Theory. Now I'm hesitant to call this drama as it's fairly serious, but I digress. Let's go over the details. So what happened, and I'm writing this mostly from memory, someone by the name of Stories, who also made commentary videos, accused Spoctor, a minor at the time, of being a pedophile. Stories claimed to be 8 publicly. Soon screen caps came out and everyone piled in to accuse Spoctor, a minor, of being a pedophile. The main players in this were people by the name of Atari and Pentagon, but more people dogpiled in to point fingers at this guy. Eventually, Ponder Sprocket, the adult in the situation, came out to point out how ridiculous everything was and the inconsistencies in the evidence. Then came in PK Russell, who, if I recall, found out that these people were conspiring behind the scenes to ruin Spoctor before having anything against him, and then spun a narrative that didn't exist. This drama was a major thing in the ACC because at the end of it, it embarrassed a lot of them. The only people to still be around from this drama are Spoctor, Ponder Sprocket, and PK Russell. Stories and Pentagon hid, and Atari apologized for her part and quietly dipped out. You'd think the community as a whole would learn from this. Don't jump on dog piles until you're given all the information, but they didn't. So now we are going to deep dive into a connected series of events in the ACC. I kept seeing this drama going down at the time, and I just never understood it, so I decided to look into it. This story spans multiple channels over a 2-year time period. Some of the details aren't perfect in my retelling of it, as quite a few channels are gone now, and also many people privated or deleted their part in the drama in shame. I pieced this together as closely as possible through my own memory, as well as referencing to various posts on gossip forums. Let's begin our journey into the faults of the art commentary community and the general destruction of the creators. So at the beginning, we have 2 channels, that being Emily Artful and Creepshow Art. Both channels had the creators, Emily and Creepshow, doing something called sketchbook storytimes. You see, Emily had started this series, and Creepshow, knowingly or unknowingly, took the title and made her own sketchbook storytimes. Emily reached out to Creepshow Art privately and said that she didn't want the name being taken as she did it first, and Creepshow Art politely changed her YouTube titles. But eventually the two's content drastically separated from each other. Emily continued to focus on art topics, from what I can tell, while Creepshow Art, aka Shannon, started to get into drama and the art commentary community. There, Shannon's views began to skyrocket, and at her peak, she reached 500,000 subscribers. But while she was at the top, she made a few mistakes. Now, if you know the story, you might recall one huge up, lasting many years, but we aren't focusing on that at the moment. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, just wait. No, Shannon had done a few things that annoyed people, but generally she was still popular. Then someone new came out, Tobi Majestic. Tobi was an up-and-coming art commentary channel who had a small subscriber base at the time. Sometime around June 2020, Tobi put out a video entitled The Faults of Creepshow Art. This is a great commentary video. Tobi was gentle and reasonable in it, while she fairly critiqued the much larger creator. She mentioned at the very beginning that other YouTubers were terrified to collaborate with her on this video due to Shannon's popularity, as well as a nasty way Shannon behaved on Twitter to anyone she disagreed with. To put it simply, no one wanted to address her for the increasing amount of criticisms because they didn't want the drama Shannon came with.
I've been super stressed about this video, and the only reason that I'm doing it is because nobody else really will. I ended up trying to get a collaboration from a couple of different people about this topic, seeming as a lot of people that I talked to had the same opinions that I did and the same kind of points that I did. However, that was a little difficult because a lot of creators, the second that I told them what the video was going to be on, they immediately were like, I don't want to be in drama.
But Tobi did the video where she listed off the many mistakes of Creepshow since she started gaining popularity. Mainly these criticisms involved that Creepshow did poor research, made false accusations.
The issue is that Shannon had been told by many people that this was a false allegation. She didn't do any research. Shannon, you can literally be sued for this.
Got involved with petty drama, and all over just acted before she thought.
Her content and how she behaves and reacts to people online has increasingly gotten more defensive, more childish, more petty, and significantly more emotionally driven without any control over what she says or what she does. And it's extremely negligent, and it's not okay.
The scenarios Tobi brought up as examples of Shannon's poor behavior were impeccable. For example, she brought up the time Creepshow falsely accused two famous drag queens of sharing child pornography. Shannon reacted harshly and quickly without looking at everything, resulting in her making some very serious accusations.
In her video, she goes on to frame these two people that they are retweeting child porn. And she frames it and she says it as if these two are spreading around pictures of this person. Now, to be completely honest, I think that those had been deleted. I read through stuff. I think something had been posted, but it was deleted, but it was not posted by these two drag queens.
When confronted with what she did wrong, she lashed out at those bringing it up on Twitter, and then ignored the proof against her claims once she no longer had any real room to respond in any way that defended herself.
And so now we're brought to this tweet right here, where Lewis goes on to explain the fact that Creepshow has completely and utterly falsely accused two drag queens, two very known celebrity drag queens, of spreading around child pornography falsely. And then Shannon ends up responding saying, I literally said they spread sexts that he sent as a minor, because they did. As those tweets are still up, literally fact check me right now, all the tweets I included in my video are still up. And then he ended up tweeting the clip of her specifically saying child porn and nudes, not just sexts. She said child porn and nudes multiple times in her videos.
Telling you right now is what was posted was revenge. His sex, his nudes, revenge was posted by and then retweeted by Shea Coulee and Ariel Versace, two people with massive platforms. And these were posted in direct response to them calling out Jake and trying to spread hashtag cancel Jake Yonsei. Shea Coulee and Ariel Versace, two people who are successful in their field and are massively talented, like they're very talented, very gifted performers who have large audience who don't like Jake for whatever reason that they are allowed to not like Jake, decided that they were going to repost to their large audience these images, this revenge to embarrass and hurt this 19-year-old.
And now in this tweet, apparently all she's saying is she literally just said that they spread around sexts, which she did not say in her video. And then after that, he said that she stopped replying.
Tobi's subs skyrocketed. I recall I subscribed to her at this time, but some foreshadowing. At around the halfway mark, Tobi emphasizes that Shannon needs to learn when not to respond to certain things and to let them go.
This is one of the things that I'm criticizing you about, because it's not just this situation, it's many, many other situations where you need to learn when to respond to stuff and when not to. Because a lot of the times when you get backlash for stuff, whether it's justified or not, you get very emotional about it. And I understand. It's so emotional. Trust me, there are tweets that I've wanted to reply to, mostly including the one that you retweeted of my tweet. Oh, there's so many of those tweets that I just want to just fucking pop off, but I didn't because I'm the better person and it wouldn't have done anything. What am I going to do? I'm a mid to early 20-year-old sitting here having a Twitter fight with somebody. No, I'm not doing that. I have shit to do. I have a dog to take care of. I have a life that I need to uphold and do. I have adult shit that has to be done. I have other projects that have to be done. I have art things that have to be done. I don't have time to sit here and have Twitter fights with people, even though the borderline personality part of my brain wants to sit here on the internet for 20 minutes having it out with this person that doesn't agree with me. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because 9 times out of 10, even if I have this fight with them, they're not going to agree with you still. A lot of people are just so stuck in their ideals, they're just not going to listen to you. So it's a waste of time.
Just put a pin in that. Very soon after this video, Creepshow Art responded with her very own video. The exact date of the video was June 10th, 2020. Now with this video, a lot of webs, threads, and an interconnected series of events were all set into motion. Like, I'm gonna admit, I was going through my research, connecting the dots like that one meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You know the one.
I gotta dig a little deeper.
Yeah, that's me right there. There's at least 4 or 5 interconnected art commentary channel dramas set off with this video. First, Creepshow Art begins his video by love bombing Tobi like crazy.
Hey guys, it's Shannon, and today I'm going to be responding to a video that was made about me by the creator named Tobi, that's T-O-B-I. And straight up, after looking at a good amount of their content, they are pretty stellar. Their art is dope, their videos are dope, and you should definitely go check them out, for sure.
This over-enthusiastic love display is a common point people bring up as a sign of Shannon's manipulation. The rest of the video is okay. She agrees with some criticism.
The first point I want to make is that everything Tobi said about the strawberry milk situation that I agree with, 150%.
And explains herself when addressing other situations. She actually made a reasonable disclosure about this.
Before I get into this, I do want to say that me adding context to my actions should not and does not change them if you still do not like what I have said and done. You are still allowed to disagree with my actions with the added context and still disagree with me and not like me after everything is said and done. That is completely fine.
That should have been the end, but it wasn't. One thing I noted in the video is at one point, Shannon hints at something Tobi brought up. This is that Tobi talked to another creator who did not want to be involved out of fear of Creepshow. Creepshow addresses this and acknowledges how she knows who this person is, and that this made her more upset than anything else.
I also said before that I know that this is one of the people who Tobi said feels negatively about me and is scared of me, and if I'm being very, very clear here, that hurts me more than anything else that was said in this video. Anything else was fine, because I did think we were close friends, and I do greatly care about this person, and I shared a lot of private information with them because I trusted them. So knowing they are now telling other content creators about our private conversations and they're talking to other content creators about me in this way and are scared of me, that to me sucks. It really sucks knowing my friend is scared of me. I guess they're not my friend, but you understand.
Well, who does Shannon think this person is? Hopeless Peaches, ex-friend of Creepshow Art, and other art commentary YouTuber. Yes, put a pin in that as well. Another commentary community up-and-comer, Omnia, also started to come into the community around this time, and they were already thriving. Omnia made a video responding to Creepshow Art's response to Tobi criticizing her. Now, I cannot find the video at this time, but I do believe Creepshow Art ended up befriending and shouting out Omnia around this time, and Omnia and Tobi also began to communicate behind the scenes. I come to this conclusion because in videos later in the timeline, Omnia and Tobi both confirmed they talked about making Creepshow Art videos, and I do know Creepshow Art love-bombed and buddy-buddied up with Omnia at some point.
I want to do something that's really cruel and hurtful and mean, and I want to prank a channel of someone who I personally adore and think you guys will appreciate as well, that being Omnia here on YouTube. Like this girl, her mind, chef kiss. It's beautiful. And I think it would be really like cruel and underhanded and sneaky of all of us if we all went to her channel and like subscribed or something, like in a mean prank way. And like also if we went to comment on some of her videos letting her know like really nice things about herself, like a bully would. Let's like online bully right now. I think it'd be an awesome cruel prank. For those of you who aren't as cool as I am and aren't already standing this beautiful, brilliant person, Omnia is a brilliant artist who runs an art commentary channel, and the first time I ever watched any of her videos was when she actually made one on me titled Creepshow Art Missed the Mark with her apology video, which obviously is a critical video of myself.
So things carried on, and Tobi Majestic was becoming pretty popular in the art commentary community. She had some cute art and an entertaining personality. On July 2nd, 2020, she briefly responded to Creepshow Art's response at the beginning of a video about another Twitter artist. And it was actually pretty cute.
It's called being courteous.
Oh, By the way.
What?
Remember how you did a video on Creepshow?
What?
Remember how you did a video on Creepshow?
I'm aware.
Yeah, she responded. Toby?
What?
She
do you
responded. She made a video responding to your video.
Just give me
Toby?
Just give me a second. I just gotta go do something.
Toby?
What?
Toby, what are you doing?
I'm deleting my channel! No, you know what?
Toby, what the No!
I didn't think she was gonna respond!
I myself again was subbed to her at this time, but sometime between this and July 26th, 2020, Tobi f***ed up big. I cannot pinpoint the exact date as the video is now gone, but at some point, Tobi uploaded a video screaming about being tired of YouTube drama.
It's such dumb bullshit. I'm sorry. I can't. I have things that are severely more important than this dumb bullshit. First, I'm blocking several drama channels. Well, every drama channel and several commentary channels because I've had it. Sick and tired of commentary channels and drama channels that severely hyper-criticize and pick apart every single little thing that somebody does online, even though they know themselves as creators that there is shit that goes on behind closed doors that the public does not know about for a reason.
And defended some other YouTubers that people had issues with, including Shane Dawson, PewDiePie, and Gabby Hanna.
And it's not just about Shane. It's about many other kind of creators and people who have been picked apart wrongfully, I feel like, to a degree. Gabby Hanna, where everybody was down her throat, and then, she comes out with a video finally talking about everything. And it's like, no matter what you do, you're gonna be criticized. And I'm sorry, I'm done. I have to do. I'm sorry. I support Shane Dawson. I've been a fan of his ever since 2010. I've been a fan of PewDiePie. Even when he had the video where he said death to all Jews, I'm still a supporter. I'm floor gang for life. Floor gang for life. I love Gabby Hanna.
I personally watched the video when she uploaded it and was like, ooh, should have scripted this girl. It was obvious she got mad at something and turned on her mic and screamed into the void.
I am severely annoyed by this. It's been going on for a long time, in a while, and I've literally reached my peak of being able to just eat the giant dog shit that is all this content. It's boring and lazy and repetitive content.
She should have left this video in drafts. Now, I don't personally care that Tobi likes these content creators, but the biggest issue is that she herself criticized Creepshow Art for her online behavior, but when others criticized people she liked now, it was unnecessary and just drama to her.
I don't talk about a lot of these people because, besides my Creepshow video, a lot of the things that I like to talk to when I am hyper-criticizing something, it's more picking it apart for fun and roasting. It's not like, how dare this person do this? Oh my god, this tweet that they made, oh my god, no, that's so time-consuming, and it doesn't matter.
This was the beginning of the decline for our first arc in the art commentary community cinematic lore. Soon after this, Tobi got her very own thread on the female image board lolcow.farm on July 26th, 2020. The first post in the thread read, Tobi is a shitty artist and a fujoshi in her mid-20s that acts like a whiny bitch and hides behind her BPD when people start calling her out for her hot takes. Criticized Shannon/Creepshow Art when she's basically the love child of Shannon and Holly Brown. Also was a cam at some point. Annoying ooh woo soft baby personality when it's actually loud and catty. Got attention for her Creepshow Art video, which would come back to bite her in the ass when people found out she was no better. Started getting backlash when she said she was a Shane Dawson and Gabby Hanna fan. Made a short screeching video talking about how drama channels were bad for calling people, mostly Shane, out when she is one of those drama channels. Recently getting a lot of hate for dying on the hill of defending her love of Yaoi to death. Immediately the thread showed a tweet of a back and forth between Tobi and another Twitter user, which read, the one Twitter user shared D'Angelo Wallace's video on Shane Dawson, to which Tobi responded, nah, I'm good, I have better things to do than spend time watching YouTube Cancer talk about more YouTube cancer for an hour of my life, to which someone responded, I'll just summarize it instead. Shane is a who wanted to f his cat and is racist. Also, Tobi, good luck with the Yowie video. No doubt there's gonna be backlash. To which Tobi responded,
welcome to social media in the early 2010 Zoomer. It sucked. Get over it.
One thing Tobi had been doing on Twitter as well, which remember I mentioned about not fighting on Twitter being a criticism Tobi leveled against Shannon, was fight with everyone over what is appropriate to draw. Now Tobi's stance is pretty understandable. Don't draw pornography of children. She was especially going harsh on someone by the name of Ben the Looney, who drew characters from kid cartoons, though from the ones I've seen, these characters were noticeably aged up and not children. The dude has a Kiwi Farms thread though, so I'm just gonna guess something's up with him, but he's really not the point of the video and I'm not defending him or going to condemn him. I didn't look into this guy too hard. But back to Tobi. She even made a video later on September 20th, screaming out this point. But lo and behold, Tobi had been caught drawing lewd photos of both Shoto Todoroki from My Hero Academia, who is a minor, and Sailor Moon, who is also a minor. This hypocrisy was brought up to Tobi around the time of her lolcow thread going up, and Tobi responded to this on Twitter, writing,
Two things. The Boku no Hero Academia picture wasn't sexual, nor was it drawn to intend to be such. Also, in that picture, he's not supposed to be a kid, he's supposed to be an adult. Second, if you think that it's kiddie porn, you retweeted it. So you're distributing child pornography. Yikes. Less than 3.
One thing to note, the Shoto Todoroki image was tagged with very sexual words, like BDSM and hard. There was no way this image was not meant to be sexual. Tobi now has shown herself to lie in this response in order to make herself look better. I totally understand her not knowing the age of the character, or aging them up, but the problem is that she has now already lied to her audience. Someone responded to her by writing, if anything, we should call you out for falsely attacking someone blatantly, while you yourself have engaged in heinous acts worse than what you claim he does. To which Tobi quote tweeted and responded,
Calling out Ben the Looney for posting inappropriate CP illustration when privately me and other peers discussed this with him a while ago. That same picture to be exact, he said he stopped. He didn't, equals 3. Also, please point out the things I've done worse than drawing CP.
Tobi wasn't done with Ben the Looney though, and she tweeted out on July 26th, the same day as all of this, hey guys, @Ben the Looney is a make sure to block. Someone replied that they wanted a not safe for work warning with the file warning. I want to point this out about the art commentary community. Now, any reasonable person would assume an artist being called a over and over again will have not safe for work images on their Twitter, but in the ACC, the members need warnings and their hands held for everything. I don't mean to condescend, but I would have not survived in this community for a day. I'd be so canceled. Now, I'm not defending Tobi. This is the community she's a part of. You have to tread lightly there and give warnings to everything you post, lest you offend the art community. It's a very sensitive place that also nonstop attacks people for the smallest mishap. I don't get it. Continuing. Tobi continued on her anti-CP drawing tweets. And again, I 100% agree with her take. And I've actually, if I'm going to be honest, have had a similar Twitter meltdown similar to Tobi's. And I came out from this situation realizing that if you're doing this on Twitter for hours a day, it only makes you look unhinged and doesn't actually protect any children. At the end of the day, call out the behavior, it's not good, but you don't need to constantly harp on it over and over. Learn from Tobi and me. The art community can also learn this lesson. Make your point and move on. But Tobi did not move on, and 2 days later, a Twitter user tweeted out. And here is @TobiMajestic, otherwise known as @Ilita Marie, acting out on threatening to attacking @Ben the Looney, and a mutual friend of ours for the same thing. She's trying to throw dirt on these two artists while hiding the fact that she groomed a child and showed toxic behavior. And attached was a screenshot of Tobi DMing this person from her alternative sex work account. She wrote,
This is Tobi. This is my alt account. If you defend and support a who makes child literally you, blank. I'm making a video on Ben calling him out, and I swear I'll drag you into it if you continue to support him. Let me know. Peace, bitch.
Tobi DM'd this person on this account because I believe she was blocked on her main. Then she proceeded to address this somewhere in a YouTube comment section, writing,
So Trent, an ex-mutual friend of my friend group who supports Spin the Loony, leaked my sex work Twitter that I keep private for my YouTube and art life for reasons, and he knows that. So, ... I feel violated, angry, and fucking officially fucking dragging all this stupid shit out into the open. He's so fucked up and really buried himself into a hole with pulling this shit.
No girl, you outed your own private sex work account. You made the decision to DM him from that account. You can't be the one taking the action, threaten people, and then play victim. All of this behavior made Tobi look like all the things she criticized Creepshow art for, but worse. And I believe behind the scenes, despite accepting Tobi's criticism, Creepshow art was fully enjoying this downfall. I'll get to that in a moment. Keep it in mind. It didn't take long for the videos to come out criticizing Tobi for her behavior. The thing about the art commentary community is, if you're in it and you make a mistake, someone's going to make a video on it. That can be both good and bad, and I'm not here to tell you when it's good and when it's bad. Sometime around July 31st, 2020, someone made a video on Tobi. The video is no longer available and I'm not sure who made it, but this would be the beginning of a waterfall of Tobi criticism videos. The days passed, and Tobi continued to behave like everything she criticized Creepshow art for, but worse. Reacting to every mean comment, tweeting nonstop, and just generally being reactive and emotional in public. And sadly, sometime at the end of July, beginning of August, Tobi's dog passed. And on August 12th, 2020, she uploaded a video talking about her dog. That's all fine and dandy. R.I.P. buddy, he was quite a cutie pie. But at the end of the video, Tobi made sure to go on an unhinged rant about all the drama she had involved herself in.
Well, I was in there. It was kind of nice. I've always had this dream that I've always wanted to get a log cabin out in the middle of bumwood nowhere. And I always thought Buddy would love it out there. He would love it. There's just free, open range. He could go play in the lake. It'd be a cabin by the lake. Now I told him, you'll probably get to the cabin first before me. So that I'll be there one day for him. Ben Lou's a pedophile on Twitter who draws underage characters. Some of them he ages up, like physically, but a lot he doesn't, which shows that he actively chose not to do it. He also has a revolving door of maps that follow him on Twitter. He also follows other maps on Twitter too, which is great. Hey Ben, you don't want to be called a pedophile. Don't draw underage looking children. People. It's pretty obvious not to do that. But like technically, technically, they're like drawn, so it like doesn't matter. Sorry, you. Child is children, drawn or otherwise. Don't bring up a definition, doesn't matter. Sorry, if you're drawing a child in a sexually explicit way, I'm putting it under child, so, you know, suck my balls. I don't give a shit. Trent, I was also gonna do a video on him. Don't worry about him, he's just a stupid little beta c***. Doesn't like any controversy, even though he loves to stab people in the back because he's a fucking little beta c***.
Yeah, I know when mourning my beloved pets, I make sure to throw out pedophilia accusations. So I mentioned the floodgates were opened to people criticizing Tobi, and one major player came in on around August 9th, or I believe this is when he entered. His channel is gone, and I am judging by lolcow posts, but this is when Kai Weiss made his first video on what would be called the Tobi Drama. His first video was actually pretty good, and expressed the same issues I mentioned earlier with the hypocrisy of Tobi's drama video. In the video, he points out that Tobi did exactly what she criticized Creepshow for.
You say that you don't have time to spend on Twitter arguing with people you don't agree with, and not only that, use your BPD as an excuse for your lack of self-control, yet you literally spent your time arguing with someone in a tweet thread instead of ignoring them.
And essentially did the same thing as the drama channel she criticized and hated. But a seed was planted, and towards the end of the video, Kai Weiss alluded to Tobi being a bad ally to people of color because she likes Shane Dawson.
And as a black person, I find it extremely insulting that you want to ally Black Lives Matter, but advocate for people like Shane and PewDiePie. The only childish person in this equation, Tobi, is you. Literally kick rocks.
The seed of painting Tobi as a bigot was planted and began to grow. Meanwhile, Lolcow began digging into Tobi and found her other accounts, including her accounts. People then began to insult Tobi for being a sex worker, and she fired back. I personally don't care either way, but it does show that Tobi is exactly like Creepshow art in that she responded to everything. We all make this mistake sometimes. So, my viewers, please learn from us idiots. Time passed, and criticism and videos continued to critique Tobi's behavior. Tobi decided to take to YouTube again with a short video called "It's Still Wrong, Even If It's Drawn" on September 10th, 2020. In this video, Tobi, instead of putting out a well-thought-out opinion, yells at the mic for 3 minutes, calling people pedophiles. I again agree with Tobi, but the thing is, she was acting compulsively and emotionally, like she criticized Shannon for.
At this point, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with the stupid constant thing where people feel overly compelled to try to defend these disgusting perverts who drop CP. Let's all call it what it really is. Don't even try to be like, technically. No. It's I can't even say the word. It's chomo.
It'd actually be cool to see a well-thought-out video discussing this. And not only that, Tobi had drawn sexually explicit minors herself, and then lied about it. She could have just owned up, admitted she didn't know the age, and apologized, and never do it again, instead of making excuses. And then the major turning point on the Tobi drama occurred. On September 19th, 2020, a big video call-out came from one of the up-and-coming commentary channels, Omnia, and featured the previously mentioned commentary YouTuber, Kai Weiss. The two collaborated on a video together, bringing up similar points to Kai's previous video.
Recently, Tobi released a video that expressed a similar passion and blind recklessness to a video she has since deleted, where she had an angry rant about the criticism that all her favorite creators were receiving, disregarding the flaws of those creators simply because she liked them.
But also talking about Tobi's new video as well, bringing up that Tobi had drawn minors previously.
In this newest video, she expresses her distaste for people who produce explicit content involving minors, or rather, fictional minors. In this video, she says a lot of very true things, but as I said earlier, a video like this falls short when you're just as bad as the person, or in this case, people, you're trying to call out.
Kai really emphasizes and implies that Tobi is a pedophile in this video. Now I know he did not directly say Tobi is a pedophile in the video, but he says he agrees with Tobi's assessment that drawing sexual drawings of children make you a pedophile.
If you think that drawing children or children that are drawn in sexual situations is okay, or you do it, or you consume it, or you're like, it's not technically CP, like it's okay because it's like drawn, you're f***ing dumb. You are a file. You support files. You have no empathy and you don't f***ing care, or you're f***ing stupid. Straight up.
Everything that Tobi has said here is right.
And then tells Tobi she's just as bad as the people she's criticizing.
This is a drawing of Shoto Todoroki from My Hero Academia in BDSM. Let's take a look at Todoroki's age, shall we? Oh, wow. He's 16 years old. As far as I'm concerned, that's a minor. Isn't it odd that you went out of your way to passionately tear apart these awful people, but somehow forgot to include yourself? You literally cannot say that this wasn't intended to be sexual, or you aged him up, because you littered the post that you made on Instagram and Twitter with hashtags related to BDSM and yaoi, and even went on to caption the post on Twitter with "hit him harder."
Kai would later clarify this point and say he doesn't think Tobi is a but she is by her own standards. But the thing is, a lot of people took this the wrong way in Kai's portion of the video, and understandably so. Now I think Tobi is an idiot for lying about the drawing not being sexual, but she explained she didn't know Todoroki's age and was taking commissions. I think a criticism is fair for her for not looking more into the character, but it seemed like Kai was straight up calling her a pet. And I know he technically was not. I don't know, it's semantics.
So appalled by the fact that you filmed this video and did not think for a second about the fact that you drew this. Because according to your logic, you are just as horrible as the people that you're screaming about in this video.
Omnia's part goes more into detail that she thinks Tobi is a fake ally to people of color because she excused Shane Dawson's past.
Because
I have reason to believe that Tobi is what you would call a performative ally. Here's the deal. Performative allyship isn't easy to snuff out, as it tends to be subtle and, as the term suggests, performative. The top reason Tobi appears to be a performative ally is her inability to see fault with one of her most favorite creators, the one and only Shane Dawson.
But what was important in this section is Omnia talked about their conversation with Tobi in private.
About a month ago, Tobi reached out to me to talk about my own Creepshow art video, where I discussed her video and Shannon's response. She watched it and wanted to reach out to me to express her approval. However, at that point, I was a little skeptical communicating with her simply due to the faults Kai expressed in his first video. I had also heard about her yaoi scandal and just how wild she was when responding to criticism. Despite those worries, we began to have a conversation about her views on yaoi, Shane, and commentary channels as a whole.
Now note this, Omnia said Tobi reached out to them when they dropped their Creepshow art video. Just remember that. And Omnia reads through select DMs.
So buckle up. She said, "So first of all, I've been a fan of Shane Dawson's content for a pretty substantial amount of time, and the majority of all of his content does not include anything that is racially negative. The things that he had done years ago, he's grown from that just as many other YouTubers on the platform did back in the day, because during that time of YouTube, nobody was releasing those videos, and a lot of very young people in their early 20s liked edgy content because that's something that was lackluster in mainstream media, which was the only form of entertainment back then." Bro, why does she speak like this? Saying that, however, I do think and I know that he has changed as a person, and that's why I continue to follow him and why a lot of other people have continued to follow him. It's the same thing with Felix or PewDiePie, where the media and other people like to talk about things that were taken out of context or things that he's done in the past he's apologized for. They don't talk about the good things that he's done for the people or him as a person or his current morals. They just use things in the past against him now, even though he's apologized, addressed, and moved on from it. However, after I continued to show him support, I started to realize that he was wrapped up in the beauty community, which every single person in that community is toxic and I feel like are very backstabby. Not all of them, but a good portion of them. And to be completely honest, after the whole Tati thing, I completely cut myself off from associating with him or anyone on that side of the internet. I'm super disappointed in all of the adults that are in that situation. Shane, Tati, James, Jeffrey, the drama community, all of them. It's just so tainted and I just can no longer be associated with it.
And Omnia brings up a good point that Tobi said in the DM that she no longer supports Shane Dawson. Meanwhile, she was still defending him non-stop.
Okay, there's a lot wrong with this here, but if you want a really thorough, good explanation on why that whole, quote, "it's just edgy humor" bit is false, definitely watch D'Angelo's video on it. It's by far the best resource for the Shane drama, which I don't specialize in. But to counter your last point, Tobi, if you just can no longer be associated with Shane, why are you still defending him on all your most recent videos when someone brings him up?
Tobi couldn't help herself. And even more so, Tobi calls people pedophiles for simulated images of children in a sexual manner, while Shane did this with sketches and puppets. She said Shane moved on and had grown, but if she thinks these actions make someone a confirmed would she really be so willing to forgive them? Just food for thought. And Omnia also criticizes her for responding to every negative comment.
You need to learn how to distinguish between troll comments, i.e. comments meant solely to get a rise out of you and make you look bad for even engaging to begin with, and real, valid, constructive criticism meant to better you as a person and reflect on your decisions as a content creator. Rework your relationship with critique or just don't be a content creator. Simply as that.
At one point, Omnia brought up that Tobi got into a small drama because she allegedly referred to a trans man's chest as big milky titties. Some commenter told her that calling chests big milky titties makes trans men feel dysphoric. Tobi argued with the trans man over this, and people began to see her as transphobic, when her view was that trans men can have bigger chests and there's nothing wrong with it. But the way she went about this point of view came off as talking over a trans person on the issues they face. Omnia thought this trans man was giving good criticism.
You can pause to read, but essentially someone critiqued Tobi's wording when she was talking about AFAB chests. Essentially, Tobi referred to AFAB chests as milkies or big milky titties, which the commenter noted causes trans men to feel dysphoric. The commenter, who, important to note, is a trans man themselves, suggested that Tobi instead refer to AFAB chests as simply chests in order to keep more inclusive language for the trans men watching and supporting her videos going forward. Which, honestly, is a good critique. It probes Tobi to create content that is less exclusionary and generally more holistic. But of course, that's not how Tobi felt about it. She told the commenter off by saying, "Could you maybe knock it off? You are literally putting way too much thought into something that literally is not that complicated or that deep. I highly doubt that it really offends that many trans people." The commenter is trans, and they are commenting for a reason, but let's just doubt their experiences, I guess. Go pull a muscle reaching somewhere else. Tobi, I think you need to reconsider your relationship with critique. Not every single comment is meant to get a rise out of you. Sometimes constructive comments like this one are asking more from you and asking you to create better content by the means of using more inclusive language.
And honestly, either Omnia's solution of changing her approach or the other option of not responding would have worked during this drama. Too bad Tobi had to go into meltdown mode and fight with everyone in the comment section over one person's opinion. But again, the art community will nitpick the smallest things, and the lesson here should be to either change to accommodate or tell to kick rocks. I believe this video finally got Tobi to respond. On September 22nd, Tobi tweeted out,
"For those of you who have been wondering, I am currently working on a response video to clarify and clear things up that have been said about me in the past couple of months and recently in a video. I'll be apologizing, clarifying, and defending myself." Heart emoji.
The following day, it seemed that she had watched Omnia's new video and began to claim that Omnia took DMs out of context. Or at least, judging from what screenshots of tweets I have, I believe that's what it was. Tobi tweeted out,
"Oh, the things I apologize for, the things that have been brought up that the person didn't bring up in their video, really. The other part is me defending and clarifying things that were presented in the video since they twisted things and lied and cut up DMs."
To which Omnia responded,
"Apparently I twist things, lied, and cut up DMs? Okay, if you really want to play this game, we can."
And there Omnia dumped their entire DMs. This resulted in Tobi tweeting,
"Wow, not only did somebody try to falsely frame me as a pet and went behind my back, but they also publicly posted about a story about my family that I wanted to keep private because I wasn't ready to tell it. One amazing creator equals 3.
This was a mess at this point. Tobi said Omnia took her out of context, and therefore Omnia gave the context, and then Tobi cried about them giving the context. Oh, and note Tobi crying about the private story she shared with Omnia. Tobi would later in a comment section tell this very private story to a stranger, in public. Tobi and Omnia began to fight pretty aggressively on Twitter, and people were picking sides. Some thought Tobi was playing victim and were done with her due to her previous behaviors. Other people were upset with Omnia for leaking DMs. Then a YouTuber named Madlibs came in and tweeted, "Been breaking a lot of personal rules in terms of videos lately, but hey, when someone decided it's okay to cut DMs, lie about situations, and be two-faced in DMs to farm a friend of mine for content, well sometimes you gotta step up. I'm pissed. Get ready." And then Hopeless Peaches, remember I mentioned her earlier, came into the situation responding to the drama in a thread, tweeting out,
Well, heck. I had very serious private info of mine spread and cut up. I would have killed for somebody to have shared the full context instead of cherry picking and spreading the worst interpretation from it. Of f***ing course, it not being shared would have been best. A bit of a blunder there on that one, oof. Maybe an apology to clear that air? And if it's not yet, blur it out.
To which Omnia responded,
"Yeah, I only had the link up on my Twitter for a couple of hours before Tobi made this tweet saying she didn't want the story shared. Afterwards, I blurted out, so hopefully no one screenshotted it uncensored, but once again, it wouldn't have come to this if she didn't lie to begin with."
Also, after Tobi said she was going to address her controversies, apparently her friends Nezzy Monster and Madlibs were going to get involved making their own videos criticizing Kai and Omnia and defending Tobi. All these creators were much bigger than Kai and Omnia, who were scared of the backlash, and Omnia immediately pinned a lengthy text to one of their comment sections, claiming Tobi and Nezzy Monster were trying to expose them. Suddenly, more content creators were in the arena. Sometime around this fight, around September 24th, 2020, a large creator named Nani commented on one of Tobi's videos, writing, "Forgive me for sounding ignorant, but did you say that you still support Shane Dawson, a person who sexualized real minors? I agree that drawn stuff is wrong, but I'd say real stuff is probably worse, lol." And then Kai made a video about all the infighting on Twitter. This is where things get petty, real petty. People were subtweeting vaguely about each other, and this is a big no-no in this community. You can't ever voice an opinion on a public event lest you become part of the drama and get dragged. Now Kai's video is no longer available, and if I find it while I'm editing, I will edit it in the clips, but here's a summary from lolcow.farm. Ah boy, here we go. Kai Weiss made this video responding to the Twitter drama. Summary of his points. No one called you a pedophile. That's a stretch.
No one, and I mean no one, tried to falsely frame you as a pedophile. The fact that you came to this logic is absolutely delusional, ignorant, and manipulative. Not only that, but in Omnia's section of our video, she didn't even talk about your CP rant. I did.
We don't think you're a pedophile. You're only a pedophile by your own logic.
According to your logic, this would make you a pedophile by your own standards. Do I or Omnia think you are a pedophile for drawing this? No.
Omnia never went behind your back. You were never friends. You had just met.
You two aren't friends. You never were friends. So I find it funny that you say she went behind your back when you two were never friends in the first place. Even the DM conversation that you have with one another, you two might have been friendly, but you weren't friends.
You say that your opinion on racism was not fully formed, but you never made that clear in private. If you don't think you're allowed to speak on racism since you're not black, why did you speak about it to Omnia, someone who is half black, when she didn't ask you about it?
You also go on to say this. You claim that Omnia leaked your opinions on racially insensitive versus racism, but turn around and say that you didn't want to make them public because it's not quote unquote a fully formed opinion. Oh really, it wasn't? You didn't seem to make that a point in private. You even went as far as to call it a personal annoyance. You seem to be pretty sure of yourself that you're annoyed by it, so much so that it's personal. You even go on to say in this tweet that you didn't think it was appropriate to speak on it because you're white. So why did you offer to give your perspective on it in DMs? Omnia, who is black, never asked you for your perspective. She only accepted it when you offered. So you thought it was appropriate in private, but now since people are able to see, judge, and call you out for this blatantly ignorant perspective, you want to double back? Interesting.
All Mad Libs, Tobi, and Nezzy have done is subtweet. Just be about it if you're gonna be about it.
Let's talk about your friends now, shall we? Mad Libs Art, who had absolutely nothing to do with the situation, decided it would be a good idea to vague tweet Omnia. Multitasking on videos? Omnia didn't make a single video on you, Libby. Neither of us even knew who you were until you started subtweeting. But I'm very eager to see what you have to say based on how little you know. No one had beef with you, and so far you were chill in our eyes. Our problems lied with Tobi and Tobi alone, but since you want to get involved, welcome to the party, I guess? I even said to you that this subtweet nonsense is causing more problems than the situation should even entail. Throughout this whole situation, Omnia has directly replied to every single thing you have said about her, while also catching undeserved flack based on Tobi's lies. All you, Tobi, and Nezzy have done is subtweet. If you're going to be about it, then be about it.
They made a baseless claim, then ran away from any potential reply that could refute it. The last statement hit home about Tobi. We've been discussing that here for ages. Kai made and released this video faster than Tobi made her response. Keck. Then, around this time, September 24th, 2020, Tobi addressed everything. Sort of. Kind of. In a video titled, Addressing My Controversies. This was not well received and was absolutely ratioed. In the video, she explains she won't publicly support Shane anymore because it causes backlash.
But for the Shane thing, I want to make this very, very clear. Just for those who got lost in my rambles, I apologize. I do not support the things that Shane did in his past years. I do not support the jokes towards children that he's made in the past years. I also do not support any racially charged or racially insensitive jokes that he has told in the past. I support the person who he is now, a changed person who he was. However, when things happened with the Tati situation, I was very disappointed in him. I really was. I was disappointed in his involvement. But Shane actually did make an apology, and I really do think it was sincere, and I really do think that he's going to try to be better, so I'm going to stay on the sidelines and wait to see what kind of person he grows from this. I do think it was a learning experience for him, and I just hope he can move on with his life with it. I want to see people change. I want to see people get better, and I support people getting better.
She showed DMs between her and Omnia, where Omnia actually agreed with her take on many of the controversies that Omnia would later criticize her for.
At this point, I did not think or know that she'd be using this for a video. I was never made aware that she'd be using this for a video. I was simply giving her an explanation because I didn't want her to think poorly of me, because at this point in time, I really liked the work that she'd done so far. Not anymore, though. So I elaborated. And then she goes on to also say, because I don't think you owe anything. I would just appreciate, like, your general thoughts, because I know those things can get a bit messy. Yeah, can they? And I literally just go on to just rattle on about something that I literally just talked about. That's basically the point that I had put up there. And then she said, haha, still reading. Here's what I'm thinking right now. I agree with a lot of your points. I'm really sorry to hear about your blah, 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 blah. Let me go through and order my thoughts just because it would make the discussion easier to follow. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, my thoughts are everywhere. And then she goes on to give a lot of her points, and I'll let you guys read what she has here.
And also in the DMs, Omnia said they didn't care about Shane Dawson at all, despite this being a huge point in their video.
Down here, I further go on to say, I went on to further say, honestly, I'll always love Shane's content from 2018 to early 2020. But after him and the side of the community happened, the Tati vid is what broke me. I'm like, no, I'm not fucking doing this shit again. I'm not fucking getting emotionally invested in a fucking Tati situation again. That's when I stopped caring and I stopped associating with it. Also, a lot of other creators on the side of the web started contacting me because of my Creepshow vid, and I didn't want to be around them. And then she goes on to finish that conversation with, I don't even know what to think about. I don't even know what to think about it because I don't really care. Interesting. Apparently you did really care because you went to go on to ramble about this whole situation for about 11 minutes in your 20-minute video.
But Tobi was obviously really upset about being painted as a pedophile, even if it was by her own standards.
Anyways, the other thing that I would like to address is something that this person only talked about for a hot minute in her video, and to me, and is a big fuck up on her part. Let's get into it, shall we? A couple weeks ago, I made a very short video talking about child porn being drawn and how drawing it isn't okay. It was a short video for a reason. It was supposed to be kind of making a point of I shouldn't have to tell you why it's wrong, so I'm not going to, because I shouldn't have to be defending it. Now, this person who made a video on me decided to take a Boku no Hero Academia picture that I drew a couple of years ago and basically said, she said CP is wrong, but drew this. Also, this person tried to make it sound like my work and Ben the Looney's work was the same, so I'm technically a hypocrite, but I'm sorry, I've never ever drawn any underage characters with their dicks out fucking somebody else, while somebody who is underage looks underage and is drawn exactly how they are in the cartoon, where they are 9, filming them f***ing each other when they are all still physically of the age that they are in the cartoon, which is 12. I've never ever drawn anything like that, and that's the majority of all Ben the Looney's work, so nice try. Couple things to say. I find it stupid, lazy, and very sneaky. How you asked me about the Shane thing and then the Yowie thing, asked my perspectives on it. I gave you my perspectives, you put those in the video. However, you never DM'd me or asked me to clarify this or explain this.
She was also very upset that Omnia leaked this private story. Honestly, the DMs were pretty nice back and forth, and maybe she misread this interaction as the two being cool with each other and overshared. It happens. I don't blame her for being upset, and I don't blame Omnia for dumping the DMs when they were accused of making false claims. But the most important part to note is when Tobi talked about her BPD, or borderline personality disorder. In the segment, she says it made it hard for her to behave rationally all the time, but she's constantly working on it and improving.
I have BPD. It's hard to control, and I struggle to cope with it, but I do constantly work on avoiding things that I know will feed it, and when I find new things that feed it, I work my best to try to figure out ways around it, or ways to cope with it, or ways to block it from me seeing it, and over the years, I've changed a lot, and I'm a lot better at it than I used to be, and I'm really proud of that. But people online haven't seen me in my late teens versus now. They've only seen me and my growth over the past couple of months. And so I understand how it's hard to see the fact that I've gotten better because people haven't seen me back then, which is completely understandable. People only see the handful of times that I've fallen off the wagon because of a comment that somebody did or a video that I saw on another situation that pissed me off or what have you. But they don't actually end up seeing the bucket full or even truck full of other comments, tweets, situations, etc. that I've either typed a huge angry response to, and then at the end of it I go to click send or post or reply, and I end up just deleting the entire thing, and I end up not posting it at all.
The comment section was full of people saying she used BPD as an excuse and saying she didn't own up to the things in the way they wanted. She did acknowledge she needed to stop responding.
And I have to learn coping skills like practicing walking away and trying to identify if I'm too triggered and I don't think that I can walk away, to identify when I'm feeling like that and to try to walk away before I get to that point of no return, because those are the times where I fall off the wagon and I end up posting stupid shit and saying stupid shit. I usually still mean what I say, but it's the fact of, should I have said it like that? Should I have clarified things more? Or should I have had more context to the situation before I just popped off? All these situations I have been in online, and trust me, it's like being drunk the next day and waking up, you're like, what the f did I do? Did I actually buzz that f?
Though I'm unsure if she actually followed through. But other than that, she didn't say she hates Shane Dawson, and she did emphasize that borderline personality can cause you to act a bit nutso. People wanted her to essentially just admit to being a terrible person. I believe that was the only way for this to be accepted. Kai Weiss commented on the video,
I watched the whole thing because I wanted to hear your side moving forward. I did enjoy your section where you talked about Spetchy and how you sympathize with her, and I'm actually glad you're working on your BPD. It has some glaring flaws though. After reading the initial DM that Omnia sent you, all she did was ask for your approval on the Creepshow video. That's the cutout DMs part that you were so pressed over on Twitter? You're mad that she didn't show her asking you a question about Creepshow? This DM was in June. Omnia was a very small creator at the time. Omnia even went on to tell you on Twitter that she only spoke to you 2 times. Every DM shown / went over in this video is public. I don't think she talked to me first sways you from criticism. Also, with the whole PewDiePie thing, PewDiePie still paid those actors to make that joke. Did he just expect them not to make it? It's weird AF that he's surprised he got what he paid for. Glad you took responsibility for the way you worded it though. PewDiePie's actions were still wrong, even with context. Playing into that joke Keem made might have made him look even worse, lol. As for Shane Dawson, as a white woman, it's not your place to accept his apology. It's also not your place to let the PewDiePie Jew scandal slide. You're not Jewish. I also find it weird you thought that this white man had tan skin. That's your excuse? Even despite what you said in these DMs, they were in August. You went on to vehemently defend Shane in your video before this one, which was in September, and that's what we called you out on. You contradicted your DM. Then, there's the Todoroki thing. You claim on Twitter that he was aged up, but here you claim that you didn't know how old he was. If you aged him up, that implies you already knew about Todoroki's age. You'd have to in order to age him up. You never addressed the hit him harder caption either. If this was an abuse drawing, I think you would have used some different tags, and most importantly, a different caption. Also, what do you mean you didn't know how to tag on Instagram? Did you also not know how to tag on Twitter? You left that post out too. You're not drawing these minors having sex, but you're still putting them in sexual situations. According to your logic, from your last video, that would make you a according to your standards. You deflected here. You also claim we accuse you of being a when we didn't. You also say you didn't reply to any tweets or anything, which is true, you didn't. But you and Libby both went on to vague tweet and subtweet Omnia. Not only that, but you liked multiple posts that attacked Omnia and supported you. Just because you didn't reply doesn't mean that you didn't engage in the hate. You also left this out. You also went on to block several users that disagreed with you on this. The fact that you even have friends making videos on Omnia is shady as shit too. Omnia's beef isn't with them, it's with you. You left out your comments on AFAB chests too, which we also called you out for. You also didn't address your performative activism, which was a large part of Omnia and I's video. You also make your point about this private story and even admit it was blurred now. Omnia respected your wishes. Why did you tell someone you only talked to twice this story if it was that private? You didn't hold the DMs over her head. You claimed she cut them, and the cut part is literally her asking questions about Creepshow. I thought it was some huge contextual thing that was missing, but it wasn't. If you claim she cut them, she's not going to let you make that claim. I thought there was something better to refute this. This video is littered with flaws and various excuses. You didn't take accountability for much of anything other than your wording of things. You still stand by everything you were criticized for. We don't want you to be on your knees or align your morals with ours. If that's what you took from it, I feel bad for you. We just expected better, and from this video, we didn't get much.
And the civil war began after this, a community divided. And so here is a list of people who are allegedly making videos on this drama, all on different sides. Dated September 25th, 2020. Kai and Omnia collab again? Nezzy Monster, Mad Libs, The Hotbox, Mari Akutsu, Minty Shit. And more people got involved. Here's a comment from around the same day. Hey, this is the guy that Tobi blackmailed. Yes, the beta she was going to make a video on until her dog died. It's already out in the open, so might as well. Thank you guys so much for calling out this bullshit. Not only is Tobi sus, but so is Mad Libs and Nezzy, who at this point refuse to listen to the other side and just go, la 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 la. I used to be friends with these people because Animal Crossing and YouTube content creating. But this just showed how sheepish and fence-sitting they really are. Grow up. Nezzy and Mad Libs hadn't made the video yet, only hinted at it, and immediately everyone went full damage control. Kai tweeted out,
Last thing I'll say on this whole Tobi situation, getting Libby and Nezzy involved is cowardly and very, very sad. The fact that you two even agreed to make a video on Nia is mad sus. We had no beef with y'all prior. Odd that y'all want smoke now. Can't wait to talk about it.
Nezzy responded to the accusation that she was making a video with a tweet that read, I'm not. She mixed me with someone else because someone else is making a video with Mad Libs. Also, I'm not watching that video by Kai, cause it's petty, and that's all there is to it. On the same day as this, the channel The Hotbox made a video entitled Content Meltdown, where he critiqued Tobi's Addressing Controversies video, and the dude was really upset.
Look at me, I'm in my room. It's 3:40 a.m. That's how much this is keeping me awake.
Note, this drama is about Tobi melting down about underage drawings and liking Shane Dawson. In this video by Hotbox, Hotbox is extremely angry at Tobi for 13 minutes, saying it's not Tobi's place to accept Shane Dawson's apology.
I don't care what Shane said or how he apologized, it's not your place as a white woman to accept his apology. That's for the voices of the people of color.
That all Tobi needed to do in her video was accept responsibility. He curses at her.
If you don't believe in cancel culture, why are you so ready to come for Omnia's neck and heavily promote her witch hunt? You.
And says that nobody called her a pedophile. They only applied her logic to herself, agreed that logic makes you a pedophile, and strongly applied that she was a pedophile.
No one was trying to attach a label to you or anything like that. We were holding you to standards. Standards that you set, and by the way, it doesn't have to be sexually explicit to be sexually implicit. I don't care if it was a dark piece about abuse. Why use the caption, hit him harder?
Why is she so mad, brah? And he ends the video mad at her for the big milky titties comment being transphobic.
Cutting? Kind of like how you cut everything about your comments on AFAB chests. You couldn't even break that childish character, and then that poor individual gave you so much more of their time than they should have. And all you could do was diminish not only their offense, but trans people everywhere.
And tells Tobi she's dying on the hill of her opinion.
All right, Tobi, you're an egg. Well, guess what? I need to make my omelets. You want to talk about being done with this? Okay, Tobi, you've gotten every single chance from so many people, and yet you still want to stick here and die on the hill of your opinions.
What does that even mean? I'm sure a lot of the community felt this way, because many people were so upset with this apology. This drama caused Tobi to lose subs, and Omnia was growing. Around September 26th, Tobi released another apology, this time in writing. She wrote, "An apology I forgot to address in my video. Another thing I forgot to address in my video were replies to a comment left on my video about r/men drawing women a couple weeks ago. In the video I make, what I thought was a light-hearted comment about having big boobs and chest binders, and how amazing it feels not having it boobs in the way, since I also wear a binder most of the time. I did not intend my comment in the video to be malicious or cause anybody body dysmorphia. A viewer, however, was upset with my comment and expressed their frustration in the comment section. The comment came off anger, so instead of either ignoring the comment or trying to explain myself calmly, I reacted harshly. I once again allowed my BPD to lash out, and I acted immature. I was upset and annoyed, and I'm embarrassed that I made that decision out of anger. These are, again, behaviors that my BPD takes a heavy hand in, and another reason why I have to crack down on allowing it to not control me, because lashing out like I have in the past is not okay. I don't want to be that version of myself, and I'm sorry." People were mad at her again for using her BPD as an excuse. Not only that, people were mad that she didn't properly address the big milky titties comment. This all seems exhausting. And then a huge player entered the ring, prison mate Luke. So on September 26th, 2020, prison mate Luke, an up-and-coming commentary YouTuber who is heavily involved in the art commentary community, released a video titled, "Tobi, How Not to Take Criticism." Now, prison mate Luke will become a major player in the drama, and to introduce him, I would describe him as a commentary YouTuber with a unique voice.
And I've been on and off with the content for a while now. Whether I'm the cream of the crop or not, it's not up to me. That's up to the YouTube audience. What I put out there is what I put out there.
Try sticking that giant f***ing eraser in your mouth and evening out that speech impediment. Why, what? What?
In this video, he even says he's pronouncing Creepshow art wrong.
Someone recommended me her channel to check out because of her Creepshow art video, which I finally said her channel name right, so good job for me. It's been like a month.
How do you do that? But he basically says he didn't dislike Tobi and wishes she'd just address everything properly, and that the worst part about her was she was not receptive to criticism, which is kind of true.
Now, I don't think that Tobi is a racist. I just think she's unreceptive to criticism.
So remember the lolcow thread? Same day as this, a poster who was later outed as Creepshow art began to heavily post in the Tobi thread. I won't go into too many details right now how lolcow determined it was Creepshow art, but it was most likely, without a doubt, Creepshow art. She began stirring the pot in the thread, posting things like,
"I think Shannon tweeted the other day that she was going to talk about this and deleted it. I still watch her and have her tweet notifications on, and she definitely mentioned Tobi.
And
I'm trying to find it because she definitely deleted it, but it said something like she knows about what's going on, but isn't making a video because she doesn't want people to think that she's deflecting. It came off as, I don't like Tobi either, but if I talk about it, it'll make me look bad."
She was writing these posts about herself to stir it up about the girl who made a video criticizing her. She continued in another post.
"So Shannon being aware of her means D'Angelo is also aware of her. They are friendly, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was getting her friends involved. Edwin went off on Tobi on stream beforehand."
Then on September 26th, same day as all of this, Omnia released an hour-long collaboration responding to Tobi's response to their criticism called Dear Tobi and Madlibs, featuring Kai Weiss. Note, Madlibs hasn't even made a video yet. Basically, it was an hour explaining that by Tobi's own logic, she is a pedophile herself, and that her excuses for Shane and PewDiePie make her a hypocrite.
Just took it and ran. So you always talk about that you like to hold people accountable for what they've done. Well, I'm holding you accountable for what you've done, and I want a goddamn private apology, because this is f***ed up and this is not okay.
No. If you want a private apology from someone, technically you should be getting it from Kai because that was his entire half of the video. But you're not getting one from him either. You addressed very little of my half, even glossing over the transphobic remarks you made to that trans man in your comment section. But I digress. I already explained how neither of us called you a pedo. You're the only one driving that idea into the ground. Like I already said, drawing minors literally having sex is absolutely worse than your drawing of Todoroki. But that's not the point, Toby. The point was to highlight how blatantly broad your definition of a pedo is. May I remind you, you said this.
If you think that drawing children or children that are drawn in sexual situations is okay, or you do it, you are a
By this exact logic, you are accusing yourself of being a pedo.
You know, things we've already been over. I sort of agree with them on the Shane Dawson thing, but at some point you need to accept that you can't change someone. But in this community, everybody needs to have the last word, and Kai and Omnia were the ones who were favored in the popular opinion at this time. Despite the audience siding with Kai and Omnia, popular YouTubers actually had issues with them, and that's why I believe they were so defensive, because a lot of people with bigger platforms were criticizing them and defending Tobi, or at least that's how it kind of looked, especially probably from the inside to them. Now remember Hopeless Peaches? The one who was to be believed to be the ex-friend of Creepshow Art in that Creepshow Art video from Tobi? Peaches tweeted this out on September 26th.
Hot take. If you use mental illness as an excuse for literally every bad thing you do, harassment, lies, discrimination, you're not being quirky. You're throwing everyone else under the bus who have your disorder. Mental illness has a lot of stigma already, don't add more.
People began to speculate this was a dig at Tobi Majestic, though I'm not even sure if it is, but in this community, tweeting about a subject vaguely is a big no-no. If you weigh into a drama, it means you are now directly involved, and soon Peaches would be the next target. Well, we aren't there yet. Shannon continued to post in the Tobi thread, and on the 27th, she wrote,
When she made her video on Shannon, Shannon lost 1K subs, but immediately bounced back in less than a month. She is losing more than Shannon and has a worse reputation.
Things began to get really cruel towards Tobi. Anytime Tobi would tweet, people would curse her name and her use of mental illness. And then a creator finally actually weighed in on the drama defending Tobi, while also criticizing her. This video criticized both parties, but wasn't as harsh to Tobi as Kai and Omnia and Twitter had been. This was a video by someone named Harsh Opinions. She criticized both Kai and Tobi really harshly in the video.
So to give a bit of context of what's going on, this all started when Kai Weiss made a video talking about Tobi's meltdown that happened a few months ago, which brought up some points I do actually agree with. If you want to watch it, I'll link it in the description down below so you can get some idea of the initial problems that have been going on here since the very beginning. But my initial take from that event was that Tobi's meltdown was very unnecessary for her to do, and quite frankly, it only put her into some serious trouble she really could have avoided. Then Omnia's Faults of Tobi video came out, and oh boy! I don't even want to get into all of that, because that was like hooking your nipples up to a car battery and setting that shit on high.
And she also criticized Kai for not including all the DMs in his video between Kai and Omnia, despite the entirety of the DMs being provided elsewhere.
Despite the fact that you literally show that you left context out to your audience. Not only that, but I actually read through the entire conversation and you didn't even show all of it. Kai, you started the DMs at many different points, which already is pretty sus and kind of showing me that you're not telling the full truth here.
Also, she pointed out that Kai's choice of words when describing Omnia leaking the DMs as taking the power back was suspect.
Now, in an attempt to gain her power back, Omnia released all the DMs for the public to see. You can also find these in the description.
Attempt to gain her power back. Attempt to gain her power back. Okay, I'm sorry. That choice of wording from the both of you, because Omnia said this too, doesn't sound right at all. In fact, this choice of wording is a big red flag to me. Because what the hell did you mean by that? Why the hell is no one else questioning that choice of wording? That right there is already showing some of your true colors in the situation, because no one in a drama like this says stuff like that.
This was because this was petty drama between creators that should have been kept in private. The term taking the power back is usually used in sexual assault or abuse situations. People would actually be extremely mad at Harsh Opinions for criticizing this. I didn't notice this before while watching Kai's response, but Harsh Opinions uses a clip from Kai's video where he says Omnia never asked for Tobi's perspective on race and Shane Dawson, while showing a screen cap of Omnia saying that they were interested in Tobi's perspective.
Offer to give your perspective on it in DMs. Omnia, who is black, never asked you for your perspective. She only accepted it when you offered.
Just off script for a second, everyone in this, if you don't say something exactly the way it is, they're very it's full of semantics. If you didn't say like, hey, I want to hear your opinion, and you say, oh, I'd be interesting to hear your opinion, they're like, well, she didn't say she wanted to, she just said she was interested, which is just blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, say you're not interested if you don't want to hear it. All right, back on the script. There were two big things that came from this video though. Kai would make a response and claim harsh opinions was racially insensitive for this comment.
I really don't want to get into the topic of the race comments because that's a whole other can of worms that really didn't need to be f***ing opened.
And this is his reasoning.
Also, a can of worms that didn't need to be fucking opened? You're a white woman. Who are you to say that? That can of worms is open for me and Omnia both, every day of our lives as black people. If that BLM in your Twitter name meant anything, you would know how foolish it is to say this.
Only for it to turn out that Harsh was mixed race herself. This only emphasizes how everyone in this drama is trying to get a gotcha moment, rather than just moving on. Also, another important part is that Harsh pointed this out.
Hey guys, so I'm just gonna jump in at this part here because I just thought I should bring this to all of your attention, since I feel it is right for everyone that I bring this up to only further prove my points about their reaction to any sort of criticism. So, just yesterday, Omnia went and uploaded her video in response to Tobi's response, and there was a certain part in particular where she says this at exactly 49:57.
Right now, I'm speaking to Madlib's Art and whoever else you're collaborating with on this supposed video y'all are making. Unless you're looking to end up like your little friend right here, just don't do it. You already look bad for getting yourself involved for no reason other than to do Tobi's dirty work. So just spare yourself the time and the inevitable tank in subscribers and just make some other video. I'm saying this for your own good. Take care of yourselves.
Interesting. But you want to know what's even more interesting? If you go to her video now, you get this.
You left out a lot of things, Tobi.
Interesting. Very interesting. I think it's even funnier that another person has actually noticed this, and even Madlibs noticed this. And even better is that I managed to download the original copy before it was edited. So if you want to see this very version of the video itself, I'll happily link this down in the description below so you can see for yourself that yes, this was in fact in the video at one point before it was removed. Most likely for either damage control or because they knew it was only going to backfire badly. Oh, well, would you look at that? There's Kai's comment confirming it was removed because they knew it would backfire because of how it looked, and once again, having Omnia's name in his mouth and speaking on her behalf.
The video had a decent conclusion though.
So now that we're at the end of this video, what do I have left to say? This is literally one of the most pointless dramas I've ever seen. The fact of the matter is, neither parties are really in the right here, and all of this could have been avoided so easily if they just simply talked about it. Kai, Omnia, and Tobi are clearly reacting out of emotions by this point, and I hope they sort this shit out and get it resolved soon. Drama like this is honestly super annoying, especially when all of this could have been avoided and they didn't escalate it the way they did. Kai, I understand that you were simply trying to defend your friend, but this is not the way to go about it. I'm sorry if I came off as an asshole, but this video did not make me happy with you. You justified you and Omnia's horrible behavior because fuck Tobi, essentially. Look, just because you hate someone, that doesn't mean people are just going to overlook this and you get a free pass to act the way you did. If you want to act like a dick, that's fine, but don't turn around and act like you're a f***ing saint afterwards while trying to justify what you did like it was some kind of holy act. I genuinely hope the best for all of you and hope you all grow and improve from this event.
The video immediately got ratioed. People called Harsh Opinions a Tobi clone. This was because Kai and Omnia had done a few things wrong at this point, but not all that much versus Tobi, who had threatened people and was just way worse. And people thought it was stupid to criticize Kai and Omnia more harshly than Tobi. I think Harsh Opinions was just trying to give another point of view, because the situation wasn't all black and white. Omnia responded to being caught editing out her comment about Nezzy Monster by writing,
I want to be very open and transparent about this. I said something very deplorable at the end of this video, directed specifically at Madlibs and the other commentator who wants to cover the situation. What I said was very petty, very threatening, and very toxic. I have since deleted that remark because I no longer stand by what I said in the slightest. I don't condone what I said. I want to take full ownership of my actions. I accept and acknowledge what I said was wrong, and I admit that I took the L on that. While I do dissuade Madlibs from covering this situation, I will say that the way I worded the last comment was extremely poor and extremely childish. I sincerely apologize to Libby and the other commentator on making that terrible remark.
Hopeless Peaches was on Kai's and Omnia's side, originally, but the Harsh Opinions video seemed to have swayed her after she thought about everything more, and she commented on the video.
This is a good video. I've expressed my upset with those DMs being leaked too, and I will admit I did fall for the trap of not initially sympathizing the way I should have due to my more personal grievances with Tobi, which shitty of me to compare my private information being spread by her/her friends to hers. And it shouldn't even be a contest, it should be treated equally abhorrent despite our differences and past arguments. I think everyone in this situation went in thinking the worst of everyone else involved, which made it spiral so fast and so stupidly. It's been a petty drama, and I honestly do just want both Omnia and Tobi to come out of this just doing other things. It's kinda nice and eye-opening to see a video that isn't fully against one or the other and is just a big wake-up call. Great video and a new sub from me.
In the background, Omnia and Hopeless Peaches began to discuss the drama between Omnia and Tobi. In the conversation, they agreed to disagree about the leaking of the DMs and move on, but then Omnia continued to try to have the last word, because it seems like it isn't okay for Peaches to not 100% be on her side. They continued to argue, and Peaches just wanted to drop the conversation throughout. Let me just read this out from where they agreed to disagree. Omnia writes,
I guess that's your opinion, and I respect your opinion. That's not how it occurred, but I believe your opinion works for you, and I'm glad that it does.
Hopeless responds,
okay.
Omnia responds,
while I disagree, I still understand that's how you see it from your perspective, and it's a valid perspective at that.
Hopeless responds,
well, I don't want to dwell on this much longer, so I wish you and Kai well with your future stuff. X.
And then Omnia responds to that, same for you. And then she continues,
I just want to leave you with this analogy to illustrate my thoughts on everything. If the elder child grabs a toy from the younger child and holds it above the child's head, then the younger child reacts by screaming and crying. Who do you punish? The younger or the older? Because according to you, apparently the younger one is at fault for screaming in reaction to the older one. If you don't want to choose sides in this, I'm okay with that.
And then Hopeless Peaches responds,
I'm not choosing sides. I said I know you aren't acting bad or malicious.
Omnia responds,
yeah, that's what I said. If you don't want to choose sides, that's okay.
I'm literally just saying don't leak DMs. And you do have an issue. We already finished our conversation.
So don't scream and cry in reaction, essentially. I got it.
Why are you being so defensive about me just saying don't leak DMs? Well, no, of fucking course not. You're an adult, not a toddler.
And then Omnia writes back,
no, I'm not being defensive. I'm just saying how I felt in the analogy. The leaking DMs is the screaming and crying in reaction to the toy being taken or lying about me publicly. That's all I'm saying.
And Hopeless just writes back,
I don't understand why you're making an argument again.
I'm not arguing. I'm giving you an analogy.
Is leaking somebody's entire DMs the only outcome for you? And why call her racist when you agreed with her?
I didn't call her racist.
Why call her out for speaking on topics when she wasn't preaching? And why are you arguing with me when I'm done talking about it? I said advice. It's not going to affect me if you take it or leave it.
To which Omnia writes back,
why are you putting words in my mouth though? I said, here's an analogy. And now you're on me about calling her racist?
Then don't bring up her race, then discussing it.
I didn't. I brought up an analogy, LMAFO.
And implying it's a bad take. You are arguing with me still. We just finished talking.
I think you're arguing with me, because I gave you an analogy and said I would leave you at that.
Hopeless.
I don't know why you're trying so hard to sway me. How is it fair that I hear your side, understand you, but then I'm wrong for getting another perspective? And yes, it is an argument. What I meant before when I ended the convo was I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Omnia.
You're not wrong, nor am I trying to sway you.
Then why are you DMing me again?
Your opinion is a valid one, and if it works for you, then I'm glad.
Peaches.
And saying I'm somebody who would victim blame? Then can you please stop messaging me about this?
Which I replied with, stop DMing me.
Omnia.
Okay. Best of luck to your YouTube endeavors.
We literally already went over all this, but yay, thanks.
Also around this time, Hopeless Peaches was in comment sections, invalidating Kai and Omnia's apology to Tobi and speaking for them. Keep a pin in this as well. Then, on September 29th, a YouTuber named Minty made a video about Tobi that I'm gonna be honest, was really good. She went into detail on so much of what Tobi had done that I don't feel like was highlighted before. Alright, break for a second before I get into Minty's video. When I make a video, I make a timeline of everything, and then as I'm writing the script, I watch and read through everything as I write. Sometimes I will watch things before I get to scripting, but I see it as kind of an adventure of deep diving into things, and Minty brought up a lot in this video that I had not seen previously, so I didn't really mention it before, and I really want to note it now. She goes into full detail on the Ben the Looney drama and Tobi accusing people of pedophilia. I'd play clips from the video, but it's a lot. I recommend watching the video for yourself. But basically, Tobi and her pals had Discord groups where they facilitated what people could and could not draw, and Ben the Looney was there. Ben left and posted porn of a character that was a minor, and they all started to harass him. But the problem was, everyone involved had in some way supported content that was way worse than what Ben the Looney had done. It wasn't that what Ben did was right, it's that everyone's moral compass was a roulette wheel and inconsistent as fuck. Tobi then would use her fans to go after anyone who disagreed with her and her friends, despite everyone involved having suspect morals. For example, Tobi actually recommended Boy Love Manga on her Twitter with underage characters dating and having sexual relations with full-grown adults.
She was recommending them yaoi titles that were actually depicting underage relationships or characters who were underage being shipped with older people.
She also was calling anyone saying her attack on Ben the Looney was unhinged a map, including Minty.
She also tried to paint me and a few of my friends as quote-unquote maps and aunties who were defending pet because we told her to stop crucifying Ben the Looney when you literally do the same thing. She also decided to blackmail a friend of mine known as One-Off Showman or Trent on her very public sex work account.
Not only that, she was involved with people who had Discord servers that allegedly had some deviant stuff going on.
Also, both Tobi and a few of her other friends were in a server that Slimzers, ironically enough, was a part of as well. Toasty has since told me it's not his server, even though the name is of him. It's like a joke thing or whatever. But I was invited to this server, and I was automatically put off. I didn't really post in there because I found that there were minors in this server, as you see in the picture, where these minors were calling themselves underage pimps. They were making jokes, they were drawing lewds of what quote-unquote would be kid characters, or very similar to what kid characters would look like. And mind you, based on the logic, this was not posted not too long ago. These were posted like within the same year. And I'm just like, what is going on? They're out here wilding with minors, and Tobi was in this group for a while, but then she left. I don't know why she left. Maybe she had a change of heart, or maybe she was just too rowdy and dysfunctional for the group. I'll never know. But she was in this group and she was allowing this to go on.
Meanwhile, on Twitter, Tobi continued to just tweet about BPD. Then came September 30th. A huge and beloved YouTuber in the community, Nani, came in with her own video about this drama, and it got pretty ratioed, at least for a Nani video. The general consensus to the video was that Nani didn't do her research, and she eventually privated the video in embarrassment. The video seemed pretty similar to Harsh Opinions' video. At least that's what I got when I watched it. But Nani's video was a lot nicer, and was a little more critical of everyone involved in the Tobi drama. But like the Harsh video, it kind of criticized Kai and Omnia more, even though Tobi was the bigger problem.
But I just think this could have been avoided with a simple conversation with someone before calling them out in a video. You probably should have been like, hey, Tobi, what's up with this picture of Shoto Todoroki from My Hero Academia who was only 16? She'd probably be like, oh, I didn't know. Or I can't get into my account, that's why it's not deleted. Could have been avoided if we all talked it out like adults. I don't know how old Kai is, but I know Omnia is 19, and I know that Tobi is of age. I don't really know.
Omnia even commented under the video. They wrote,
Tobi never apologized. Tobi lied about me, gaslighted me, and manipulated the situation to paint me as someone who twists things, lies, and cuts up DMs. And I don't mean to be rude at all with this, but I'm extremely disappointed to see a commentary channel with over 150,000 subscribers tell me to handle it in the DMs. If all of your critique videos can be handled outside of the DMs, why am I at fault for critiquing Tobi's transphobic remarks and support for Shane Dawson publicly?
Same day as this, Kai responded to Harsh's video, and I really do feel at this time, Tobi has made one response to this drama, while Kai and Omnia have made several hours worth of content responding to people responding to them. At some point, just say your piece and move on. Kai and Omnia were the clear winners in the discourse from the public approval, but they still couldn't move on. Nani responded to all the negative backlash she received on her video around October 1st, 2020, and she tweeted out, "Do people think I'm biased because I'm not mean in my videos? I truly don't understand. I plan on being nice when I critique Tobi. I literally almost always been really calm in my videos. I'm pleased if you're my friend or you claim to be DM me, instead of making a tweet about it, cause that really hurt my feelings." People replying still claim that saying you agree that Lolicon makes you a pedo and Tobi is as bad as people she calls pedos isn't calling Tobi a pedo. I'm literally so confused by the art community. I know Kai and Omnia clarified later they didn't think that, it really was implied in the first video. And I can understand why Tobi got so mad because I would be mad. But that doesn't mean Tobi was in the right in the situation. Not at all. I think this post from Lolcow sums up the drama and how everyone felt at the moment from the outside. This person writes, "I don't know if I'd say that. I do kind of feel bad for Nani, because I think she means well, but making a video criticizing Kai or Omnia or Tobi at this point is really tiring. More people would probably be willing to hear Nani's full side if her videos came out a lot sooner. But after 3 videos from Kai, 2 from Omnia, 1 reply from Tobi, and all her relevant videos, I'm pretty sure we're all sick of watching through this shit. I know I'm personally all worn down, and I don't give a f what some third party has to say about what Kai and Omnia did, because in comparison to Tobi, it's always gonna be petty and inconsequential. I hate that people act like everyone is to blame, and that what Kai/Omnia did is equal to what Tobi did. It just isn't. Plus, Kai and Omnia already addressed the criticism thrown to them, apologized directly, and deleted whatever people have had issues with. You can continue to criticize them for the same thing, but what is the point? We continue to criticize Tobi because her video didn't apologize for shit, and she dodged everything. She continues to try to dodge everything by promoting videos that criticize Kai and Omnia. Tobi pretends to be sweet and innocent, and that Kai and Omnia are just so horrible for their petty actions. I'm sick of seeing people focus on Kai/Omnia. Yeah, they did stupid stuff, but I just don't give a shit because I'm tired of seeing Tobi deflect from her criticism by shoving criticism of Kai and Omnia in front of her for the audience to focus on instead. For Nani, people don't think you're biased because you're nice. People think you're biased because you make points that have already been addressed, acted like Tobi apologized, and criticized Kai/Omnia for things they already fessed up to and apologized for. At this point, the drama was redundant, and despite everyone involved being tired of it and wanting to move on, they kept going. It's just impulsive for these people. Now again, despite people wanting to move on, then came in another art commentary YouTuber named Miss ZZ to stir the pot, though she didn't do much to cause the anger, which you don't need to do much in this community. She commented on Harsh's video, "Kai is a simp," which resulted in a ton of anger. And then came in Thuman, a large art commentary channel, with a video titled "Art Commentary Channels Do Better" on October 6th, 2020. This was the first video by a larger YouTuber to fully defend Kai and Omnia. The video generally went over the drama, but I want to note this was the first video calling out the YouTubers Hopeless Peaches.
Another creator by the name of Hopeless Peaches with around 76,000 subscribers involved herself in the drama early on. Peaches had sided with Kai and Omnia, defending them both from Tobi's claims on Twitter. She soon changed her stance though after watching Harsh Opinions video on the situation. Now this in itself wouldn't have been an issue if Peaches wasn't going around invalidating Omnia and Kai's apologies in YouTube comment sections to random strangers with the pretense that she knew them personally.
And Manga Kamen, who had not made a video but had commented on the events.
Now another creator who happens to be friends with Hopeless Peaches by the name of Manga Kamen also involved himself in this drama by commenting and debating Kai in his comment section, as well as leaving various different nitpicky comments on other videos regarding this drama. Mind you, Manga Kamen is a very big channel with around 56,000 subscribers. I really don't have enough patience to discuss what was said in those comments, but if you are curious, go check them out on the comment section on Kai's response video to Harsh Opinions, as well as the comment section on Harsh Opinions' own video.
There were valid criticisms of Peaches, who spoke for Omnia in places that she shouldn't, but it's weird that you become part of the drama by commenting on videos in this community. Once you hit 1,000 subs in this community, you can't weigh in on a drama or give an opinion without it being serious business. But the video mostly emphasized that big commentary channels shouldn't have involved themselves in this drama, because reasons.
I personally think it's very irresponsible for these bigger creators to get involved in a drama that does not concern them just because their friends are being critiqued.
And they were ganging up on up-and-coming POC creators.
Ganging up on significantly smaller, up-and-coming POC creators for giving out valid criticism on your friend is not something I'm going to pass by and ignore, which is why this video was made in the first place.
When the video came out, Creepshow Art immediately went into the lolcow thread to write,
I'm glad she's calling out Peaches now. Peaches seems like a leech.
Just remember the comments on lolcow are anonymous. And on the video, she actually commented under her actual account,
This is the best video I've seen on this.
No, Shannon did not benefit from calling out the channel that made the biggest video criticizing her. Miss ZZ, who I mentioned before, commented on the video saying that she didn't appreciate Thuman saying her and Tobi were friends, to which Thuman said they responded to each other on Twitter, so therefore, friends. Thuman wrote, You and Tobi are friendly on Twitter, which gave off the impression that you are friends, but regardless if you aren't, I think it was still wrong of you to call someone a simp in a video where they were debunking serious false allegations. It makes you seem dismissive about the drama and thus taking Tobi's side. I love how replying on Twitter now means friendship. This is such young people's definition of friendship. We should just call this drama the Zoomer drama. The drama may have ended now, or at least for now in the Tobi aspect. Thuman put her foot down, got the popular opinion, and Tobi moved on making videos. Except all her videos were completely ratioed after this, and the comment section was full of people insulting her. And because of this, Tobi slinked off, privated her Creepshow Art video, and that was the death of her YouTube career. Creepshow Art anonymously commented on this disappearance with,
This is f***ing hilarious. She made one video that actually made Creepshow take accountability for some of the bullshit she's done, only to be worse. I am shocked at how stupid this is.
Madlibs, despite never making a video, and her only crimes being liking tweets, made a video on October 10th called My Apology. I'll play the whole apology.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry to break the spooky Madlib spooky Halloween character. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do that this month, but in regards to the Omnia, Kai, Tobi, petty drama, something has come to light. And by come to light, I mean, like, it was news to me, because I completely forgot that I liked the thing they're talking about. Long story short, it was a serious thing. I fucked up, and I'm apologizing for it. I put this post out because I feel like it was better in written form, where I could get all my words taken care of rather than a complete video. You can either pause and read this, or you can go to the link in the description and go straight to it yourself. But yeah, so this is my apology regarding something gross and fucked up that I liked during this whole drama thing going on. I don't know if I'm going to be making a lot of videos after this, due to unrelated reasons, which are right there in the post. And that's also kind of why I'm just recording this on my fucking camera, just pointing it at the text, because a lot's been going on, and I don't know if I can make a full-fledged video, period. Like, not just about this situation, but period. So, yeah, sorry this is a little weird, and that I'm breaking my spooky character, but I want to address my fuck-ups. And, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Creepshow Art anonymously commented on this apology on the lolcow thread, writing,
You know, I hate how all the comments are praising her and saying that she's so adult about this, when she said that Omnia and Kai were actual predators.
An example of how much the popular narrative was on Kai and Omnia's side can be seen from a Nani tweet from October 13th. Nani wrote, I enlisted my video about Kai's video since I clearly didn't come off as I wanted to. I'm a human being that has other things to worry about. The continuous stream of people commenting on my videos that I'm a clown or whatever is very annoying. I have nothing against anyone I've talked about. I was just giving my opinion on a structure of a video. You're 100% allowed to not agree with my opinion on things. I can't always please everyone with my thoughts, but just disagreeing with someone isn't a reason to be mean. I try my very best to be respectful to people, even those who I disagree with. October's a really hard month for me, filled with a lot of bad memories. I've been trying to get back into the art scene, doing speed paints, and just getting back to normal me. I understand how it looks just making a crappy speed paint every single day since I made a drama video. I made a community tab post on my YouTube channel stating some more information if need be. Nani is a popular YouTuber with the biggest audience in the drama so far, but criticizing Kai and Omnia's behavior caused even her to get absolutely ratioed and dogpiled. So again, Tobi's career is dead, but the drama still kind of continued. On October 18th, Hopeless Peaches tweeted out,
I keep having people comment on my channel how I should address a video, lumping me in with quite serious allegations of racism and being friends with a YouTuber I frankly dislike. Honestly, I don't think that will help me get better, as this month is gonna be rough. When my therapy and medication is fully in swing and it's still a problem some people have jumped on board with, I'll address it. Until then, I really do have to put my well-being first, as quite honestly, my deteriorating mental health was making me very irrational. Appreciate those who have not been labeling me racist over a simple, petty argument with another YouTuber, not even on race, and assuming I'm friends with another who has, yes, hurt me greatly myself. It may seem I'm not wishing to address anything, but honestly, there are a lot of misconceptions, misinformation, and more importantly, serious stuff going on in my life that I can't put myself in a position of damaging my mental health further. I'm sorry. Hey, so I will be gone from social media fully. I need to focus 100% on getting well. The sense I need to be here is real strong, but I know it's not important. If you do actually really need to speak with me, you can email. Commissions will be sent there too. Bye guys!
This would begin the process of people turning on Hopeless Peaches, for some reason. Yeah, she spoke for Kai and Omnia, which was pretty rude, but she already got called out for that, and stopped. But soon people would turn on her for admitting to having mental issues on Twitter. But first, prison mate Luke made another video on Tobi titled, Tobi is a disgusting hypocrite. No new information came in this video. Mostly he just shared the information Minty gave in her video to his audience. But it is important to note, Creepshow Art, who was stirring the shit anonymously on lolcow, had a pinned comment congratulating prison mate Luke for being close to 100,000 subs on this video. Really activates my almonds how much Shannon was trying to get people to cancel Tobi behind the scenes. But to be honest, Tobi acted poorly and she deserves criticism. I just am not sure if it was really necessary to have the amount she got. Hundreds of thousands of views and countless hours of content calling her out. But whatever, her career is dead now. The drama then turned into people calling out Hopeless Peaches for interacting with people involved, and around October 23rd, she put out a statement.
I didn't want to have to post on this. However, I have had people make misconceptions about me. I've had people make videos, including me, where they paint me to be friends with a creator named Tobi, who has done a lot of very incredibly mean things to both other people and myself, and most importantly, my friends. Just because I will critique how a person calls out a creator, it does not mean I like that creator, and especially does not mean I am their friend. I don't want to get into more than I need to, just know that this is just factually incorrect. This isn't to say I wasn't overly emotional this month due to the aforementioned mental health issues, which I'm getting help for, and resurfaced trauma. However, again, no, I am not associated with them.
After countless of comments calling Peaches out for her reaction to being criticized in the Thuman video, Peaches tweeted this out on October 23rd, 2020.
I think I'm just about done. Goodbye.
Peaches would say this tweet had to do with something going on offline, and not the current show. But nevertheless, this would cause so much to be thrown at Peaches. So much. Alright, so now the mess just continued again. Tobi was pretty much dead, but there were tons more videos coming out on her. Most of them deleted and gone, but there were ones by Lyra, Only Jesp, and more. And sometime around November 4th, Nani talked about privating her video. She wrote, "Sorry about my video being gone. People kept trying to imply that I was racist and stuff, and it scared the hell out of me. I may consider making another video in the near future. I saw race coming up more and more around this time in the comments, either accusing Kai and Omnia of race baiting, or claiming anyone going against Kai or Omnia were racist. It got really toxic. It got even more toxic when the large YouTuber Just a Robot joined in commenting on the drama, with a now deleted video sometime in November, criticizing Kai and Omnia, featuring other people. The video got so many downvotes, like all other videos criticizing Kai and Omnia, and the comment section was full of Kai and Omnia fighting with any and everyone. For example, in some comment thread, Kai Weiss complained about other commentary YouTubers calling the drama dumb, to which one person replied, "Maybe they're only saying things now, because whenever someone said anything before, they got called racist and performative activists, while being told they couldn't criticize you guys because they were white, even when they aren't even white," resulting in Kai saying it doesn't matter if harsh opinions isn't white, she is still racist. It seemed like people defending Tobi were being quiet, but that didn't stop Kai from obsessing and pointing fingers. Guy can't accept not everyone is going to agree with him. And then there's Omnia typing essays in the comment section defending herself. Like, holy shit. Who has time for this? Just let it go, you've won. Just a Robot is getting ratioed. And for the first time, I actually saw commenters being negative to Omnia and Kai. And most likely, in my opinion, this is because Tobi was already defeated, and it felt like that wasn't enough for them. They had to make sure everyone who didn't agree with them also got ruined. Now, I do remember watching Just a Robot's video, and I think a lot of people were in agreement it was biased and poorly researched. It upset a lot of people at the time. I think this is because of several reasons. One reason was how Just a Robot, or JAR, defended Tobi's Todoroki drawing.
Now, Tobi's point was that people who draw porn of kids are pedos. But Todoroki isn't a kid. He's 16, old enough to drive. The age of consent in most states is 16. Now, I understand a few of you might say that's basically the whole "it's not pedophilia, it's a femophilia" argument. Fine, I get that, but she didn't draw porn of him. I don't like the movie Cuties, but it isn't porn. Suggestive? Yes. Inappropriate? Yes. But porn? No.
And also because Fuchsia Butters, who collaborated on the video, was extremely rude to Omnia and Kai.
Omnia and Kai, you're like a spring-loaded pair of boxing gloves. When people dare to even question you, or even dare to be skeptical about your arguments, your responses are less than stellar. Also, it's a little egocentric to just assume people are talking about you. Like when you both got on the case of Madlibs because you both thought she was talking about you two. When you two were too rash not to check the dates. Your video came out on the 19th and the tweet here is the 16th. Dumbass.
And Fuchsia Butters also admitted to being friends with Tobi, which made people think the video was biased.
I'm joining in because Tobi is my friend.
There was a collection of issues with the video, and this caused the ACC Civil War to get wilder. So the drama was brought back up again because Jar made the video, and because Kai and Omnia can't let anyone disagree with them. It didn't matter Jar was getting his ass handed to him over this video. Some people agreed with him, and that's not okay. And then the Hopeless Peaches drama kicked into motion. On November 6, 2020, prison mate Luke made a video on Just a Robot's video on the Tobi drama. I'd say the main point of the video is that these people criticizing Kai and Omnia keep bringing up the same points that Kai and Omnia had already genuinely apologized for while minimizing the stupid shit Tobi did and never genuinely apologized for.
It's literally been over a month since they've done those things and have apologized for it, and you people keep harping on the two same points like it's as bad as what Tobi did.
Fair points, but towards the end of the video, he calls out Hopeless Peaches hard.
Another person who commented was Hopeless Peaches, who also decided to put herself into the drama despite constantly saying how she doesn't want to be in it, and would just never leave it alone. And when people like Thummin called her out for her terrible and biased behavior, she made a community post about how she wasn't friends with Tobi, which I didn't actually know she wasn't friends with Tobi, because she did everything in her power to defend her, and vilified Omnia so much that I thought she was. Because why go through all that hassle for someone you apparently don't even care about? Well, you say how you're going to be taking a break from the drama and comments and all that, which is fine. If you need a break, you need one. I'm not saying you don't have mental health problems, but you would constantly come back to post more things and beg for sympathy. And when you were getting genuine criticism for all the garbage you've done, you decided to suicide bait your audience, going off the grid for hours to make your audience worry that you hurt or killed yourself. And guess what? 2 days later, you were back to making tweets again. And she's been doing this for a long time. It's very manipulative, and she's always using her mental health as a pity me card, which is funny since she called out Tobi for doing the same thing. It's very scummy, and it says a lot about her as a person.
And this criticism of Hopeless Peaches being a suicide baiter will cause a spiral of a ton of videos to come out on her for daring to comment on the current events. She definitely spoke out her ass a few times, but I don't understand why you aren't allowed to comment on a big event in your community. I've never seen any other community shame people for paying attention to said community, while also sharing their opinion on it. It's like they want people to silently watch their videos with no feedback, except validation. Hopeless Peaches immediately responded to the drama with an apology on November 7th, tweeting,
"I'm sorry for everyone I have hurt. During the Tobi drama, I was hoping things were going to be properly ironed out. Due to my negative experiences with Tobi, I was rooting for Omnia and Kai. However, when things became sour, I got a lot of anxiety. The leaked DMs and the threat present in Omnia's video set off a lot of anxiety with me. I don't want to go too much into it, as Omnia and my private conversations are for our business only, but we didn't end on good terms after me bringing these issues up either. I had already made my comment on Harsh's video, which was just more me being upset with myself. I didn't see the issue of leaked DMs earlier due to my biases. In the reply chain, however, yeah, I was heated. I apologize for that, Omnia. It was really stupid. A few things were misunderstood, like me saying I spoke to them personally, being misunderstood as me pretending I knew every personal thing about them, when really I meant simply I had spoken one-on-one instead of just seeing through videos. I neglected to correct this error, which only led to more bitterness, which is also my fault. The comments underneath Omnia's calling me racist made me feel attacked, so I just didn't even think of the possibility it was misread. Not to say I wasn't overly emotional elsewhere. After a few days to calm down, I realized how much of, well, a bitch I was. Whether I agreed with their handling or not, I spoke in a manner that made me feel sick to my stomach. I would have apologized sooner, however, I also knew I wasn't in the right mindset, and I wasn't. No excuse. Just simply put, I was dealing with a groomer through all of this, and traumatic memories, so although a reason for my stupidity, it's not an excuse. I instead posted I saw my mental health as an issue and wished to correct it by getting help before talking to Omnia. With online stuff and in real life stuff, yeah, I needed to finally get professional help. I worried talking about things more before then would lead to more emotional outbursts, which was the issue I wanted to fix in the first place. I did look online, despite supposed to be taking a break. Rocky home life and quarantine, I guess, does that. Looking after posting, I got a lot of comments on me being a racist. Long story short, yeah, I felt more attacked. Despite me agreeing publicly I was a little shit, this hurt. Trauma, online stuff, isolation, and now drugs in my system, the worst did happen. My doctor told me I may experience suicidal tendencies, and I did. To the point I almost took my own life. Again, to say, this isn't the thoughts of a sane brain. This isn't caused by people. I didn't bring that up to get attention. The part of me that does yearn for comfort from that is kind of what I hate the most. I agree with prison mate Luke on that one. I more say it to clear up that, although online stress could have maybe spurred that, it was not suicide baiting. Accidentally clicked send, so gonna write fast. I'm still trying to change. I know I should be off the internet, but I guess being fully alone also sucks. Again, I do apologize to Omnia and Kai, and I apologize more again for the fact I waited so long to say it. I wanted to become better first, get over whatever this is, but it is definitely harder than I assumed. So yeah, I should have just apologized straight away instead of hiding. I never intended to make you feel attacked. I know how that feels, and it sucks. I'm just really sorry. To my audience, after this, yeah, I'll be continuing treatment. September onwards has been a big wake-up call to the problems I have left untreated. I want to be a better person. Me initially not seeing the error with leaking DMs went against my morals and I overcorrected. I went against who I want to be again with me being petty with Omnia. This was shitty, I know. I feel that until I feel I am more well, I will leave my Twitter dormant and not comment on YouTube either. This is my responsibility and I don't want people caught in my mess. I want to be better. I never wanted to look like I was suicide baiting or lying about my mental health as Luke and comments suggest. That was never what I wanted. Ever. I'm sorry it ever came across that way, that is my fault and I'm sorry. Edit. Due to some people commenting still on this, no, this was not due to racism. To my knowledge, nobody else talking on this had race in mind either. For people wondering, yeah, I also agree with Kai on Tobi's weird feelings on race, especially in regards to Shane Dawson. Shane is also clearly a creep and a racist, and that thoroughly doesn't sit right with me at all that behaviour could be so easily seen as okay. Just wanted to clear that up due to a lot of racial allegations that, again, to my knowledge, wasn't a factor in this drama.
Meanwhile, Just a Robot started getting even more hate from people coming from the Prison Mate Luke video, and he eventually removed the video himself. In reply to one person saying that Just a Robot seemed to be biased towards Tobi, Jar responded, Kai/Omnia's mistakes aren't proportional to Tobi's. Nope, not reading anything else. We never said Kai/Omnia's mistakes were proportional to Tobi's. You can look up over 10 videos on Tobi already. Kai and Omnia needed to be called out. Now for the love of Robot God, watch the video in full before commenting. In reply to comments calling him out for defending Tobi's art of Todoroki, Jar wrote, the things she made do not look like lollies/shodas, so I don't count it. All in all, Just a Robot was being called out for making too many excuses for Tobi, while not treating Kai and Omnia with the same level of courtesy. Kai and Omnia responded to Jar's video around the 9th of November with an hour-long video. How many hours of content have I watched from just this situation alone now? At least 20 hours at this point, I bet. The video just emphasized points the two have constantly pointed out already, and I wish they'd just point to a video they've already made instead of responding to videos with a whole new video saying the same thing. It wasn't that their points were bad, but the Jar video criticized points that Kai and Omnia had already addressed many times on various platforms, and the audience was already on their side. If it were me, I would have just linked a video where everything was addressed previously. And the two also spoke on why they are addressing the video, despite moving on from the drama.
For those who are tired of this, trust me, I get it, but I need to make something abundantly clear. I am a very small channel. While I am thankful for all of my numbers and all of the support, I don't have a big enough audience to comfortably ignore when other channels talk about or mention me in a negative light.
Omnia calls Jar racist for using a picture of SpongeBob that's run through a negative picture filter.
I'm just reading his comment in a funny voice to be entertaining. I'm not trying to make him look stupid or anything. You really like projecting, don't you?
No one, and I mean no one, was entertained by you reading Kai's comment in the slowest and most condescending way possible. I can guarantee you not a single soul. Also, would you mind explaining why you decided to throw in Black SpongeBob while you were reading it? Like, genuinely. What purpose does that serve? Is that supposed to be for entertainment purposes too?
Back to Peaches though. Due to the focus beginning to turn towards her, she tweeted out on November 9th a multi-tweet thread going over the whole situation and how it affected her emotionally. It was similar to previous statements that she had said before about her having a mental health problem and how that caused the internet to cancel her and how upsetting that was. Tobi actually popped up and defended Hopeless Peaches, tweeting out, "Rage warning, people are dumb. Before we grew apart months ago, me and Peaches spent extensive amounts of time together, and I've seen her depressive dips and her acting the same way that my friend did before he committed suicide. Suicide baiting isn't as simple as, oh, they made this tweet and didn't kill themselves. That means she's baiting. Okay, so if she did kill herself, it wouldn't be baiting, because people who end it all make tweets like this too. Look at the streamer Rectful. You know what the difference is? When you're on the edge, you either have others who pull you down, or you're able to pull yourself down. Or option C. Oh, she keeps doing this? Oh, she keeps making depressive tweets? It's almost like she has chronic depression. Stop expecting and wondering why people with mental issues don't act normal or the way you or others do. People are all for mental health, till it becomes an inconvenience. Then you're crazy, baiting, a bitch, trying to get attention, stupid, etc. Many others personally know Peaches beyond her in videos you guys see. You don't know about her, and neither does the person who called her a suicide baiter. People stopped believing my friend and thought he just wanted attention. He never got a 17th birthday. Hopeless updated everyone on November 11th with a tweet saying that she and the person she was having an issue with had resolved their issue after speaking. Things were not actually worked out in private, and this person was Luke, and Luke would continue to attack Peaches. Finally, it seemed like one of the big beloved people in this community spoke out on November 14th on this entire mess, and that person was Spoctor, who tweeted out, "I'll be the first to say I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in my peers, and I've told them that privately before even releasing this video. I've told everyone that privately, and I've spoken to nearly everybody privately." And his video came out 4 days later on November 18th titled, "The Tobi Drama, How a Community of Creators Screwed Up." The video gave an interesting perspective to the drama while summarizing it. Spoctor's main thesis was that Kai and Omnia had made some decent criticisms of Tobi's bad behavior, but because they made a few mistakes along the way, bigger commentary channels turned their attention to them while barely touching on why Kai and Omnia were criticizing Tobi to begin with.
It just became a game of telephone, from one ear to another and to another ear. People weren't watching all of the videos, and they weren't getting the full story, and that echoes across all of the community.
This is partially true, but there were people like Minty, Luke, and Thuman defending Kai and Omnia, but for some reason, they don't count? I don't know anymore. Spoctor criticizes everyone very fairly in this video.
I don't think this conversation needs to be as racially charged as it is currently because it's turning into an untouchable situation. And I put a lot of blame on the viewers for throwing out terms like racist into, the fucking equation. The small minority of viewers that do. And in the end, we should just scream at Tobi for even being stupid in the first place. Not all of this. No. The people in our community need to turn our finger around, point at ourselves for a moment, humbly and self-reflectively, and do better.
And concludes the video interviewing everyone involved in the drama and how they were all so done with it.
I'm done. That's like the end of the timeline. Let's let it die.
I just don't want to be fucking involved anymore. I just kind of think we should let sleeping dogs lie.
Because frankly, at this point, I'm just getting sick of it.
Yeah, because I just want this to be over already. Like, I mostly did this because people were calling her racist, and I was like, I don't think Tobi, I mean, Nani is racist in the least bit.
I'm so genuinely tired of this situation, man. I'm so tired of it. Look, man, I don't want to do another response. Like, even at this point, bro, like, I don't have any ill will toward any of these people. Just like ZZ, like, I have no ill will towards ZZ.
So the drama was over, but it wasn't. I keep hinting the drama blew over onto someone else, and it did. There were 2 more videos on the drama from notable people. Just a Robot made a video announcing the drama was over, and someone named The Name's Junkie made a video which he later removed. But I remember watching the video when it came out and not understanding anything that was said in it. Off script, I think I remember The Name's Junkie and the person that he made the video with, them just spending like 15 minutes talking about why the video was delayed, and I was like, I don't care. Just make the video. I don't care. Like, that's like me coming in and being like, hey guys, I haven't made a video in like 3 months because I got into ballroom dancing and then the other day I tripped over a crack and I broke my mother's back, and it's like, who cares? Get in the video. Anyways, Spoctor did the best at summarizing why people were upset and how to move on, and that pretty much ended the Tobi drama. The mic was dropped. Omnia, however, did make another video on November 25th, but this one was just reflecting on the drama. And I couldn't really access the video, and I'll get to why some of these videos are hard to access from Omnia in a bit. You thought this tale was over? No. And it's all interconnected. So the Tobi drama was essentially mostly over. Tobi got into some other dramas and was even trending on Twitter for a while for a terrible appearance on some Twitch dating show called Love or Host, but she was done in the art commentary community. And eventually she stopped posting and disappeared. Liking Shane Dawson and her terrible behavior on social media tanked her prospering YouTube career, and the ACC would need to find a new person to target and rant about. Also, apparently she was fucking awful on Love or Host, and everyone, including the Twitch streamer Justa Minx, joined in to laugh at how unlikable Tobi is. I really like Justa Minx.
Me?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, because someone left f***ing sour cream on the ground.
But we really need to move on from Tobi. For real. So I keep hinting at Peaches being the next target of the commentary community. The seeds were planted early on, but it really hit home when on December 1st, 2020, Creepshow Art tweeted out,
"Before I hit 100K, I was friends with another creator. This creator later spread lies about me, told people I was psychotic, and I screamed at her, and basically poisoned potential friendships with other people in the art community. The fact that I still have people coming to me."
She didn't mention who it was at first, but then immediately revealed she was talking about Hopeless Peaches when she tweeted out a screen cap of a Peaches tweet, writing,
She posted this and a tweet stating outright that she was tired of being called the 4Kids Creepshow Art, even though she made up that nickname herself when she started making family-friendly versions of my videos. She said literally being associated with me is gross.
And the screen cap attached had none of what she said it did. While Creepshow Art was starting shit on Twitter, she was anonymously posting multiple times in the lolcow thread, starting rumors about the whole drama, specifically Tobi. And then on December 2nd, prison mate Luke posted his first video on Peaches specifically, called Stop Lying Peaches. Remember, prison mate Luke was often cheered on by Shannon during the Tobi drama and was talking to Shannon behind the scenes. The video was 9 minutes of just, okay, let me just go through this. It's so fucking stupid. I criticized Kai Weiss for misrepresenting one DM at one point, but all prison mate Luke does in this video is show receipts and describe them as not at all what they are. And the biggest problem is that most of the people who watched the video didn't actually watch, they just listened to it, and didn't actually look at Luke's evidence and took his word for it. Let's go through it. At one point, Luke says Peaches made accusations about him while calling him a horrible person, while the screen cap is her saying she's upset.
She kept going on about it, and not only that, instead of being sorry for what she did, she turned really bitter about having to apologize and started lying about me, where just a few days later turned from an issue she had to work on and improve, it turned into me being this awful person who was throwing around accusations that were ruining her career.
No insults to Luke, and her being completely reasonable. He then shows screen caps of Peaches being upset that Luke called her a suicide baiter, and how she felt like she wouldn't get these comments if she actually died, which is kind of a fact.
She's also been lying to her audience about what I said in my video, telling people that I was upset that she didn't die or that I called her a scumbag because of it. At no point did I call her a scumbag at all. I said what she was doing on Twitter was scummy. Those are two different things.
And somehow Luke takes that and makes himself the victim in the situation.
The fact that she would go around YouTube and tell people that I wish she committed suicide is so disgusting.
He shows a ton of DMs from Peaches and makes claims about them, and I do not know where he came to these conclusions. And at one point he says he would have left Peaches alone, but she kept tweeting about him. And on screen, he shows a screenshot of a tweet not having anything to do with him.
She told me to leave her alone, so I did. I didn't answer, I didn't vaguely tweet about her, I left it alone, because I thought maybe she would have thought this over and realized how unreasonable she was being. But instead, she took it as a sign to keep tweeting about me and demonizing me and my character to her entire audience. And after ignoring it for a bit, I messaged her back, and I told her I'm only responding because she's accusing me of stuff I didn't do. It isn't my fault that she hadn't explained anything she had done until someone called her out. And I said I don't deserve for her to lie about me for sympathy.
This is actual gaslighting. Then he goes on in the video to tell Creepshow Art's tale of her falling out with Peaches, which read,
"We were friends for months, and then we did the collab, and when it didn't do well, she got upset about it, but we were still friends. She made up an entire scenario where I was mad at her because of the video though, and tried to convince me later that I had been mad. We were still good friends after that, until I made my Jaclyn Hill video. Then she told me she didn't like the video and felt like I came off as a bully. And when I disagreed, she soft blocked me, muted me, and started posting negative shit about me."
And then Luke went on to say that Peaches ruined Shannon's reputation in the community.
And not only that, Peaches decided to ruin Creepshow's reputation in the art community, telling people that Creepshow had yelled at her and was just losing it at her, poisoning Creepshow's reputation while she was still just a small channel. She was below 100,000 subscribers when this happened.
That didn't happen. Creepshow had 3 times the subscribers as Peaches, and she had a lot of people who respected her in the community. It honestly just seemed like a petty falling out behind the scenes, where Peaches may have been at fault, But now it was a major drama and would cause a whole campaign to get Peaches deplatformed. And the pinned comment on the video came from Creepshow Art and read,
"Thank you for making this. I genuinely didn't know what to do because when this happened to me, I thought it was a me thing only. And I thought maybe on some level I deserved it. I thought maybe it was on me, even though she literally made up negative things to tell people about me. But knowing that this is a pattern really sucks. And I'm glad that you're talking about it."
Also on the video was a comment by popular artist Camila Cuevas, who wrote,
"Oh my god. She did the same thing to me a few years ago, and I still feel sick to my stomach every time I see stuff about her, because it brings me back to the days I was bullied. She was a small YouTuber at the time, and since I had a bigger channel, she really tried to frame me as the asshole of the story. Never once was I rude with her, she was a friend of mine. And one day after we collabed for a piece of art, next day she posted a huge public post about where everything was a lie, stating I had stolen money from her, that I was harassing her and sending people to harass her. Multiple screenshots of her saying in other servers that I was bullying her through DMs, where the last time I had talked to her was like months ago. She said I diminished her as an artist and as a person and just spreaded so many lies about me, and everyone just believed her with no proof, because of course she didn't have proof, everything was made up. The second I started defending myself and showing that she was actually lying, she pulled out her depression, and that all this drama she brought herself in was causing her suicidal thoughts, and that she needed a break. I was devastated. I ended up in the hospital over how stressed out I was, and I still am. To this day, there's a fair amount of people that are convinced I'm some sort of scumbag thief, when it's the other way around. It baffles me that she continues to do this crap to other people, and I can't do anything about it because the way the internet works right now, it's all about big channel bad, small channel good. I still got every single screenshot of her talking on my back and the DMs we had where it shows that she's the one who made up all this BS. I'm so angry right now. I talked to so many other people she did this to as well, like 2 years ago, and everybody was just scared of it because we knew it wouldn't get anywhere."
Peaches responded to this drama on Twitter a few days later, tweeting,
"I will address these allegations in due time, but at the moment, just know that I have said many times, which I will prove, that Luke never wished me to die. Just that it felt that way due to the allegations, that the main proof was that I didn't do it. I have always respected Shannon and still do. I was overwhelmed with the drama around her at the time, and just like I said in my DM to her, I'm sorry I left, but she never attacked or yelled at me. We were never even in a call to even yell. I say this because I don't believe Shannon is lying or manipulating anything. I have and do still respect her, no matter what."
Peaches continued on Twitter to ask for evidence of people telling Shannon she had spoken poorly about her behind her back. As far as I know, no evidence of Creepshow Art's claims were given besides the fact that Tobi had spoken of an ex-friend, unnamed, months ago. According to Peaches, she soon started getting flooded with angry DMs from creators and fans calling her a suicide baiter, and people on Twitter began to get upset with her. Hopeless Peaches had apologized multiple times to Kai and Omnia, but it was too late. The can of worms was open. Oops, is that racist? And on December 3rd, the large artist YouTuber Camila Cuevas made an official call-out post. She tweeted out a doc on Peaches called "No More Lying, Peaches." The document told a story of an event that happened 2 years ago between Peaches and Camila. Camila decided to come out with a story now because she wanted Peaches to think twice before she snakes on someone else again. Essentially, the two collaborated on an art piece, and Camila set it up to sell. Peaches allegedly knew this was to be sold, and Camila properly credited Peaches. But Peaches then began to DM Camila that she didn't credit her. Then Peaches started to DM her about the art piece being sold, and claimed that she never knew it was to be sold. Basically, Peaches was being kind of annoying. But it got worse. Camila took down the merch due to Peaches fussing, and woke up to Peaches making a call-out post saying saying that this bigger YouTuber scammed her. When confronted why she made this up, Peaches didn't apologize and played victim about her mental health, which is according to Camilla, because there are no screenshots to back this part up of the story. Camilla would eventually update the document with more evidence, showing some situations I don't know the full details on, but reading through a few of them, I could gather that Peaches seemed to be a shit-stirrer. This evidence would be called into question later on, so don't believe it fully right now. Camilla showed countless of conversations between Peaches and others where Peaches was shown to be stretching the truth till it was all barely recognizable from what actually happened. This was in order to prove that she was the victim in the situation. That's how it appeared from what was shown from the document. Now this was something crappy that Peaches supposedly did, but what was going on now had no proof yet, unlike Camilla who had some screenshots. The situation that convinced Camilla to come out with her story had no evidence behind it. Now, of course, this inspired more people to make videos on Peaches. On the 4th, prison mate Luke made a video discussing Camilla's Google Doc and berating Peaches for her behavior 2 years ago. Behavior that Camilla accepted apologies for.
It was honestly shocking to see how many people had grievances with her. I've even had people DM me about her and her problematic behavior too. But one of the people she screwed over the most, who also happens to be a bigger YouTuber than Creepshow Art, is Camilla Sueves. I'm probably butchering that.
Oh, and looking more into the Camilla situation, Camilla too was going behind Peaches' back to say nasty lies about the girl as well, after Peaches had apologized. There was also more evidence shown later on that Camilla was definitely not innocent in this situation. Keep that in mind. Also in the video, he claims Peaches is lying and defaming him while showing screenshots to directly contradict his claim. Again, the videos began pouring out. December 3rd, Hotbox, who I spoke of earlier, made a video called Peaches is Hopeless, commenting on the whole drama and generally being against Peaches.
Peaches, you are throwing everyone else with depression and mental illness under the bus. You are giving a bad name to other people who suffer with your condition, as well as the art commentary community as a whole. Not everyone is a snake, so go back to your grass.
Also, around the time Luke was making these videos, a small YouTuber named Avrona made a video entitled, "My Nemesis Hopeless Peaches has been cancelled." Avrona had made a video about Peaches back in March, calling out Peaches for, let me check my notes, banning him from her Discord for being annoying, and then making a storytime video on him where she didn't mention his name about how annoying he was. Avrona was kind of dancing on Peaches' grave in the latest video.
And before I go into anything, I should probably clarify that this video isn't supposed to be about me being smug or going, "Ha, I told you so," even if that is admittedly kind of tempting. But no, I guess seeing how things have been kind of kicking off in regards to this topic, I decided to do a little update on what kind of my side of the story looks like.
Soon after Avrona's video, Hotbox made another video entitled Content Meltdown, Hopeless Peaches on December 5th. In this video, Hotbox is unnecessarily angry, basically yelling at Peaches as he goes over everything everyone had been going over previously.
You know, I had a whole other video. I was working on it right in the middle of this, and then our favorite inmate, prison mate Luke, drops his next video on Peaches, and it just gets worse. Oh, but he's not the only one, because another sweetheart by the name of Avrona happened to drop a video too, and the evidence just piles up and piles up more and more.
And saying it's his job to ruin Peaches' day.
Do not go off and harass Peaches explicitly. Decide how mad you want to get after you see all of the evidence. If you're subscribed to her and you just feel like unsubscribing is enough, good. If you want to dislike her video, good. But know your boundaries. Don't run around willy-nilly and try to ruin her whole damn day. 'Cause that's my job.
Things were really ramping up. And finally, the biggest creator, Creepshow Art, made her video on Peaches on December 7th, 2020, to stoke the flames. People were already grabbing their pitchforks for Peaches, but this was the big one. And in all honesty, this video should have been left in drafts. Everything is he said, she said, with no evidence of everything. And even if there was evidence, it is just a fight between two friends that would have done better in DMs. Imagine being cancelled and harassed because you and your friend had a falling out over something stupid. The little evidence Creepshow does use are just examples of Creepshow obviously taking things out of context.
And much like Ready to Glare and Edwin, Peaches ended up crossing the line over someone who I would have described as a real friend. And like most real friendships with a person that you love and support, it it got to the point where we both opened up to each other about things and shared things that were personal and private, things that we would not want out on the internet. And because of what Peaches had shared with me, because of what Peaches had told me about herself, I became extremely protective of her based on what she had said. Now, later on, I would come to find out that a lot of the things that she would tell me were just straight up lies that she made up in order to get me to protect her,
or interpreting a tweet in the least charitable way.
I was willing to take this on the chin and just ignore it. Sure, did she purposely go out of her way to tell people that she knew I liked and admired in this community that I told her I liked and admired, that I was a terrible person who deserved to be taken off the platform? Absolutely yes. Did she tell them that due to a disagreement that I had flipped out on her, which did not happen, and told people that I'm a volatile mess? Yeah, sure, but in my head, that wasn't that bad.
Next, Omnia made a video on Hopeless Peaches about their experience on the same day. Omnia went over previous topics we've discussed and how Peaches' actions were those of a acquaintance. This includes that Peaches spoke for Omnia without permission.
I knew she was done talking to me in DMs because, considering the type of person Peaches is, one disagreement was enough to never talk to me again and instead try to speak on my behalf and delegitimize my experiences with Tobi. But again, we shall get into that shortly.
And that Peaches was in disagreement about leaking DMs.
She stated that the DM leak was equally abhorrent to her own experiences, even though the contexts were completely different. I've said it before, and I'll say it one more time because some people still don't seem to understand. I leaked my DMs with Tobi because Tobi lied publicly about what was being said in DMs.
And then on December 8th, Peaches made a video addressing the allegations, focusing on prison mate Luke and Creepshow art.
Anyway, after his video, I was quite upset. At first, I fully believed him, and it f***ed with me a lot. I started to believe that I had only done it as a cry for help, as though a plea for help is manipulative all in itself. I believed I was a disgusting person, as I already had a lot of regrets for even talking about the Tobi drama the way I did.
In the video, she also talks about her drama with Omnia, to which she said she was wrong there and had apologized.
Despite a few rumours of racism and rumours of harassing Omnia and Kai, which is not true, the initial criticism of getting involved in the drama was perfectly justifiable. I even made an apology post for Omnia, where I stand by all the criticism on commenting on and being tense on drama I really had no reason to stick my nose into.
She also showed calmly how whenever she tried to address Luke's allegations in either private or in public, Luke would take it completely out of context and spin it in the most negative way.
Luke mentions I have a habit of twisting DMs against people, and how I shouldn't. I feel this was more of a way to try and shield himself if I ever release these DMs in their entirety, as it came across to both me and my boyfriend who was with me when Luke was responding to me initially, like a preemptive measure against further criticism with how hostile he was towards me. Considering in his own video he later tried to twist these DMs as a way of vilifying me, I think that seems to have been less genuine concern and more just projection. Well, that is how I perceive this, and I do believe that this drama has made everyone on edge, and I want to assure you, Luke, that although you did really hurt me, both with your video and in this conversation, even if I were to make a video, which you shared as a reason you made more videos on me, I wasn't going to share these DMs.
She had many examples of this manipulation throughout the video, showing evidence.
He finally responded to me. Already, it was a lot more hostile than I anticipated. He latched onto my mention of him following what I was doing on Twitter to try and link to the Tobi drama, where he had already used some tweets already in his first video and my suicide attempt as a way of furthering a narrative about me within the drama. He then proceeds to say I have god-awful behaviour and how it isn't his fault people are upset with it. Again, I came to criticise his unwarranted allegations against me, not to fight every criticism ever sent my way. He then also states it is hilarious that I am bitter for having to apologise and it shows how awful I am. Firstly, as mentioned, again, as said in my community post that he admitted to reading within this DM thread, I agreed with a lot of the criticism and apologised for it. Even within my post defending myself, I apologised for worrying people. Apologising and taking on this criticism is not mutually exclusive with wishing to discuss the criticism I have with his own video.
Then she addressed Creepshow art, explaining why she soft-blocked Creepshow art to begin with.
The claims by Creepshow art. Now, I used to be friends with Shannon, but after one too many times of her doing things on her social media that seemed vindictive, and after I came to her a couple times for it, after the last time when my criticism was ignored, later for her to then make a tweet saying how she will listen to her true friends while naming somebody who was backing up this vindictive behaviour. It felt like too much. It felt like a slight to me that I came to her trying to be honest with her, and it felt too much. So, whether it was right or not, I soft blocked her. After that, I did get worked up and came to my boyfriend about it, as I looked up to Shannon and she inspired my channel with how it is today. Something that I still say even after all the drama between us, even after she had publicly stated things about me that weren't true.
And even apologized for her behavior in that.
Should I have spoken to Shannon properly on this? Most definitely. Was my subtweet on her justified? No. Was it right for me to leave? After this controversy, I don't know.
Then she explained that she never claimed to Tobi that Shannon screamed at her. You know, the catalyst to this whole drama?
The story Luke makes out in his video, with the messages by Shannon giving her recounting of events, is that while Shannon was still under 100k subscribers, me and her did a collaboration. Then, after the video did not do very well, I got mad at Shannon for it, tried to gaslight her into saying that she was the one mad with me, and then later down the line, as the story goes, I got mad at her for the Jacqueline Hill video and then blocked her and kept tweeting a lot of shit about her. And then told Tobi that Shannon full on screamed at me, which was then made inspiration for the Faults of Creepshow art video. I honestly do not recall if she was under or over 100,000 subscribers when we did our collaboration, but from my recollection she was over 100,000. The collaboration for one, which many suggest, was not my idea. The notion I did this for views is very upsetting. We did a collaboration when she tweeted out that she needed content while she couldn't make videos, and she even came to ask me directly if I wanted to do something for her. Since her Twitter has been deleted, I can't very well go and get that tweet. Instead, I'm just showing 2 DMs between me and my friend who also remembered this actually happening. And yes, I am cropping out my own name on Discord because it is my personal account as I've been away from my more public one. The video did less well for her channel, but honestly, I didn't even notice at the time. I was too busy being starstruck that Onyps even saw the video in the first place.
Although there was no evidence to prove Peach's side, there was also nothing for Shannon's side. That's what this all is. He said, she said, about matters that didn't need to be made public. But if you like to profit on telling people about stupid arguments you get in DMs, then maybe join this community. Despite Peach's explaining her side and showing how Luke manipulated evidence, and Shannon made claims without evidence, people still attacked Peach's. The video immediately got downvoted to heck, and here are a few samples of comments. Okay, I watched the whole thing. All I saw were excuses. These are not accusations, they were facts. I am done with you twisting things up, and stop being fake, okay? Just own up to it or take a break. Apparently this comment I just read was made within 20 minutes of the video being posted, showing that this person didn't even fully watch the video before commenting, as the video is nearly an hour. Another comment read, "They're not allegations, Peaches, there was proof, there was screenshots, there was witnesses. There's no point in trying to move past it if you can't accept that it did happen. I love your content, and I really hope you come to understand what you did wrong and apologize for it." Oh, here's another lovely comment. "I'm pretty sure all your story times are lies, considering all the people you have lied about, and how all your stories can be summed up by, I did nothing wrong, and everyone started hating me. So Peaches, was the grooming story a lie as well? Because if it was, that's it. I'm never coming back. There are some things you never lie about." There are tons of comments telling Peaches there's evidence, which sis, except for the Camila Cuevas thing, I didn't see any proof except Peaches made some comments on relevant events in the community. Beloved commentary YouTuber D'Angelo Wallace even commented on the video. He wrote, "The specifics of this situation are ridiculously convoluted. But I will say this, I discovered your channel in May 2019, before you even had 10k subscribers. At the time, I remember thinking that you had a lot of potential with your videos, making insightful points about problematic creators in the art community. How disappointed I am to fast forward to today and see that, well, regardless of your intentions, your actions are making you come across as the exact kind of person that you started off criticizing. You can still turn this around and grow a platform the right way, but you have to remember what you clearly used to know when you started this. Apologizing isn't difficult. Not everyone is out to get you. You don't always have to have the last word. And then more popular YouTubers commented on the video, telling Peaches she f***ed up and needed to apologize for things she apologized for. Then Hotbox came out with another video, though he did take it down. Apparently he was extremely nitpicky and angry in the video. I saw MaliceandMacarons, aka Malimalware, heavily criticize how much of a hate boner Hotbox had for Peaches in this specific video.
I asked Tobi for permission for these DMs, but she does not wish to be involved, so I'll respect her wishes for not wanting to be involved in this.
Oh, good lord, you know you've got a bad take when even Tobi Mars says, no, I don't want none of that. Tobi, maybe there is some hope for you yet, I swear. My guess is you weren't so respectful when she declined that request, huh? Or maybe Tobi's trying to take digs at other creators, Omnia again, you. I don't know, I never know what's going on in her head. But you, I can read you like a picture book, easy and quick. You think you've got a good poker face with this posh accent and your holier-than-thou voice? You're stumbling over your own words and arguments.
Okay, now I'm mad. Or madder, at least. You guys haven't shown screenshots from these creators that came to Creepshow about their stories and don't want to be involved. That is fine, but it is somehow damning when Tobi does the same with Peaches. Your double standards are killing me, guys. Also, your speculation that she wasn't respectful when Tobi declined, you're just making shit up now.
And also Avrona made another video on Hopeless Peaches as well, dancing on her grave once more.
Because like I said in my previous video on this, which I released on a Saturday, I've been talking and trying to get people to understand what kind of person Peaches is since February, when she made her slander video about me. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm this vigilante whistleblower that's been telling people all about this before it was cool. I'm just saying they're just a perfect representation of what kind of situation many of us smaller YouTubers are in.
And Kai Weiss made a video on December 10th about his experience with Peaches, called The Many Blunders of Peaches, My Experience.
We talked about comments, and to start this section of the video, I would like to show you all a comment that Peaches made regarding the suicide baiting claim that Luke made. Yes, I was called racist. I was called transphobic. I was called that by others than just you, and have been dealing with that for a long time. Now instead, I have even worse allegations given to me by Luke and approved by Kai of me faking suicide and heavily implying the only reason being because I didn't do it. Peaches, if I didn't like you here, I really don't like you now. This comment was literally made weeks after your supposed apology to me and Omnia. And every time I read it, I get disgusted that you would even drag me into the idea of hoping you would die. I would never wish suicide on anyone, and it's absolutely deplorable of you to even put that evil onto me.
Then came in the Peaches Defense Squad. Peaches' friend and small YouTuber, Skridus, came in with a video to defend Peaches on December 12th, 2020, where he pointed out that none of the recent claims had actual evidence.
Wait, this is what people are on about? This is the undisputable proof people are mad about? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, this is just embarrassing. Did your viewers even, like, read this, or did they just assume you were telling the truth? Because, like, this is just, like, this is not even evidence. And people in the comment sections are holding it over as if it's, like, the smoking gun. What? Hang on. Alright, let me get my fucking reading glasses, because apparently your audience needs somebody to read it out loud to them, otherwise they just assume it aligns with what you're saying. Due to these tweets, and the fact that I didn't go through with it, has caused allegations of me faking suicide and suicide baiting. I have lost subs already due to this video, and I have had a lot of comments about me, or at me, calling me manipulative, a liar, and everything in between. I don't believe the guy who made the video said this stuff due to being intentionally malicious. I feel it was all just being heated and interpreting me in the worst way. But I can't shake this. It feels so much worse than anything else. It hurts to know that, well, because I didn't die that day, I'm seen as a manipulator and a liar. Again, that is not what he wants, or anything at all. Again, that is not what he wants, or anything at all.
And that Peaches already agreed with a lot of the criticisms and apologized.
If any of these people wanted the best for Peaches and her mental health, they would have handled it with her privately, and yet there's no DMs of them reaching out. None of these criticisms that Peaches hasn't already agreed to and apologized for publicly. Only DMs of Peaches doing the right thing and airing her grievances with someone personally through DMs, keeping them private. She decided against making a video about it because she didn't want to continue it. She was over it until Luke posted his video, making so many accusations at such a rapid pace that it's almost impossible for her to deflect any of them. Any response she is going to do, or has done, was already doomed from the start. No matter what she said, people were going to watch her burn. That's how it is.
This video was not well received, but the drama spread out even further than just the community. It was really kind of crazy when it was all happening. On December 13th, a pop culture YouTube channel with millions of subscribers made a video on the drama. This channel was called Inform Overload, and the channel usually comments on like Britney Spears. That's how out of control this drama over misinformation got.
It seems the YouTube art community is now embroiled in its fair share of drama involving some of their biggest creators. More specifically, Hopeless Peaches, who as of this recording has over 82,000 subscribers, is being called out for spreading lies on Twitter and potentially damaging other artists' careers.
Then, on December 14th, Omnia made another video on Peaches called Hopeless Peaches Gets Worse. The video is no longer available, but judging from summaries on lolcow, I can gather Omnia was just going over the same points again. It might be Omnia showing their DM conversations with Peaches more extensively, but I think people were starting to get bored of this drama. I want to point out that Peaches got more exposed videos that got many more views than Kiro the Wolf. Peaches was kind of a bitchy friend, while Kiro ripped his dog to death. Allegedly, for all legal purposes. Omnia even brought up race and exclaimed how dare Peaches, a white woman, had the caucasity to tell her how to feel about race. While in the DMs, all Peaches had said was that she didn't like how people were painting Tobi as a racist. The video got positive votes and a lot of views before being taken down, which is a sign that people were still gunning for Peaches. But I did see some comments of people just being tired of it, especially because this specific video was trying to paint a disagreement in DMs as a huge sin. Also, Omnia was upset that Peaches may have helped with Just a Robot's video on the Tobi drama. But that was Omnia assuming Peaches had more to do with the script than she actually did. Just Stop, a YouTuber who was growing in followers rapidly at the time, commented on the video and the allegations of helping with Just a Robot script. He wrote, "This video seemed mostly fine until the end, where you try to make it appear as though Peaches had a part to play in the jar video on Tobi. I understand how you may have been confused in the beginning after seeing that edit, but did you not think to ask any of them about it before outright believing she had a heavy hand in the video making process? I spoke personally to Manga Kamen, the original scriptwriter, and he let me in on how Peaches only helped in grammar mistakes for a very early version of the script that was completely changed after Fuchsia and Jar came on. She even apparently tried to talk Manga out of making the video in the beginning. Take it as you will, but with you only showing one edit she made, which lines up with the story, back when the script was written in late September, when less Tobi stuff was out to begin with. It feels as though that entire bit was made off an assumption for confirmation bias. If you asked him, Manga even had the logs to show she only ever made that single comment on September 28th. Was Jar's video bad? Yes. Was Peaches bad in the whole situation? Yes. Did she have a big say in how the video eventually turned out? And the three of them who mainly made the video are untrustworthy assholes that held this from the public for the sole purpose of saving Peaches' name that had already been dragged through the mud with reason most of the time. Highly unlikely, and seems kinda shady on your part as a whole. I don't usually make comments in general, and I think Peaches should be highly criticized, but after looking into it myself, the point specifically is a big yikes for me, dog. At the very best, you could give Manga flack for it, as he had Peaches see it once before showing it to Fuchsia and Jar. I'm more on the side of those criticizing Peaches than that of herself, but some of this stuff feels like reaching to me, personally. People in the comments were saying this was done to death, and even worse, Omnia used a picture from Peaches' thumbnail from her video about how she was groomed as a child, as their own thumbnail. This was considered distasteful. Harley TBS even criticized Omnia for this, tweeting out on December 18th, 2020. At Raging By, I have to ask, as someone who's also critiqued at Hopeless Peaches YT, why you thought it was okay to use her thumbnail about being groomed for your video about her. That seems downright disrespectful and disgraceful. But if I remember correctly, both Kai and Omnia defended this by saying others used the grooming thumbnail to criticize Peaches. Sometime around this time as well, Kai made another video on Peaches and nitpicked Peaches for the term Chinese whispers.
I don't believe that Shannon has intentionally twisted things or done anything bad here, I think. But so far, the accusations seem to have gone out of control, and I have seen no proof of me going after her relationships yet. It feels like Chinese whispers that has hurt everyone, so don't harass Shannon either. At all. Okay, so Peaches says here, I have seen no proof of me going after her relationships yet. This too is very important for a future point in this video. Also, Peaches, maybe don't use the terminology of Chinese whispers. By no means do I think you're racist, and neither am I accusing you as such, but that idiom comes from a very racist origin that Chinese people speak in a manner that is incomprehensible and unintelligible. Maybe keep that in mind as you write a statement like this.
Which is a popular term in the UK. In the US, we would more call it a game of phone. It all began to be so nitpicky, anything to get a gotcha on Peaches. I again have to emphasize that all these videos are now gone, and that I'm finding this information through watching other commentary videos on the situation. But judging from what I'm seeing, I think Omnia made another video on Peaches at some point as well, around this specific time in December 2020. I think this is about 4 videos now. I only found this possible second video because of MaliceandMacarons' commentary video. But I think the second video, if it exists, was similar to the first and just went over the DMs again. Then Thuman made a video on the Tobi drama, despite everyone wanting it all to be done, and she even in the video complained about Just a Robot making a video a month after the drama was done.
Jar's video came out a month after we thought the drama was finally over. Instead of that though, we got a hit piece of a video that was marketed as a quote-unquote neutral and fair stance in the whole Tobi drama.
Do any of these people have any self-awareness? It's not okay for Jar to make the video, it's not okay for Thuman to make the video. Like, there's one side that, like, if somebody else comments on it on the other side, they'll be like, oh my gosh, how dare you bring it up a month later, but if someone on their side makes a video a month later, oh, it's all good and dandy. I don't know, just keep the same energy. This was ad-libbed, I'm back on the script, I'm sorry. Reading through this stuff is just the audacity, and I'm using Audacity to record this. Back to the script. Otherwise, she goes over the story and how a bunch of the art commentary community held Kai and Omni responsible for a few missteps during the drama and didn't give the same treatment to Tobi, whose mistakes were far worse.
As I mentioned before, Just a Robot, who I will be referring to as Just Jar from this point on, released a video with 2 creators called Manga Kamen and Fuchsia Butters. In that video, they proceeded to defend Tobi while nitpicking and maliciously attacking Kai and Omnia. It was an unnecessarily hostile and aggressive video that painted Kai and Omnia worse than Tobi when this obviously wasn't the case.
She also called Just a Robot a racist.
I wholeheartedly believe that Jar's actions were racist and actually disgusting towards Kai and Omnia. I personally think that his usage of the blackface SpongeBob combined with the condescending way he was reading Kai's comment was very deliberate and malicious. Him, a white man, calling Omnia a quote-unquote racist black woman for speaking on race issues as a black woman is proof enough for me that he in fact is racist.
It was a general summary of the whole event, and she also addressed that she didn't think anyone was racist, except Just a Robot.
Another criticism I received that I mentioned earlier in this video was that I supposedly called the creators in my video racist, and I want to clear the air on that one once and for all. I didn't call anyone racist in my first video on this subject, and I don't currently think that anyone is necessarily racist except Jar. You guys might think I'm harsh in saying that, but it's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but that's the vibe I got from him.
So I forgot to mention because there are so many moving parts, but apparently the script to Just a Robot's tragically stupid Tobi video was leaked out well before it came out to Kai and Omnia. I believe it was leaked by Just a Robot's backstabbing ex-friend, the name's Junkie. In the script, I talked about this earlier, it showed one edit by Hopeless Peaches, and now everyone including Omnia began going after Hopeless Peaches more, claiming she helped with the script when many people confirmed she had just made one grammar correction. You thought the drama was over? It should have been. Even people on Lolcow, who were on Omnia's side to begin with, were just bored of this continuing and thought Omni was blowing it all out of proportion. Peaches tweeted this out in response.
Legit, where is the proof I edited and wrote the video? Finding I mocked a friend for their grammar on a video he scrapped, which you can check the edit dates for proof on that, is not proof I edited and helped with the damn thing.
At this point, it felt like Peaches couldn't exist or interact with anyone online without being attacked. Manga Comment even clarified that when Peaches saw the script, she tried to convince Manga not to make the video, as mentioned earlier. Yet that was no excuse in the eyes of the public. I even found a video a few days later calling Peaches a liar about her medications. And then, on December 21st, 2020, Peaches deleted her Twitter. Apparently soon after this, she reactivated an old Twitter with barely any followers, and someone kept spamming her with a Google Doc telling her to kill herself over and over. So the tables started to turn, a bit, because on December 21st, 2020, Just Stop, who I mentioned earlier, made a video on how bad prison mate Luke was. This time, the video was well received, but this might be because it wasn't focusing on Peaches, who everyone now hated, and focused on the many situations where Luke spread misinformation.
But Luke almost always makes mistakes or cuts out context in a way that most who don't think about it would presume true. Let me explain. In several of his videos where he talks about people messing up, I found blatant inaccuracies or one-sided arguments from him that make the situation sound even worse than it is, but since he's already talking about a bad thing someone's done, the viewer believes him as it gets lost in other points. But in recent months, it's become more blatantly obvious. I thought the best way to show the true extent of his mistakes would be a compilation explanation, so here we go.
But it started to form cracks in one of the main players in the drama. Prison mate Luke soon responded to it, but it was terrible.
Just Stop, another YouTuber I've mentioned before, made a video about me, and I don't think it's that good. His arguments throughout the video are really flawed, and I don't think coming back without talking about it would be the right thing to do.
In 2030, he claims Peaches would constantly come back for sympathy when relating to her mental health. But the twit longer he shows only states that her schedule will get more spaced out or shorter because she wants to focus on mental health, and this lines up with the dates of her videos being posted. It doesn't appear as sympathy baiting at all, just explaining why her schedule is different. Worst of his claims, he states in 2038 that Peaches tried to bait the ending of her own life to her audience with vague tweeting, having apparently done this for a long time, without giving examples and saying she only ever used it as a pity me card along with her depression. I know for a fact this claim is bullshit because I know the person who spoke to Peaches when this event occurred. She mentioned them in a thread anonymously, but I and many others know him as Manga Comment. He confirmed to me that it did happen, and even if it did not, that isn't something you should really say, Luke, because you don't know. The best you can do is speculate, but you state it in the video as if it's fact, and that she's scummy, that it says a lot about her as a person, claims her audience deserves better, that she must not care about her audience to have done that, and that she will continue to use her mental health to avoid criticism. Like, wow, that's not a good thing to say when you don't have clear confirmation. This is a sensitive subject, and the way you went about it was indeed garbage, a word you like to use when describing this situation, Luke. Peaches should have handled the follow-up to that first tweet much better, but she was still in a bad mental space.
I didn't have clear confirmation. What I do have is a pattern of her constantly going on about how she needs a break from YouTube but never taking it, a pattern of her practically begging for sympathy from her followers, and a pattern of her ignoring her own advice and her still talking about this drama. Patterns I showed in my video, and ones I could even show more of had she not deleted her Twitter the day before this video came out.
And got absolutely ratioed. The tables were turning. Though people still hated Peaches, people began to see how flawed Luke's videos were. And 2021 comes in, and people began to come out more and more to defend Peaches. On January 4th, Tobi, remember her from way at the beginning of the drama? She posted to her Instagram story writing,
"In my final commentary video, I will be addressing stuff with hopeless Peaches, mostly due to the fact that she's completely destroyed right now by the clout-chasing whores, and I know that no commentary channel will stand up for her even though they think that the whole situation is dumb. This is another point, we making a new video about how every single person in the commentary community is a giant coward and nobody wants to stick up for anybody if they're going to get any backlash of any kind regardless of whether to think it's right or wrong. I was the only person that stand up for Peaches, and I would do it again, because I know her. Also, just so it's known, Peaches had absolutely no involvement in my Creepshow art video. I asked her if she had experience with Creepshow. I also asked this to 15 other creators who all gave me different sort of answers that were negative. Hers were just one of many. I was only person to write the script and work on the video, and I expressed this to Creepshow Art in DMs where she had gotten the wrong idea. I did this when she posted her response video months ago. So I'm not sure what kind of crack cocaine that she's on, but I told her months ago Peaches did not help me with the video and she doesn't have a vendetta against Creepshow Art. The entire situation with Peaches is so stupid, not that big of a deal, and everybody needs to reevaluate their priorities cause this is stupid. Nobody will say it. I will. Peace hand emoji.
And on January 5th, 2021, Spockter, the guy who's known to mic drop in any situation relating to the ACC, posted a video entitled, "A Hopeless Peach, We Are All Human." The video went over the drama and how everyone messed up. Peaches needed to stop venting all her emotions on social media and handle her online relationships better.
Peaches deserves criticism, absolutely deserves criticism, and I don't believe that hate mob is necessary though. I do realize the mob is a result of the publicity of the criticism that's being tossed around, and all the hurt that's being tossed around, alongside her horrifically horrendous response to the drama.
And if I'm being very, very clear here, that hurts me more than anything else that was said in this video. Anything else was fine, because I did think we were close friends.
But I'm almost entirely sure that a lot of the creators out here making videos on Peaches are doing it out of emotional impulse. And I can confidently place aside the content creators who I believe royally things up, and content creators that I believe were just doing what they thought was right. And for those of you who are not caught up, Hopeless Peaches is under a lot of fire right now for what I can gather being intensely bad at relationship management and emotional management. Some can even argue she's gone to depths to be manipulative, where I'd agree, but I'd also point to the gesture that is subconscious and unintentional, and more rooted in her impulsivity and inability to contain her emotion. There are a lot of people that compare her actions to Tobi, that of which I would disagree. And yes, it's true she flaunts her mental instability all the fucking damn time, and it looks like a fucking excuse, but she absolutely shouldn't do it. It's true, she should not do that. However, I feel it strives more from her inability to keep things to herself and put up that emotional barrier that she needs in order to keep her public image clearer. And that's what I feel is the most important distinction between Peaches and Tobi.
And how everyone was turning something that should have been some light criticism into trying to cancel someone.
It's a pattern people have seen. Someone upsets you, you run away. You vent the frustrations in an irresponsible way. Stop doing it. Stop that. You have a lot of real personal issues that you need to iron out with yourself before you consider making personal relationships with people in the community again. You need to find people that will like you for who you are. Someone that doesn't know you as Hopeless Peaches. I said this before, but you're absolutely broken as a person, and you don't know how to treat people well because of it. Do I think you should be canceled? Absolutely not. And it really sucks because I can see a lot of myself in you, Peaches. I see those struggles of friendship management. I get them too. The difference between me and you is I try not to burn the bridges. I've been where you are. I've tried my best to improve as a person. I've been able to do it behind closed doors, and I know you can come back from this.
And that should have been the end of it, right? Hopeless Peaches got some criticism, and everyone took it too far. Can we all play nice now? Spockter had spoken. Let's move on. But then, on January 21st, Peaches' friends made a document defending Peaches. A lot of the document contains info I've discussed before, that everything Peaches did was taken, twisted, and made way worse than it actually was. But there were a few points of interest. For example, in one section, the writers show private conversations Peaches had about Creepshow that showed Peaches only speaking kindly of Shannon in private, or at least neutrally. The document stated that these were the only conversations they had been able to find, but they could not find any evidence of Shannon's claims that Peaches talked about her behind her back. They also showed conversations between Shannon and Peaches about a situation that Shannon exaggerated to make Peaches look worse involving the collab they did. Even more, they showed the conversation between Camila Cuevas from 3 years ago, where Peaches apologized for what she did to Camila, and Camila accepted the apology, and apologized for being vague about their collaboration details. It makes Camila look like she should have never accepted the apology if she was just going to use it against Peaches 3 years later. Or at least that's what the document wanted to imply. The document closed with, "This drama was built on a terrible foundation by Luke, and it seems it decided that Peaches was a completely vile person, and took everything said about her at face value, with Luke's dishonest claims being backed up by Shannon and Camila. Peaches was ruled 100% in the wrong, with no further digging into the situation or nuance, and we do feel that this is completely unfair. Peaches has her flaws, but we do believe that she's not the terrible person she's been painted as, especially when many things said about her are provably untrue or backed by weak evidence. We want Peaches to apologize for what she needs to, and to grow from this, not for her to be torn down, and be told that her even trying to defend herself is wrong, and she is a bad person because of it. We thank you if you did read this far into the document, and have considered what we have presented, and please remember that we will try to update this document with more info as it comes out. A day after the document, Peaches returned to her main social media, and tweeted out,
"Hello. I know I haven't been active for a while. I took your advice and I've been taking some time to myself. Giving myself time to reflect on everything and to give everything a lot of thought. I hope in time we can understand each other and regain trust. I won't be having this account very open, apologies. This account is more for me to slowly overcome anxiety with social media than to get overwhelmed by it. Sorry if you're unable to contact me through this."
There began to be a growing dislike amongst commentary YouTubers with prison mate Luke. The YouTuber Just Stop and him began a back and forth on video replies, and as time went on, people began to realize how dishonest Luke was, and he began to get downvoted to heck. But I did say the Peaches drama wasn't completely over. Things were doing okay, she came back online and even went on stream with Harley TBS and Mr. Sen, where she talked about the whole experience.
But because he said stuff that was true and then saying like, oh, well, you're suicide baiting your audience and stuff, it made me just start thinking that it was real, and it kind of just hits in a very strange way. I'm shaking a little bit.
Don't worry about it. Everyone is just chill.
I spoke to people about it and stuff because I was going through like a whole whirlwind of stuff. It was like kind of like thinking, oh, well, because I didn't do it, then I am lying, and blah, 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 blah. And anyway, so I then messaged him privately, because I was thinking, like, you know, like, he obviously didn't mean it, bro. Like, he was just seeing that, and maybe if I talked to him, it'd be all chill. So I messaged him privately and stuff, and not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared of everyone. That's my thing. So I tried to message him about it, and then he got back to me about it like a day or two later. I can't remember, after Tobi herself like retweeted my statement about it, and like literally like in like 20 minutes or so of her retweeting it, it was it was just him messaging me like quite hostile, like going, oh well fuck, blah, 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 like, oh well you're doing this, like you shouldn't be treating me badly, you're just starting drama. And I'm like, whoa, okay, I've literally just made a statement against your video.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even mean about it.
Yeah, you were literally agreeing with him.
Yeah, like I literally apologized for like stuff that I did do, because like I fell out with Omnia and stuff like that, and it was just really petty bullshit, really. And then and I even agreed with Luke on some of his points, because like, as I said, because he had like truth and just a blatant lie like all mushed together, it messed with me a bit. But then it was like so yeah, I try to message him and stuff about it, and he just wasn't taking it. So, you know, like I tried to leave it alone. I was like, well, no one's gonna really believe this, and then I'll go into like a server, and then I'll see people say, oh well, Hopeless Peaches is suicide baiting, lol, XD, and I'd have like a few people messaging me and stuff like that, and so I tried to message him again about it a bit later, after the drama like completely died, because I was thinking, well, if the drama's completely dead, there's no point, you know, holding on to it, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because before he could have been thinking, oh, it could start into a whole tiz, whatever. But I was thinking, right, okay, if drama's dead, I'll message him again and see if he wants to talk about it. It was still like upsetting me and stuff, and yeah. He didn't respond. Yeah. Obviously, he didn't respond.
Yeah.
And prison mate Luke was getting tons of backlash from not only Just Stop, but Harley TBS as well. But when the document dropped, Creepshow Art had to respond. On February 3rd, 2021, Creepshow Art dropped the video, Hopeless Peaches Hasn't Stopped. in response to the Google Doc her friends made to defend her. Shannon is extremely upset in this video.
So at that time, in kind of a panic, I reached out to other creators who were friendly with Peaches and I asked them about it. Notably, I asked MegaCommon, and most of them said no at the time, but after all of this happened, some more people came and told me that, like, yeah, she did vent, quote, vent about me to them, and 10 out of 10, trust issues confirmed, the art commentary community is terrible and this is f***ing why.
And rants for the entire time with no screenshots or evidence, just her word of mouth.
Now this is super important to point out because as it stands now, neither I, Toby, nor Hopeless Peaches have access to any of our Twitters. We have all separately, not involved with this thing, have deleted them since this time. So where I would be more than willing to share the screenshots of what happened, I literally can't. I am going to try to see if I can find the ones that I took while this was going on, but seeing as I have a hard drive full of screenshots that have been compiled over the literal years, I am not going to hold my breath. I don't know if I'm going to be able to validate everything I say, so please take this with a grain of salt. I mention that because it's super important for you guys to take everything I'm saying and be skeptical, remind yourself who's talking, who am I talking about, and all of that.
The video goes over Shannon's personal problems with Peaches, about her allegedly lying about her behind her back.
But she literally talks about me multiple times over to multiple different creators, most of whom do not want to be a part of that. They then showed the tweet that Peaches sent to me asking me to provide the names of the creators who stated outright that she talked shit about me to them. But I think the second part of this tweet is largely overlooked because the people who wrote this document are her friends and only read, oh, Shannon didn't respond to this. She says, yes, I was irked a good while again and said my frustrations privately, but I still said you were nice. So you talked shit about me. You told people like Toby, who then put in a video, that I ignored you, that I disregarded you, that I was a bad friend who didn't care. Something that, again, they then put in a video about me, a video that you approved of before it was set to public and later said you disagreed with because you no longer like Toby. You told her negative shit about me, but it's okay because at the end, you swear you said I was nice. After you were done talking shit about me, you made sure to tell people that I was nice at the end.
The only evidence she has is a screenshot in the Google Doc where Peaches wasn't 100% positive about Creepshow, but still speaks nicely of her.
They then show these screenshots of Peaches talking to another creator with Peaches saying that I am, quote, a good person, which, like, great, she's inconsistent. That's all that says. All this literally says is that, yes, she talks about me, seemingly a lot, even to people who I don't know because I don't know who this is from. I've seen a lot of conversations she's had about me, and this one's new. And that, to me, is so fucking weird. You are not going to be finding any time when I'm friends with someone where I talk shit on them like this, where I even talk weirdly about them like this. The only time I talk to someone or about someone who I'm friends with is when I'm with that person.
But worst of all, she implies Peaches is racist for the sin of disagreeing with black people.
But literally people telling her, hey, the thing you did is bad in regards to lying about various people and situations in order to appear like an uwu victim? Yeah, that's stupid. And high-key a bit racist when we get into what you try to pull with Kai and Omnia. I mean, you have to be the white girl victim to the angry black woman and black man, right? But I'm not there yet.
Now, no POC in this drama has actually called Peaches racist. There were implications that some of what she's done is racially insensitive, but Creepshow is straight up out here saying disagreeing with people of color makes you racist, which is probably racist. I'm tired of saying racist. Things were actually looking better for Peaches, but now thanks to Creepshow art, no go. People in the comments were saying they were tired of this drama, but the video mostly got positive votes. Peaches seemed to immediately respond to this, tweeting,
I'm logging off Twitter for a while. Don't go harassing anyone, like, at all, please. I was upset, things got leaked, that's all. Peace.
She didn't actually leave, and she kept tweeting for days, telling people she already apologized, and begging people to stop using her grooming video to criticize her. Things were really slowing down, and I kinda wish the situation was over. But on February 6th, Creepshow art anonymously mocked Peaches for being upset about the grooming image being used in Omnia's video, because Omnia hadn't changed the image for months after getting criticism for it. And then Skritus, who I talked about earlier, made another video in defense of Peaches. But this time, it was received well, and for the first time, people started to see Creepshow art as a snake, even though just a handful of people. Also, in earlier February, Peaches and Creepshow art talked in email and went on their separate ways. Peaches will leak these emails further down the line. As I said, the popular opinion was slightly shifting. People began to expose prison mate Luke, including Just a Robot and Just Stop, as well as defend Peaches. On February 22nd, 2021, Harley TBS, who had been targeted by Luke before, made a video about the situation and gave Peaches' side. He showed all the DMs Peaches received of people telling her to off herself.
Peaches is saying that because she didn't go through with taking her life, she's being called a suicide baiter, and Peaches is absolutely correct. Look at all the messages she gets sent daily. It's clear that Peaches has been labeled a suicide baiter, even from yourself.
He also mentioned that Spockter didn't show all of Peaches' side due to PR.
Okay, now I want to provide some well-needed criticism to the people who I feel deserve it, so that they can improve and learn a lesson from this situation. Spockter is a content creator who covered this situation, and the way he handled it genuinely angers me. In DMs with Peaches, he discusses how the evidence she provides him completely changes the narrative, then continues to make his video where he says in DMs with her that his video misses the mark and doesn't defend her at all, where he says that he has to go after her for the sake of PR. And I want to pose the question to you, Spockter. If you're in commentary not to discuss your own thoughts on something, but to provide the most PR appropriate response, maybe you should reconsider your reasons for being in commentary.
Spockter would later reply to this, saying,
My whole comment on the "but I have to pull strings for the sake of PR" was not a statement on me hiding my opinions, because that's far from the truth. I said what I wanted to say in my video, and I spoke from the bottom of my heart. The reason I said that to Peaches was because she was unhappy with my presentation of the video and that I didn't include everything she told me. The reason I didn't include those things was because I didn't feel like they were substantial enough at the time.
Creepshow Art took to lolcow and anonymously critiqued the video, writing this in third person.
I watched the video and I paused at the part where he threw an email from Creepshow on the screen. And he tried to say that she did a bad job with researching because she didn't know that Peaches had apologized to Camilla. But if you read the email, Creepshow said that since Peaches continued to do what she had apologized for, that it didn't matter. This guy is so blatantly dishonest.
On the 23rd, Just a Robot posted a video called "Prison Mate Luke is a Liar," and that received positive reception. Prison mate Luke wasn't the only one having problems, though his was for his scummy videos. On the 24th, I found a comment relating to Kai and Omnia that read, one person asks, "Hey, do you know what's going on with Kai?" To which someone responds, "Odd, apparently I can't find the comment that detailed what the situation was." To make a long story short, Kai had an outburst on Twitter, and the situation was detailed in a pinned thread that is now gone since its Twitter has been deleted. Kai and Omnia were secretly dating and met up recently. Before this, they had a fight and Kai thought they worked it out. The meetup ended badly to say the least, as Omnia's roommate left Kai at a hotel in the middle of a snowstorm at 2 in the morning. Luckily, Kai's phone was charged, and he was able to contact his brother and get home safely. Omnia's roommate, and one other person involved, can't remember if it was a friend or an ex, were basically calling Kai an abusive manipulator to Omnia. Kai was extremely upset by this, and has privatized all his videos, and said he was done on all social media, including Discord. There was a community post on his channel briefly linking to the thread, but now that's gone too. Kai tweeted out a ton on Twitter on this, but deleted all of it before anyone could get screen caps, as far as I can tell. I saw comments alluding to Omnia, accusing Kai of being abusive. They will eventually get back together, but this is foreshadowing to the disastrous relationship between Kai and Omnia. It has little to do with the expose going on for prison mate Luke at the moment, but it will become relevant in the future, so put a pin in that. Then, on February 26th, Just Stop posted a video entitled "Creepshow Art Looking Hopeless," where he went over just how bad Creepshow Art was in this whole situation.
Shannon says in this video that she wasn't even really mentioned until page 20, and that's because everything before that was exclusively about Luke's terrible videos. Much of it was also dedicated to talking about her, but Creepshow's reasoning for making a full-blown video is incredibly half-baked, stating that she made the video because people like Manga Common were trying to, quote, change the narrative of what happened with Peaches when it's, quote, clear as day, and that they're all apparently lying. I want to say this now, Shannon, in a situation like that of Hopeless Peaches, there was plenty that was wrong in what the big channel stated about her, and with just how many holes for evidence there were, it'd be enough to sink an aircraft carrier. If new evidence is brought to light that doesn't support the exact narrative you and your colleagues were peddling, you don't just get to ignore it and act like everything you said was right and none of it could ever be wrong. That's not searching for the truth, that's creationists believing the world was made 4,000 years ago after so much scientific data is provided that it's laughable how hard they're holding on.
It was someone looking at the the whole event objectively. And yeah, objectively this situation did not warrant the amount of coverage it received.
Technically speaking, the drama had been sufficiently ended by this point. We in the commentary community had mostly surmised that Peaches had in fact messed up in many areas, and in some cases she'd been a bad friend. But that the hate for her was overwrought, and some of the people who decided to talk about her seemed to go in with bad intentions and made claims which I would argue were nothing less than cruel. Luke.
Now the drama was pretty much over, because the community was now canceling prison mate Luke. On March 9th, Peaches tweeted out a long thread saying that tons of her friends were in video comment sections insulting her, which is funny, considering that was why she was canceled, for talking about friends behind their back. Peaches also began showing more of how much hate she gets. Pretty sure the whole community talks each other in DMs, and the fact that they spent months canceling one person for the behavior they all do, whew, wait till we get to the Creepshow art section. So people began taking down their videos and apologizing. One of the first people to apologize and take down their videos was Hotbox, who commented on one of Peach's videos. Hey, you have me blocked on Twitter and I don't know how else to get this to you. I want to sincerely apologize for the way I acted towards you. I took down my videos on you, realized I behaved more than a bit shoddy and childish at times. There were dozens better ways to criticize. I stand by some criticisms, but at the end of the day, I wasn't making things better by leaving the videos up. They're gone. I don't plan to talk, much less think about you again, and hope that this action helps you heal, as well as be an experience for me to move forward as a commentator. I don't expect or deserve for my apology to be accepted, but it's quite literally the least I can do since my failure to communicate caused problems in the first place. Much love and stay safe. But around the same time as this, March of 2021, Kai and Omnia began fighting on Twitter about the grooming thumbnail Omnia used. They were extremely upset people criticized them on this because other people used the photo, so Omnia should too in their eyes. It seemed to those watching they weren't as receptive to criticism as they feigned in their videos. Kai even tweeted out,
"Like I said in my video on Peaches, just because you feel like something is a certain way doesn't mean it is. And I'm genuinely disappointed in the creators and the community for pushing this narrative so casually. It's sad as hell. Lamau, we're both tired."
Apparently Omnia's video from December 2020 even started to get backlash at this time due to the thumbnail, despite it being criticized months prior, most likely due to Harley TBS mentioning it in his video. Someone even responded to Kai, throwing a bit of shade, writing, "So it's okay for you to tell how abuse victims should feel about Omnia using Peach's vent art in a video, talking negatively of her, but no one can tell you how to feel about topics that affects you as POCs. I'm sorry, it's very hypocritical." Eventually, Omnia changed her thumbnail after agreeing with Skritus to change his, and Peaches sent out a thank you. But 2 days later, after they all agreed, Omnia then tweeted out,
"In regards to my Peaches thumbnail, how is it that when I use art that she herself drew in my video recounting my negative experiences with her mean I'm using her trauma against her? But when Skritus does it in a positive video, suddenly it's interpreted as acceptable?"
And because of this drama, Omnia decided she was making another video on Peaches. And because of this, Peaches announced a hiatus. Meanwhile, Omnia was fighting with Harley TBS over the thumbnail on Twitter. Omnia was even caught in a fib when they said they were not aware of the fault of using the picture in their thumbnail till now, when in December 2020, they showed someone criticizing them for the thumbnail, and they kept tweeting about the thumbnail. Guys, the Peaches drama should be over. Please, please. Malimalware even offered to draw them a new thumbnail. I still have 200 pages left on my timeline to go through. Lovely. And oh my god, there was so much Kai arguing with people over the thumbnail. It's kind of like the Tobi drama all over again. Kai can't just accept that people disagree with him. Finally, Peaches made a proper response on March 18th, 2021. She had been off her main platform for a while, and this was finally well received. She explains in her video that her therapist had told her to stay off social media for a few months.
I've been taking some time off at the request of my friends and counsellor to step back and assess how I've acted and to take care of my mental state. I've taken that advice to heart and I've stepped back for a couple months. In the meantime, I've been trialling other medication, been in therapy, had a few bumps here and there, but overall on the trajectory to improvement.
Though she failed at this partially by tweeting quite a bit. She apologizes to everyone, pretty sincerely.
First and foremost, before getting into my side of everything, I wish to apologise and make sure everyone knows I'm not coming into this with ill intent or to pretend I'm without fault. I would have done this later into the video, considering I've had this apology public since the beginning of February. However, that was overlooked by the community, and I don't want this one to be overlooked or missed either. So, apologies if that means the video is slightly backwards. I believe that putting this at the forefront is of more importance than chronology in this case. So, anyway. To Creepshow Art, I apologise for soft blocking you after the Jacqueline Hill video. We had our differences, but we were friends, and I shouldn't have made subtweets about the situation. I understand why that would have hurt you, and it was stupid of me to do that. I'm sorry. To Camilla Cuevas, I'm sorry for my Amino post on you 3 years ago. I let my emotions rule me and took the word of others without doing the proper research. I didn't consider the effects it might have on your well-being or career, and I'm sorry for that. It was reckless and I hurt you. To Omnia, I can't say much more than what was in my November community post without coming across as disingenuous, but I can apologise that I mentioned my mental health in that post when I should have made a clearer distinction or spoke about Luke's claims more separately. I can fully understand you taking it as me trying to garner sympathy. That was not the intent, and I still do mean that apology.
But she defends herself against Luke.
Apologies do not nullify criticism against others. One thing I've noticed with both Luke and the other players in this drama is that they hide behind the fact I have things to apologise for, or apologies I've already made, and hold them at ransom. If you apologise, you can't criticise us. No, that's not how this works. Luke, I can stand behind my apology to Omnia, know I did wrong in that situation, and still call you out on the criticisms I have with you. You are not Omnia, and to be honest, even if you were, I would still call you out if you believe an appropriate response to a disagreement in a comment section, no matter who's in the wrong, is to go onto a platform 140,000 strong and call me a suicide beta and faking an attempt to hide from criticism. Criticism I received nearly a month prior, by the way.
She gets her friend, Manga Common, to give testimony to show she wasn't suicide baiting for attention.
I felt like that Peaches was going to do something bad, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys can understand what that bad thing is. Peaches is my friend, and I don't want anything bad to happen to her. Losing a night of sleep is a small price to pay to make sure someone doesn't hurt themselves. And honestly, it's kind of disgusting that people would think that this is just an act or that this is a lie. As someone who has had to deal with suicidal people before, who's spent time and time again talking to them, it's honestly kind of disgusting to see this kind of behavior, if you ask me.
She also defended herself against Shannon.
Seeing as apparently they have access to the entire conversation, but I guess not. It also makes me feel entirely weird that all of these people have seen my private phone number, so that's fun. I love that.
Another conclusion you jump into without any evidence is that Spy and Scritus and others have seen your phone number. There's plenty of other reasonable possibilities you could have considered, but you state yours like it's a fact of life. And that's been an issue with you this whole drama. You make these incredibly reckless claims about people without first checking to see if it's true or not. Claiming I doxed your phone number to the writers of the document is not okay, and it's very dangerous. I came to you in an email about this, privately, and instead of realising that you did this, you instead held on tighter and made a pinned comment about it, as though it makes me an even worse person to somehow not want to be labelled as a doxer.
And even gets a really convincing testimony from Tobi, who is actually pretty funny here.
You know, it really baffles me how much fabrication is being snipped and then sewn back together and how many people are buying it. The fact that Creepshow Art has a delusion that she can tell a blatant lie about the production of my Creepshow Art video and the hand that Hopeless Peaches did not have a f***ing hand in, and that I wouldn't come out of the woodwork and tell her that that's a lie, it really baffles me. No, Hopeless Peaches did not have any hand in the idea or the production of my Vaults of Creepshow Art video that I had made and I had posted mid-2020. Hopeless Peaches was one of many creators that I had reached out to for their thoughts and their inputs on Shannon and her channel. She gave me a similar response as everybody else that I had asked had done. Once I was done with my video, I posted it unlisted and sent a link to many creators I was close to at the time. One of these I did also give to Peaches. However, I also gave it to 10 other creators before I even gave it to her. I told you about this months ago, because after you lost your actual marbles over the fact that some person in my video where I said, I asked 2 other creators and they said you brushed them off, you took that to that small part and ran summer with it, because you went actually fucking crazy and took it as a personal offense, which is being blown out of proportion. And I told you this in DMs the day that you posted that no, that's not what was going on. This is not what actually happened. And no, nobody helped me with that video. I said that to you in DMs the day you posted your response video. So you know that this is false, because I told you months ago.
And crazily enough, the one situation where Peaches was undeniably in the wrong, the one with Camila Cuevas, well, Peaches shows evidence that even after she tried to apologize and fix her wrongs, and she does agree that she was super wrong in this situation, Camila went onto social media to trash Peaches more, and even got her friends to demand Peaches delete her social media to get Camila to stop posting about her.
Camila, I find it very distressing how back in 2018 you continued to harass me, belittle me, lie about me, and actively go out of your way to try and ruin relationships I had with other creators, even though I tried again and again to apologize to you. I had no channel back then, besides a shitty dump of a channel with just AMVs and Procreate time-lapses. I had no voice. To publicly berate me, then blame me when you got caught in a lie because you still didn't take down the merch as late as March. Yeah, it was distressing. You had a channel of nearly 700,000k and you were growing very fast during this time too. And you would demand apology after apology just to say it wasn't worth shit. You would send your moderators to tell me the only way you would leave me alone would be if I delete all my social media. Social media that I have to stress had no following.
The video is pretty eye-opening, and she concludes it with a heart-to-heart.
The past 3 months have been hell for me. So many people have participated in harassing me, mocking my grooming situation, people using it as damn clickbait, sending me death threats, doxing threats, and so many more have treated me like I'm subhuman, like I'm a monster. And for what? That's why I implore you all to not harass anyone I've mentioned in this video, because I wouldn't wish this pain on my worst enemy, let alone a group of mean girls. My condition has worsened. I've had breakdown after breakdown. I've self-harmed. I've tried to die a few times now. It's been horrible. It's been the worst experience I've had with mental health in a very long time. I tell you the severity of it so you know just how disgusted I would be in this community if the same thing happened again to these people. It's inhumane. And anyone who participates or just even allows it to happen, know that you're worse than me. So please don't harass them, don't deplatform them or treat them like monsters as I've been treated.
The sad part about this video is many more people watched both Prisonmate Luke's videos on Peaches, where he lies, and also nearly 1 million people watched Creepshow Art's video. This video Peaches put out successfully defending herself only got a fraction of their views, and I really implore more people to watch it. Sure, Peaches wasn't the best friend, but it's a video that really shows how bandwagoning against a person online can affect them. Peaches was kind of a bad friend to a few people in private. That's what this whole drama was over. It should have been none of our business. So I wanted to go over 2 super interconnected dramas that I did not understand why they got so out of hand. The Tobi drama and the Peaches drama. But I also wanted to show what happened to everyone involved. Where we are now is towards the beginning of 2021, and Peaches has had her redemption. Tobi is still in hiding, and the criticism has heavily turned towards Luke. I'm going to sum up what happened to Luke here, rather than go through it in timeline form, because I didn't track Luke outside of this drama, and from what I understand, he caused a lot of havoc, even outside the art community. He apparently slandered a bunch of creators, including Harley TBS and Just a Robot. Harley began making responses and defending himself, and with Just Stop and Just a Robot picking apart Luke's videos, and him apparently botching his reporting on some drama drama on a huge YouTuber and fat furry fetishists, Pyrocynical. Everyone turned on him. His last video as of the date of me writing this, it's February 2022, was May 28th, 2021, and he was absolutely ratioed, with the comment section telling him to just apologize, something people demanded of Peaches and Tobi, which the former had apologized and the latter attempted to, but it fell a bit short, but at least she tried. But Luke? Nothing. For the other players in the drama, I'll go back to the timeline format to hit the next few points. I really did think with Peach's apology, the drama was done for a while at least, but because she for 4 minutes criticized Omnia and Kai,
Omnia initially goes over our spat during the Tobi drama, one that was already publicly resolved, and claims the reason she wishes to reignite it is because she felt my apology to her was disingenuous, as I would later do the same thing to prison mate Luke.
And although she did apologize to me and Kai, she decided to go back on her word 2 days later and try to paint prison mate Luke as this guy who stalks her every move and wants her to off herself. It's disgusting and deplorable. You can't apologize to Kai and I, then immediately make the same mistake or similar mistakes with someone else.
I don't understand Omnia's point here, as I can only see her seeing me coming to Luke as an issue if she agreed with Luke's claims of me faking my suicide in the first place, which as far as I know, she doesn't agree with.
the two of them worked together to create 2 videos that added up to over 3 hours of time. Peaches had addressed them in a video for all of 4 minutes, and we are at I've lost track of the hours of criticism these two levied on her, but I believe by the end of their involvement, it was over 6 hours. And these videos, specifically Kai's and Kai's section of Omnia's video, were, well, I'll let you decide. These 2 videos that Kai and Omnia made came out in April 2021. Let's go through a few points, but if there's anything I want to emphasize in this video is all members are unreliable narrators. Omnia, Kai, Creepshow Art, Luke, Harley TBS, Tobi, and Peaches. All of them are too close to the drama and interpret everything in a way fueled by emotion. But with Omnia, Kai, Creepshow, and Luke, especially Luke, I'd say some of these interpretations seem to be malicious. Kai gaslights. I hate the term gaslights, but he does. The term gaslight is defined as a form of manipulation where someone purposely undermines another person's reality by denying facts, the environment around them, or their feelings. Kai will announce in his 2-hour video that he had privately and publicly stopped talking about Peaches, and he was only responding because of some tweets she made regarding death threats.
I don't understand why you tell me to move on when you were the one who was caught talking smack. Neither I nor Omnia spoke about you privately or publicly until you started to talk about us again. She said sorry and I was willing to let it go. Same with Camila. As long as she stopped talking about the both of us and admitted fault, I didn't care. I went back to living my life and being on hiatus until Peaches decided to mention Omnia and I's names again on February 10th, where she tweeted out this. My initial problem with this tweet is the fact that this is only 7 days after your initial confession, where you respect my wishes and said that you would not talk about any of this or any of us again. This is you talking about us again and this drama again. And look, I couldn't care less if you wanted to talk about your drama again. It's the fact that you started talking about me again regarding some less than savory comments on your Curious Cat.
The thing is, he shows screenshots of him talking in private in the video talking to Spockter. I don't have his tweets at this time because he deleted his Twitter, but judging by his pattern of behavior, I doubt he completely stopped tweeting about it as well. Kai has a habit of saying he has stopped talking about a situation while still talking about it. He also heavily implied Peaches was racist because she tried to defend Thuman, a YouTuber who at the time was being maliciously attacked by racists.
I make this video to not close the dialogue, but to open it, so if you wanted a conclusive answer, I'm sorry, but you won't get it from me. Because I don't speak for everyone. I speak for myself. I can say my opinion, my own perspective from what I have seen, but I can't give a conclusive answer because the dialogue hasn't even happened yet. I mean, I would personally suggest to stop using easy conversations for woke points while simultaneously ignoring real issues. I mean, performative activism seems to be like a plague in this community right now, but I can't force people to speak on what they don't want to.
I have many problems with this. I apologize to anyone watching this video if I sound a little vexed or passionate here because Oh boy. For one, instead of bringing a 16-year-old white boy to give his 2 cents on why he thinks people aren't speaking out about racial topics and condemning those not making videos on said topics as if that means their silence equals complacency, maybe use that same space to give a smaller, black creator the platform to explain and educate your fans on the racism present in the art community. Maybe ask other black creators in the community for their takes on the topic, since racism is also a problem they have to face in their lives. You don't see people speaking out about this racism because a large amount of the creators in the art community are white and concerningly ignorant, and creators of color usually get silence in their attempts to speak about said racism.
He also calls Harley TBS a couple of ists and phobes during the video.
The damage saying pulling the race card does, and simply hope you understand. My experience as a black man in America is not a deck of cards for me to play. It is something that affects me every day of my life, and I genuinely grow tired of having to come and find out several white creators are either misinformed, uneducated, or blatantly racist in their takes regarding racism, and in their reactions toward my and other black creators speaking out against that exact racism and ignorance. To tell a black person or any person of color that they are pulling the race card is an attempt to silence, shame, and ridicule someone into not mentioning the obvious racism or racial ignorance that they face. And Harley, you are guilty of that. In these screenshots, you go out of your way to explain how should not have any power given to it, as if you are in any position to dictate whether or not that is the case. Not only that, but admit to your usage of the word yourself, as if you are not white. If you are white and use under any context, you are either blissfully ignorant to your own racism or completely undermine the systematic oppression and history that word upholds. And I'm not even going to touch on the justifications you made regarding the use of such an ableist term, in hopes sometime within your future you realize the error you made in saying this and continue to gear yourself toward positive change and utilize your voice correctly through allyship to black and neurodivergent bodies.
Oh, and he goes over for a long while a suspected alternate account of Peaches named Pink Chew.
Omnia recently received a comment on YouTube Studio from Peaches, which was soon deleted afterward, only for someone named Pinky Chew to reply immediately after her. Omnia actually recorded the notification of Peaches' comment and the exact thread that it linked to, which I'll be showing now. This is a very new comment chain, and I personally find it weird that Peaches and Pinky both commented on this specific chain, Pinky directly after Peaches. For one, why is Peaches watching this video that she detests so much, especially after her recent response, and why is she sorting comments by new? I actually decided to call this behavior out on my Twitter, which led to Peaches' explanation of what she commented originally under that thread. One of the members of Peaches' Discord server also went to ask her about the account themselves, and had this to say to me. According to Peaches, she saw Pinky's comment while posting her own. Her own was deleted quickly after posting because she didn't want to start more shit. Thank you to Maya for letting me know, but this is a lie. Pinky Chew's comment came directly after Peaches commented. Omnia saw it herself and took a screenshot of it to prove her claim. The both of us even texted each other about it. How would Peaches see that Pinky Chew commented if Pinky's comment never existed when she commented? Not only that, but after I made the initial call out, the same person who made the comment thread, Maya, offered to get Pinky on a Discord call to disprove my skepticism. I also offered to get on the call with Omnia to prove myself wrong. I have not yet seen a reply from Pinky.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
And I wanted to point this out because later in the timeline, this will become very suspicious. We'll get to that later, but take out one of your pins and put it in it, because a lot of this evidence comes into more question as the timeline goes further, to the point I don't even know if these people actually had any conversations they claimed, unless all parties agreed it happened. Kai ended the video saying he won't respond to this again.
I hope after this video I can start focusing on changing my niche and the topics that I talk about, because the amount of mental strain I've been through just to satiate people's need for a response or an explanation on things that should not even have to be explained has been ridiculous. I will not be responding to anything anyone says after this point, whether it be Peaches, Harley, or anyone else. I think I've done a pretty fine job in addressing everything. That's been the video. My name is Kai, and thank you for watching. Bye.
But we all know that's a lie. Then comes Omnia's video, an hour long. The first 40 minutes is Omnia explaining why they didn't immediately change the thumbnail when Peaches requested them to, and it's whatever. They were busy and wanted a direct explanation from Peaches, and just a series of events led it to take a while for it to be changed.
But essentially, the entire video is meant to address the thumbnail situation as well as apologize, clarify, and explain a lot of the misconceptions regarding that.
I don't even care anymore. Cool, great. It's not horrible, but I can't imagine spending 40 minutes explaining a thumbnail. I personally don't know if I would have changed the thumbnail, because I think all public images are fair game, but I don't really think of myself as morally above any person. I'm a bitch. I'm just here to laugh. I'm not your kind, unproblematic creator like everyone in the art community pretends to be.
You're a white woman. Who are you to say that?
And then Kai's section comes in, and I feel gaslit again. He lies about Peaches making a claim about what she said about Luke.
My disgust with Peaches was saying that Luke implied that she wished she would die because of her tweets. No, Luke should not have called Peaches a suicide baiter, but Peaches should not say that Luke wanted her to die when that was not what he said.
And Kai and others have said this lie so many times that if I wasn't directly writing the script about the situation, I would believe this was actually what happened. That wasn't how that went down, and is actual gaslighting. I hate the word gaslighting. She's tired. YouTubers abuse her to death, but in this situation, this is that. Take notes. Of course, Kai did not stop talking about this on social media, and on April 22nd, he tweeted out,
Nah, after that shit, I officially cannot stand this community. Oh my god, you cannot make this shit up. This is like telling a rape victim they had it coming because they dressed the way they wanted to. Maybe check the rapist instead. Y'all make so many excuses for Peaches. It's wild. And before Peaches says I compared her actions to rape with this apology. I cannot believe this bullshit. This is so f***ing stupid. I can't do this with you people anymore. I'm so sick. The facts can be right in front of you, and it's still not enough. Wow.
From what I could see, Peaches did not respond to Kai's outrageous tweets, something you know if the roles were reversed would not happen. And on April 28th, she tweeted out,
I'm trying to move away from commentary. There's been too many people in the art CC, or otherwise, that you see all the time. I don't want to quite say revel in the destruction of other people's channels and reputation, but damn near close at times.
I Know Just a Robot began making videos going after all of Peach's detractors to defend her after this, basically not letting it die down. And it is kind of a lesson about jumping on a bandwagon. But mostly things went kind of quiet with the main players after this. There was like a Peach's defense squad going on at the time. It did feel like there were two teams in the community, Team Omnia/Kai and Team Peaches. I definitely think Peaches didn't deserve the treatment she got, because it all really just should have been dealt with in private. Audiences don't need to know about minor disagreements creators have. Kai, Omnia, and Peaches were at a ceasefire after the 3 hours of content the two posted in April, and then something insane happened. Something massive happened. One of the craziest events on YouTube in 2021 happened. You see, criticism of Shannon, aka Creepshow art, began to ramp up. She deleted her Twitter some while back, and Lolcow had a very active thread on her. People were beginning to criticize her participation in the Tobi and Hopeless Peaches drama. And in May, during all of this criticism, Creepshow art pretended her YouTube channel was hacked. I say she pretended to do this because all that was changed from this hacker was her profile pic and banner.
You sweet little doodles are aware. I also don't know what's going on with my YouTube channel, so you're not alone. Didn't change the profile picture, but apparently it appears as nothing, and so does the banner. So, I don't know.
You see, if a hacker had actually gotten a huge YouTuber's account, they'd do more damage than just changing the avatar and channel banner. Nobody was buying this, and all eyes were turned towards Shannon. Something was going down. Not only that, she had been love bombing her YouTuber friends all leading up to this massive bomb that was about to be dropped. On the evening of June 2nd, 2021, this was posted in her Lolcow thread. As many users in this thread are aware, Shannon's posts on Lolcow haven't exactly been subtle. We've decided to compile her post history after she escalated her behavior by sharing her sister's social media in order to deflect criticism towards herself. Beyond that, she has been anonymously promoting her videos and Patreon/YouTube membership to farmers, and making posts about herself to either white knight or insult herself. For many years, we've had a policy to reveal post histories of users who go to great lengths to use lolcow.farm to propel their own online presence. You can read the full post history here, and linked were hundreds of catty posts by Creepshow Art. That's right, Creepshow Art, who started a hate mob on Peaches for allegedly saying things behind her back, had been outed for posting a huge amount of times anonymously on lolcow, saying things she had tried to cancel others for. The straw that broke the camel's back for the moderators to out Shannon was when she decided to reveal her sister's private social media account. The results of this were insane. People defended her at first, including Ready to Glare. Ready to Glare was one of Shannon's friends, and Shannon had actually insulted Ready to Glare anonymously on lolcow. Creepshow Art at first claimed a stalker that she had talked about previously on her channel had spoofed her IP address and faked all these posts spanning over 2 years. She posted to her community tab an essay detailing her ridiculous story that this stalker named Amy had spoofed her IP address to pretend to be her while trashing her friends on lolcow. From what I understand from IT professionals who looked at this situation, that's not how it works, and it only made Shannon look like she was making up a story to get out of all the shit she had caused. It was all too funny. Everything I detailed throughout this video, all of this tedious drama, Shannon was behind the scenes, anonymously causing most of it to spiral to the ridiculous proportions it went to. Omnia, who is at least pretty friendly and supportive of Creepshow Art, responded to her bogus story writing,
Shannon, I really want to believe you about this. I really do. But this story genuinely doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, but unless you have definitive proof that this is indeed your stalker, I cannot support this.
And Peaches responded to the drama, showing how much she had grown, tweeting out,
I saw some drama around Creepshow Art. I just want to say that denying she ever had a stalker is upsetting. Stalkers can traumatize you in ways you can't comprehend. Whether this drama is based on fact or fiction, please don't deny a person's past experiences. Thank you.
Just a note, for those uninformed, Shannon, for years, had claimed to have a stalker named Amy. Because of this recent drama, people began to believe Shannon lied about this stalker. Peaches looked through the evidence a bit later and tweeted out,
I don't really know where to stand on the Creepshow Art thing. I always justified in my head that the drama that tore me apart for months was just a mistake, a cluster of emotions getting too heated. To see potential proof from her this was some kind of long game really hurts.
So many videos came out going over all of this, mocking Shannon. It seemed like the community had been waiting for her downfall for a long time. I know I laughed pretty hard when she was outed, because I couldn't stand her. She had treated a lot of other creators brashly and love-bombed other creators to the point nearly everyone in the relevant YouTube community had an experience with her in some way. lolcow exploded as all of the catty posters there cackled in unison at their new cow queen, and Creepshow even got her own dedicated Kiwi Farms thread. So it was like the Peaches drama all over again, except what Creepshow did had actual evidence of her being a nasty bitch behind people's backs and saying ableist and transphobic shit. Now, I personally don't think anything she said was that bad. She was just a friend and used language common on the image board, but it was the fact that she made the standard for herself and would cancel someone doing the same thing she did. That is why this hit her so bad. Omnia even made a multi-part series on Creepshow that hit 1 million views, and it was a pretty good summary of the whole event, and Peaches released a video on June 11th speaking up. Eventually, everyone who was friends with or had bad experiences with Shannon came out, including Ready to Glare and drama YouTuber Tamimi, as well as Creepshow Art's editor, to give their side. When the drama dropped, Creepshow Art told her friends not to defend her, which made people suspicious. Creepshow was rapidly losing subscribers, but then the second bomb dropped on Shannon 6 days after the lolcow post got outed. A large art YouTuber by the name of Emily Artful tweeted out,
This just needs to be said. This woman has tormented me for years and years. I know her because my ex-boyfriend dated her after me. I moved on, but they continued to harass and stalk me.
And attached was some writing about the situation, which read,
I am currently shaking and crying because Creepshow Art is finally being exposed for the absolute terrible person that she is. I have known Shannon for many years, even years before she started her YouTube channel. She has copied, stalked, harassed, and threatened me and my children's lives. She has used revenge against me, tried to take my drug addiction against me. She has literally gotten me fired from multiple jobs, causing me to be homeless. This person has pushed me to the brink of suicide multiple times and then tried to blame it on my mutual friend when I finally caught her red-handed by tracing her IP. Shannon, you are Amy. All the things that you claim that Amy did to you are the things that you did to me. Receipts to come. I've got years worth of them.
She continued.
The fact that she is saying her quote-unquote stalker did all of this to frame her is hilarious, because she has literally been making fake Emily Artful accounts all over the internet for years to try to cancel me over the most random shit. What's even more up is she'd fabricate this drama and then make sock puppet accounts posing as a viewer concerned, and then she would send me screenshots that she took. When she first started out doing YouTube, she would deliberately copy my thumbnails or titles, then message me under sock puppet accounts saying, "Oh my god, Creepshow art is copying you," egging me on to attack her. But guess what? I never did. I very politely asked her to maybe change her title, but also said it's her channel and she can do whatever she wants with it. She was very nice in response, and I agreed to change it. Mind you, I still had no idea who she was at this point. Then I guess she went to Locale to claim that Emily Artful is bullying small creators with zero proof, because as I said, I was very polite. Then she screenshot that post and sent it to me under another sock puppet. I didn't put two and two together for a long time.
A day later, Emily continued tweeting out,
"Does anyone know if Creepshow posted anything or mentioned Amy before October 2018? I'm starting to suspect that Creepshow may have made Amy up when I confronted her privately about the stalking. Then I suspect she just ran with it after our conversation. Hey guys, I'm gonna try to get my receipts together after I put my boys to bed tonight. In the time that Shannon and her boyfriend has stalked me, I've gone through roughly 3 phones and 3 laptops, so I've got to go through old technology. Thankfully, I know I have the most important stuff saved."
Then, on June 11th, Peaches posted her video on the Creepshow art situation, directly showing evidence on how behind the scenes, Shannon directly conspired to cause the drama with Peaches to happen.
Continuing on with a theme of backhandedness, I would like to just rip off the bandage and now just look directly at the alleged comments she made about me. The 18th of September 2019, she sucks Creepshow's dick like every video she makes. Creepshow would make the same video, but with more swearing a day earlier. What is funny though, funny relatively speaking, is I've already seen this message. I saw this comment on this lolcow forum a while back when I was googling my own art on Google Images. Yes, I do forget to save my art sometimes. And the comment she was referring to was kind of linked there through one of the images. That comment about sucking Creepshow's dick was kind of a catalyst for me wanting to rebrand in the first place. So I do find it weird to see it now being speculated to be Shannon, especially since later she'll take offense to me not wanting to be like her. Moving on.
And also shows an exchange between Shannon and Peaches at the beginning of 2021, showing how manipulative Shannon is.
Something to note. Finally, she then states how I was supporting someone who wished her to have COVID. She states I was supporting somebody who wished her to die. This person, mind you, said this on a server I don't own, wasn't moderating at the time, and I was not even present for when it was said. If she brought it up to my attention, that's fine. That's fine. But the way she swears blind at 100%, I 100% support this. Support this death wish. It started to give me like a panic attack. I was terrified that she would then start telling everyone that I wished death on her when I didn't. And I don't think I can emphasize enough how distressing it was that Shannon was accusing me of supporting a death wish on her with literally no evidence.
Theories began to come out that Creepshow Art wanted badly to cancel Peaches and had manipulated Omnia, Kai, and prison mate Luke to do her bidding. I'm not sure if that's true. I think Omnia had their own reasons to not like Peaches, but I do believe Shannon heavily influenced all involved, especially Luke. She had been making this whole show go, since before the Tobi drama even happened. Okay, and then the situation went nuclear. On June 12th, Emily Artful posted a 2-hour-long video titled, "Creepshow art has always been this way." The video lacks a lot of evidence, but it goes through Emily Artful describing constant harassment she has received over the years.
This story is long, so I recommend you watch it at 1.5 speed if you can. It's long because this stalking campaign has lasted the better part of a decade. And while I didn't know who my stalker was before, now I know who my stalker is. My stalker is Shannon, better known as Creepshow Art, and what I believe to be her current husband, Anthony Parker, who is also my abusive ex-partner. This has been my life. This has been the thing that has terrified me, that has kept me up at night. It was incredibly difficult, but also incredibly cathartic. And Shannon, Anthony, if you're watching this, you have no idea what you guys have done to me. You think it's funny. You think it's something you can laugh about behind the scenes. You think it's retribution because I was a drug addict. You have made my life so much more difficult than it ever needed to be when I was in an incredibly vulnerable place. And what you have done is sick and twisted and cruel. And I hope that you never have the chance to do that to anyone else ever again. I also want to say I originally censored Anthony's name in this video. I called him Andrew, just kind of out of a habit. But I decided I'm not going to do that anymore. His handle online is Anthony Parker, and he raped me, and he emotionally abused me and manipulated me when I was most vulnerable. And for the better part of the decade, he tried to make my life a living hell.
And how weird Creepshow was when Emily confronted her about it.
I said, "I'm sorry, I know I sound insane if you really have nothing to do with this, but I just have to go with my gut. Again, if it's really not you guys, then that will prove itself." Shannon said, "Do what you need to do, but it isn't me. It isn't Andrew. That's all I can vouch for. If anything, he's more confused as to why you think it's him when he had you in a video while you were being harassed, and he got from it, you know?" So this is the second time she brings up me working with Andrew while I was being harassed, and she uses it as a way to kind of clear their name. What I find odd is that she remembers those two things were happening simultaneously, because if I'm really just like, yeah, just my boyfriend's ex, like whatever, I don't think that would be something that would be in the forefront of her memory. I just think it's weird that she was able to recall it so easily and use it as a way to like clear their name. And also this kind of just confirms that Andrew got sick pleasure, or both of them got sick pleasure from me coming over and working with him while they secretly harassed me online, because she remembers it so readily. Just some food for thought. Then I said I thought it was maybe Andrew and Brandon for a time, especially because Brandon is so intense and that can be contagious. And then when I brought up Brandon, it was like she saw an out and pounced on it. Shannon said, "I think it's Brandon. Last year, Brandon tried to get me fired because Andrew essentially chose me over him. Also, he tried to have an art YouTube, and it hasn't been going well. We all moved to location together, lived in cars together, and he essentially tried to drive Andrew and I apart. I wouldn't be surprised if it was him."
I did mention it lacked evidence, but there was some evidence, including Emily using an IP tracker, which located one of the stalkers being around where Creepshow Art allegedly was.
I want to backtrack a little bit and talk about how I said I had undeniable proof that Andrew was the person stalking me, that he clicked a link and I was able to trace his IP, because this was the first time that I had done that. Now, after the Twitter incident where Andrew accused me of supposedly buying subs, I was very suspicious that my stalker up until that point had been Andrew. So I laid out a trap where I sent one of these profiles a link pretending to be another like separate hater of mine, and on that link I attached an IP tracker. And because we had mutual friends, I knew exactly where Andrew and Shannon lived. So I sent over the bait, he clicked on the link, and wouldn't you know it, the IP address took me directly to where they were living. What's interesting is back when my Facebook account was hacked, I wasn't aware that Andrew was doing any of this, right? But Facebook had sent me an email basically saying, here is where the unknown login came from. The IP address pointed to the city where Andrew was from and where he resided in at the time. And I didn't think anything of it because it was 2013. I was 21. My world was small, and like all my friends came from this specific area. So it could have been anyone, really. But when everything started falling into place, it was like an anvil hit me. Of course it was Andrew.
And Emily also had a history with Creepshow art off the internet that gave credibility to her claims. To sum it up, Emily Artful's ex-boyfriend, named Anthony, had allegedly raped her.
When we were, Andrew and I were kind of still in a flirtatious place, at one point he had come over. I was at my dad's house. I had been using, he crawled through my window. I've discussed this before. That is how I got people in and out of my room secretly. He climbed in through my window, and he had sex with me while I was incredibly and obviously intoxicated by way of heroin. I was nodding off. I was incoherent. And I only, whether it be from being on drugs or it being a trauma, I only remember bits and pieces of it. I don't know if he was with Shannon at that point. I do think she is aware of the encounter, as I have received, again, YouTube comments. I believe it was just one comment basically saying that I forced another girl's boyfriend to cheat on her.
And after they broke up, he behaved in certain ways towards Emily that made her believe he was linked to many accounts anonymously harassing her.
So I posted, my video just went a little viral, or my video went viral, I think is the first thing that I posted. And then when I thought about it, I'm like, no, it's more like mini viral. So I came in and made like a second tweet saying it went mini viral. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, Andrew started following me and then responded to me and one of my viewers congratulating me. And he said, buying 100,000 views for a few $100s isn't viral, Judd. Just FYI. And then I'm not sure, I blocked Andrew somewhere. And so he was able to make another tweet at me, replying just to me this time. He says, also, why do you keep blocking me? Hey everyone, she's a blocker and a meanie. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Because I guess he thought that was funny. And then all of a sudden, moments later, I get a DM on Twitter from an account literally named notviral_Emily. And in this DM, it has my Social Blade stats. Basically circling and insinuating that I had paid for these views, because I guess at this point Andrew had no idea how the YouTube algorithm works, and sometimes a video is just heavily promoted.
Anthony ended up marrying Shannon, and due to the online activity of these accounts, mixed with Shannon's lockout posts, Emily believed Shannon joined Anthony in the harassment. Again, the video had screenshots, but not a lot of evidence that could convince someone outside the situation to know for certain it was Creepshow doing this behavior. But because Shannon was bottom tier right now, people were willing to believe anything about her, and eventually this led to Creepshow Art to drop subscribers like crazy. Creepshow lost the highest percentage of subscribers than anyone else in cancellation history. It was nuts. Make a video saying Creepshow Art liked your tweet once, my experience, and you're guaranteed at least 1,000 views. And this is all because animosity on the internet towards Shannon had been growing, and this leak happened at the perfect time. The Lolka leak and Emily combined worked together like crazy. And behind the scenes, Shannon began gathering her information to reply to Emily. And for once, the attention turned from Peaches versus Omnia in the art community to everyone versus Creepshow, including Omnia and Peaches. It was pretty nice. Peaches and Omnia never were friends again, but at least they weren't at each other's throats. Not only did Emily Artful come out against Shannon, but an ex-friend of hers did as well, who tweeted out,
I never thought I'd find myself related to a situation like this, but I am absolutely in the business of holding people accountable for their actions. So I'd like to share what I know about the situation between Creepshow Art and Emily Artful.
He continued,
I met Shannon my freshman year of college in 2011. We shared an English class and worked on a group project together. Outside of that, at the time, we didn't have much contact. I ended up leaving that school and attending a community college that was close to my hometown. At that school, I ended up meeting my abuser. She ended up completely separating me from my entire support group, and I lost nearly all of my friends. There was a period of a few months where my abuser and I broke up, and this is when I reconnected with Shannon. Shannon ended up at the same community college, saw me on campus and stopped me to say hi. I was desperate to make new friends, so this seemed like a blessing. She was fine at the beginning, we just hang out and share music, and she became concerning very quickly. It started with her introducing me to Anthony's music. She told me that he was her ex. They were still in a sexual relationship. The way he treated her seemed very unhealthy, and I told her as such. But Shannon was insistent that he was good for her. Eventually, she shared one of Anthony's music videos that featured Emily and told me that Emily was also Anthony's ex. Shannon told me that Emily was crazy and Anthony only kept her around because she was a good singer, among other things. For the next while, every time Shannon and I would hang out, she would fixate entirely on Emily. She would point out all of what she perceived as Emily's flaws, would talk about how all of her tattoos were related to Anthony somehow, everything she could to put her down. I thought it was strange to fixate so much on an ex's ex, but I was desperate for anyone to help me out of the situation I was in, so I ignored a lot of the red flags. I haven't really been able to forgive myself for that, especially considering what came next. Shannon began to cyberstalk Emily, first starting by finding her YouTube page. She shared videos with me, and I naively thought that was harmless and it would go no further. But Shannon started looking for her home address, her phone number, or any other info she could find. Shannon told me how she had plans to harass Emily, either by sending her letters or prank calling her home. How she planned to leave hate messages on her videos or DM her from burner accounts to spread hate. This is when I began to distance myself from Shannon. The distance led me back to my abuser, which is a different story, but one of my last interactions with Shannon was her proudly showing me that Emily had posted a video about closing her YouTube channel because of the harassment she was receiving. Emily talked about how much it hurt to lose something that was important to her, but she was so anxious and in pain from the targeted harassment that she couldn't continue. It was at that point that I began to cut Shannon off. I felt guilty since that day that I didn't do anything sooner, that I didn't go to the police with what I knew or at least attempt to talk with Shannon to tell her what she was doing wasn't okay. But I was battling my own demons and none of that seemed like an option. Over the years, I would occasionally receive cryptic messages from Shannon at weird hours of the night, usually just a single emoji or a strangely written greeting. This caused me to block her on most of my social media. Since then, I've deleted or rebranded my online presence to avoid my abuser, but about a year ago, Shannon found all of my new accounts and added me with no contact. I used this as an opportunity to confront her for what she did. Screenshots of that in the next tweet. I made it a habit to screenshot my actions because my abuser had recently begun to spread incredibly harmful rumors about me. I don't have screenshots of her response because her account has been deleted, but I requested my data from Twitter today to see if I can get it.
And attached was a screenshot of this person talking to Shannon about their behavior.
Victoria, referenced in that screenshot, is my abuser. I use language that includes myself in the past actions because I was afraid of her targeting me if she hadn't changed, and I just came out completely confronting her. Shannon's response was to brush off accountability, saying, "We were just dumb kids." She also insisted that she found me naturally, which didn't make sense as we had no similar circles and I had an even smaller following back then. She immediately said she would block me so I didn't have to be concerned about her, which didn't seem like an action a guiltless person would take. I thought it was over. I didn't know how much she was doing to hurt other people. But it seems like she never really changed from when I knew her. My heart goes out to everyone she hurt and everyone who thought they could trust her. This is such a terrible situation, and if anyone needs an ear, please feel free to reach out. If it becomes necessary, I can reopen my Facebook and try to download the data there, as I believe I have further evidence of Shannon's behavior. But I hope this chapter can close and people can find some way to heal from the damage she's caused.
To my knowledge, this person did not give further evidence. Creepshow Art was officially cancelled. Like I said, behind the scenes, she was working on a response to Emily, which we will talk about later. But in August 2021, I personally actually received a link to her Google Drive of her rough script, where she made claims, but we'll get to that in a second. Now there was something going on besides the cancellation of Creepshow. While that was in full swing, Kai and Omnia kept tweeting about Hopeless Peaches for months, especially after the dust had settled with the Creepshow art stuff that happened in June. Sometime around September or October, it seemed they were full swing back in the anti-Peaches narrative. And Kai began to have public fights with many other YouTubers, including a guy named Mr. Sen. But then he got into a fight with someone named Akumu, who made a video criticizing him, to which Kai falsely copyright claimed the video in early November 2021.
But a 300 sub YouTube account was enough to really kind of kick this whole thing off and actually offend Kai so badly that this situation spiraled out of control. Obviously, people in the commentary community, we don't generally use copyright claims even when they're actually justified. Kumu did what most commentary channels would do and responded with a video about Kai, and then Kai got fucking butthurt about it and decided to weaponize the copyright features of YouTube after making a video and all.
Akumu had been allegedly harassing Kai for months, according to Kai, though the evidence Kai gave of this was nonsensical.
Because I've had to deal with months and months of harassment from Akumu. One of the most high instances of this thing happening being in this clip.
So we're just gonna have some tea?
Don't do this to me! Oh my god.
Oh, and sometime in November, Omnia made another video about Peaches, from what I've heard. I can't confirm this because it's now gone to time, but can someone just move on, please? Back to Kai. Kai began to get heat for false flagging the video when on November 2nd, 2021, YouTuber John Swan tweeted out screenshots of Kai horrendously responding to the drama and added the comment, "I love how this guy pretty much admitted that his strike was illegal, LMAO." 3 days later, John Swan and Kai ended up debating on stream, completely embarrassing Kai.
What other channels commented on this drama?
You have Scrimzox who came and commented on it.
Yeah, but he supported me. Like who else was it?
Sister Geo talked about it.
Yeah, but those people were all right. Those people were correct. So I'm criticizing the people that are wrong.
To you.
Yeah. Yeah.
To you. They're correct to you.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm criticizing the people that I believe should be criticized.
Okay,
Why would I talk about the people that are right? What?
Hold on. Relax. Stop quacking, bro. You cannot say that what I did was objectively illegal, and all you are doing is arguing an opinion.
I never said that. I never said it was objectively. When did I say it was objectively illegal? When did I say that?
Is what I did objectively illegal?
I already told you it can't be illegal unless it goes to court.
Okay.
I said that in this stream. I've said this all. I've said this all on stream.
John, you cannot prove that what I did was illegal at all.
I can't prove it because it has to go to court.
Okay, then, bro, why are you talking? So
because I believe that you've abused the copyright system. That's what I said.
No, look. So John, you were live for an entire hour.
Yeah.
And all you did was tell people why you think what I did was illegal.
Kai,
you were people asking why you think what I did was illegal.
Yeah.
And it's objectively illegal because you can't prove that, and you don't.
No, I said that I can't prove it.
It's illegal.
Yeah.
And I rest my.
What do you mean you rest your case? What are you on about?
And Omnia, who was defending Kai's false flagging, was upset that they were included in the thumbnail for John Swan's stream.
My first thing is why is Omnia in the thumbnail and description?
I already addressed this on Twitter. Omnia made some takes, and her some of her tweets were integral to understanding some parts of the story, so that's why she's in there.
Why? That doesn't answer.
Because I can.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, it does, because I can, and she's interested. She's part of the story, so I added to the title and description.
Is she a part of the story? If you feel the need to put her in the title and description, how important?
But she's made takes on the situation, so I think she can be criticized for those takes. I was going to, by the way, but
there are plenty of people who made takes on the situation.
Yeah, but she's a notable channel. She's a notable channel.
Just
so
because she's a notable channel doesn't mean anything. Plenty of
it does.
Notable channels.
She has when people listen to her takes, people use that with they view that with a lot more credibility as if it was someone else.
Because it was okay for them to criticize Peaches for tweeting about drama, but when they tweet about drama, they aren't actually getting themselves involved. It was bad, and showed how Kai was unable to handle the criticism he dished out to others. When I say it was bad, it was embarrassing.
You are the most disingenuous individual I've ever talked to. You know that? Wow. This is insane. I cannot believe how disingenuous you are. Constantly, you don't respond to a single point I've made. You try and discredit everything I've said. You're the most disingenuous person I've ever had the displeasure of talking to. And I hope that everybody in commentary looks back at this moment and sees how incredibly disingenuous you are. And I hope that no one gives you the time of day ever again. This is the worst conversation I've ever. Completely unproductive. You've said nothing of substance this entire time. Like, there is nothing here. You've said nothing to even combat my points whatsoever. I ask you, why did you use 4 minutes unedited of Peach's video? Oh, it was part of a longer video. Why did you use 8 minutes and 20 seconds of Sen's 8 minutes and 40-second video? I don't know. Here's another thing that you didn't do. Like, can you respond to a single point I've made?
I would love to do that if you would let me speak.
All right, go ahead. Why did you use, you have not given a proper response to this. Why did you use 8 minutes and 20 seconds of Sen's 8 minutes and 40-second video?
I can't even speak. I can't even speak.
You've been interrupting me this whole time, man. Makes no difference.
I've been trying to speak.
Go for it.
Not letting me do it.
Go for it.
I'm letting you shoot. Please let me have this.
Go for
space.
it. You can have it. Please answer my question.
What you are asking me is a question to look for a specific answer. I'm not giving you that specific answer.
So you're not going to answer the question?
Just give me a yes or no. Do you want me to answer the question?
Yeah, I want you to answer this question. Was he in a mental hospital in 1990, as you allege, or was he not?
Let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
Look, you're not fooling anybody. You're trying to stop me from giving the answer. So let me give you the answer.
This is a little nutty. I gotta be honest.
Let me speak!
It showed that Kai completely had no understanding of copyright use and was abusing the system because his feelings were hurt.
A lot of claims have come around, like, with people saying that I did this out of malintent. I didn't do this out of malintent. I just don't like Akumu. I'm not going to be nice about it when I say that I struck down his video. And I thought I don't know why people think that, like, I can't strike down a video to, like, show somebody that you can't fuck with people by infringing their copyright.
This is one of the biggest YouTube no-nos and completely destroyed the careers of many, and Kai was the latest person to add to the list. After Kai embarrassed himself, he tweeted out,
"Nah, this. I'm good. Clearly what I say does not matter. Don't even worry about my channel. It'll be gone before you know it. I'm done."
Oh, did Kai say that he's done? Is that suicide baiting? I mean, Peaches tweeted out, "I'm done," and then you dragged her for 4 months over it. Kai couldn't stop though. He kept tweeting. He then tweeted out,
"It's gone. This is not worth the mental strain. I cannot do a damn thing on this platform without it turning into a problem. Whether it be race, mental health, striking a POS, or defending my name, I cannot exist in a space as shit as this."
He continued,
"You'll be back tomorrow. Haha, sympathy baiting, victim complex. Actually, f off. The channel is deleted. Y'all are fucking embarrassing."
A day later, he seemed to have calmed down and tweeted out,
"I just want to leave this Twitter up to let it be known I'm sorry. While I feel justified in the strike, I feel there are many other ways I could have handled it. I'm not trying to run from the situation, but the harassment has gotten to be a lot, and it kind of opened my eyes."
People then began to look into Kai as the new art lolcow, and people found a clip from an old video saying if white people tan, it's like cultural appropriation or some shit.
So first you say you thought he was hella tan. Toby, even as a child, I knew that Shane was not someone who had melanin, let alone tan skin. I guess it must be because I have melanin. Who knows? I also have a huge gripe with white people tanning their skin for the aesthetic.
Oh my god, I have a bottle of Jergens Natural Glow in my bathroom. Someone call the ADL. I don't know, the dude is insane. How did nobody realize this before? Meanwhile, Omnia was vague tweeting about Peaches while this was all going on. And oh no, if it was the other way around and Peaches was vague tweeting about Omnia, we'd have 12 more hours of Peaches exposed videos. Omnia tweeted out,
"No, because this is actually a problem. I've had so many ex-friends cut me off simply because they never communicated to me how they felt and then wondered why I never changed or realized they're upset. You can't hold a grudge and expect people to read your mind. At that point, that's on you."
It seems like that was about Peaches. But let's actually give Omnia the benefit of the doubt. Even though I just think you can fake tweet about people, like who cares? Okay, back to the script. But anyways, now Kai had become the new target of the community. The Creepshow art tit had dried up, and people began making Kai Expose videos, though these were on a smaller scale, and this included Harley TBS, who had been in the drama as Team Peaches. A few days after this, Kai began tweeting about how sad he was, writing,
"Why am I alive? It's a mental flight every day, bro. And I'm so tired and just want to be left alone. I feel like I can't do anything. I feel like this hasn't ended since my first drama. It has only gotten worse. Just leave me alone. Can't wait to copy strike anyone who ever used a clip of my videos! You thought Akumu was it? Lamifo! Good luck if you ever used a Kai Weiss clip. Peasants!
Then Spivey, one of Peach's friends, tweeted out, Kai Weiss Shut the F Up Challenge 2021, making a joke about how Kai couldn't just stop tweeting. The irony, Kai talked about Peaches nonstop for months and would lash out anytime she dared to even vaguely respond, and now he wouldn't shut up when he was the spotlight. Even worse, Kai quote tweeted Spivey, writing,
"She won't show the real tweet though."
And underneath was a Photoshop picture of Spivey's tweet, where he had it edited to have her calling him the N-word, implying the only reason Spivey disliked Kai was because she was racist, which she isn't. For months, Kai said he wasn't using the race card, to later reach so far to use the race card he's editing mild criticisms of him to make the commenter look like a member of the KKK. Spockter even made a video criticizing Kai. And not only that, remember Tobi? On November 18th, she tweeted out,
"When somebody gets karma and you can't say anything, but still low-key happy."
Kai kept going off on Twitter nonstop, tweeting as well, and eventually he deleted his whole channel and kept tweeting. It was all very bizarre. I think within a week of John Swan's stream, Kai had deleted his whole social media presence. And then something absolutely insane happened on December 8th. It seemed like Omnia deleted their YouTube channel. Kai and them had been quiet for a while, and then one day, while I was working on this video in the beginning stages, Omnia's whole channel went poof. Omnia's channel was gone, and Kai kept tweeting out against John Swan on Twitter. Then, something shocking happened on December 10th. Omnia, from a new Twitter, since their Raging Bi Twitter was now gone, tweeted out,
"I'm gonna put this out now because I have no idea what else to do other than to make a public thread so that people know at least a little bit about what is going on with me right now, because I am not okay, nor will I be okay for a very long time. Kai West and I broke up because he assaulted me in my own home, and since then, I have sought out a protective order against him so that he could leave my apartment and I could feel more safe. Since then, he has locked me out of my old Twitter account, which is why I'm here. I trusted him with all of my passwords because I loved him, and never in a million years did I think he would do what he is doing now. He has locked me out of my Gmail account that is associated with my YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure he deleted my channel as well. When I search up my name, videos I've made, or try to access the link that is associated with my channel, nothing comes up. That is my livelihood. By the way, I rely on that to pay rent, provide for myself, and provide for my cat. Without YouTube, I cannot pay for shelter and food. He also stole multiple items of mine since he left, such as the iPad and Apple Pencil that I used to draw, my speaker, cat food, clothing, etc. This all has happened in a matter of a week. He assaulted me on Friday, December 3rd. I filed for an emergency protective order on the 8th. He left my apartment on the 8th, taking whatever he wanted that belonged to me in the process. And I just came to the realization that he has locked me out of my Gmail and Twitter, deleted my YouTube channel, and I'm just sitting here wondering what I did to deserve any of this. I don't know who's going to read this, if anyone's going to read this, if it matters. If Kai is going to try to find out the password to this account and silence me, I don't know. I genuinely don't know anymore. I don't know what I can do, but I figured I'd ought to try. If you're a viewer or creator who has talked to me, knows of me, has heard of me, or in any way wishes to help me get the word out and help me figure out what to do next, I would be endlessly appreciative. I have never been in a worse situation in my life, and I really need support. If you have the means to donate monetarily, my cash tag is Omnia. That is the only way I can accept money as of right now. If you can help spreading the word or retweeting this, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm just utterly debilitated. All I want to do is be okay again.
They soon explained that Kai stole many of their belongings and had deleted their old social media, including their channel that was so close to 100,000 subscribers. A major milestone. Kai responded to these allegations the same day, tweeting out,
"Yeah, nah. So what you're not finna do is this. Omnia and I did break up, 100%. But the damage done to her was damage done in self-defense. Falsely accusing your ex, who did everything for you, of assault is ridiculous."
He continued a barrage of tweets showing what he paid for in the relationship, as if it was proof he was not abusive. He also posted conversations showing the two talking at the same time as when Omnia was allegedly getting a protective order. In the conversation, it showed Omnia asking Kai to buy them things. He spilled all the tea. He said in one tweet,
"Thuman is just as two-faced as Omnia is, and I never would have gotten an apology from either of them if I didn't find this out myself. Omnia was also cheating on her ex-girlfriend with me, and swindling us both at the exact same time."
Kai eventually deleted his Twitter, and Augie RFC, another YouTuber, gave a take on the situation I completely agree with. Augie tweets, "Kai Weiss, who has a history of acting like a completely unhinged maniac. Expect us to believe he handled his breakup calmly, collected, and peacefully." Kai then tweeted out on December 11th, 2021.
"I got arrested, but I was let out. Our court date is soon. I'll be present then. Also, telling the internet I have access to the account you're literally logged into to view my channel being on it is really not helping. If there's any indication of attempt to silence, it's this. This really isn't some Twitter drama, and I wish my position wasn't fished for clout like some big 'we got him' moment. I'm still here."
To which Omnia responded,
And he posted bail. Doesn't disprove that he didn't violate the protective order. He just happens to have money. Hope he enjoyed financially supporting 12. The exact thing he says he hates so much as a young black man.
Omnia continued days later, tweeting,
He was arrested again over several charges: domestic assault, felony theft, etc. Good morning.
They continued,
Apparently, I can't block his IRL friends who actively defend an abuser and never found any problem with him reducing me to my f***ing pussy without it being used as some sort of sign. God forbid I block you and people who defend you after what you did to me. I guess. I hope no one ever has to feel the complete and utter humiliation of posting their beat up face to the internet after having their stuff stolen from them and their main source of income absolutely decimated by their ex, who they were very public with. So it's embarrassing, besties. Not only that, but for them to then blast the fact that you were so depressed and overwhelmed by that relationship that you went weeks without being able to clean your apartment, you had suicidal ideation and couldn't make videos. This is literally mortifying and degrading.
A day after these tweets, Omnia tweeted out that Kai had trashed their apartment and stole many of their things. Soon Omnia would put out a fundraiser and a wish list so people could buy them more stuff. After this, Kai then began just dishing out everything on Omnia via Twitter. He claimed that they had been stalking Peaches this whole time. He even showed something that was supposed to be proof that Omnia photoshopped the account I mentioned earlier, like way earlier, the Pinky Chew account. Remember I told you to put a pin in that. The one that Omnia was claiming was Peaches' alt account that Peaches used to harass Omnia. According to Kai, Omnia faked all of that to make Peaches look worse. Now Kai is an unreliable narrator, shown to lie many times, so none of this hurt Omnia. The only conclusion I got from all of this was that nobody in the story, from the beginning, was telling an unbiased, true retelling of what happened. Oh, did I mention, during this whole thing, Kai revoked Omnia's black card. Omnia is black.
I'm currently at home, surrounded by family, attempting to heal while Omnia still tries to have me jailed for bogus offenses. And that black allyship is out of the window when you take advantage of your privilege. I loved her too, and I never thought she would ever do this to me.
Kai would eventually post a 2-hour video telling what happened, and apparently it was awful. He didn't script it, and it was run off of emotion.
I was traumatized by the physical assault the week prior. I think I wasn't. By yours. And I found it very physical, very difficult to heal,
I've noticed with a lot of dramas that the first video one makes about an emotional event usually is awful and gets them canceled more. Then they come out with a better thought out sequel that is well received. If you get canceled, try the 1-2 reverse cancel method. Kai quickly deleted his first video. He then posted his side in another shorter scripted video on a random channel, and it wasn't horribly received, but me thinks he might be deleting comments. In the new 45-minute video, Kai showed aspects where Omnia lied to her audience, calling her reliability and trustworthiness into question. And Kai accused Omnia of being emotionally abusive and unstable.
What people don't understand is how toxic this relationship can be and how that toxicity affects me, being the only person who lived there alongside them. This entire argument started due to a recurring problem I would always have with Hana: accountability, lying, changing their story over and over, disrespecting me, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, physical abuse as of recent, setting standards for situations they don't follow themselves, avoiding saying sorry until the very last minute and not understanding how that's an issue, not letting me walk away, dismissing my feelings, ignoring me, starting fights over inconsequential matters, and the list goes on.
Though Kai admitted to hitting them. Kai's story was that he slapped Omnia when they were having an emotional breakdown in order to calm them.
Never in our physical altercation on December 3rd did I ever strangle Hana. I never choked them, wrapped my hands around their neck, or anything. All I did was subdue them to keep them from having another physical outburst after a heated argument by holding them down on the bed, to which Hana proceeded to scream at me to hit them, kill them, and cause them physical harm. I refused and proceeded to tell them to relax, given I did not want to hurt them. Within that time, Hana began to push my thumbs back, attempting to break them. That is when I responded by holding their arms down as well. I can imagine that this is where the injuries on their inner arm come from. Every time Hana attempted to do this, I applied more force to keep them from doing so and hurting me. Later, the fight transitioned to the front of our bed on our beanbag chair. Hana was also hurt by me having to grab and push them away from me to the chair. And despite us fighting, I tried to make sure that Hana was at a location that they would not take any unnecessary physical damage, which is why I chose the beanbag chair. Within that time, Hana began to insult me, calling me things like bitch, pussy, coward, abuser, and dismissing my feelings. All the while, I'm telling them to stop, cut it out, and calm down. I let it clearly be known I only wanted them to relax and only defended myself when necessary. This was not the only time that Hana has told me to cause them physical harm. I've chalked up all these situations as bipolar outbursts, and I've dealt with each of those situations the same way. I'm not trying to abuse Hana. I'm trying to keep Hana from hurting themselves and hurting me. And allow me to elaborate on that. I try to keep Hana from hurting me by defending myself whenever they swing, kick, push, punch, or grab me. All of these things happen within that day. Not swinging once is a complete lie. I try to keep Hana from hurting themselves for this very important reason. In Hana's thread on me on Twitter, they posted this photo. As you can see, Hana cut a gigantic gash into the base of their hand. This was not inflicted by me. This was self-inflicted. In the past, Hana cut that gash into their hand after we had an argument and they locked themselves in the bathroom. I was fine with them going because I assumed they needed their space, but eventually I got scared because even before they cut this gash into their hand, they cut their own wrists after a previous argument while I was at home away from them. Having seen your partner self-harm 2 entire times, the trauma starts to make you worry for their well-being and treat every situation in the future as an urgent one. So I did the same here. As for Hana's injuries on their face, they ended up hurting the back of their head on the heater area beside our bed, as well as the side and back of their face. These were all self-inflicted during our fight. The only time I ever hurt Hana was when the fight transitioned again to the left of our bed, in front of Hana's desk. Hana continued their verbal and physical assault towards me, and in response, I slapped them 3 times. I'm not running from this, avoiding this fact, or anything. They wouldn't stop the first time I slapped them, they wouldn't stop the second time, and they finally stopped the third and calmed down.
Kai also showed many screenshots that alluded to Omnia scamming their fans with the monetary support they set up after claiming he stole from them.
And whatever I owned that they wanted, or simply things they wanted, they just claimed I stole from them. The title of this wish list before it was changed is as follows. Omnia, help me replace my damaged stolen item. After my abusive ex-partner was forced out of my apartment due to the enforcement of an emergency protective order, he trashed my entire apartment and stole multiple items of mine. If you're financially able to, please help me replace my damaged stolen items. Every ounce of generosity is hugely appreciated. Thank you so much. Lysol wipes. 3 containers of Lysol wipes were left at the apartment before I left. So to whoever bought these, Nia has 5 now. Mic cover for Blue Yeti. Hana never owned a Blue Yeti. I did when I used to stream. Here's the receipt for my Blue Yeti.
Omnia has made a new channel and is uploading new content to it, if you want to check them out. Regardless of your thoughts on them, it truly does suck that they got so close to 100k before losing their channel. Kai denies deleting the channel, but who knows? I don't feel comfortable in weighing into a domestic violence situation, where it's a he said, she said situation, where both are claiming they abused each other. It's not my place to deny either of them as victims of abuse, but I will say Kai is hard to trust, but Omnia has shown toxic behaviors themselves. But who knows? Again, it's not my place. Oh, and Creepshow Art made a rebuttal to Emily Artful at the end of 2021. Nobody liked it. And to be honest, Emily responded to Creepshow's response, and it made me more convinced Creepshow stalked her. Emily points out in her latest video how old all the evidence Shannon used and proved that Creepshow had to have been archiving her for years to have some of this evidence.
I feel like all that Shannon's video proves is that this woman has stalked me incessantly for years. It was a desperate smear campaign to get anyone on her side that she could, even if that meant including embarrassing and wholly irrelevant information, a lot of which I've spoken about publicly before. Half of the, quote, evidence she supplied was from long past deleted or defunct accounts and videos, things she would have had to archive when they were first available. She took posts I made as a child, a mentally ill child that was going through constant and drastic psych medication changes, evaluations, as well as multiple misdiagnoses, and she used this information to attempt to smear me now as an adult. Because as we all know, the things we do as children directly relate to the kind of adult we will become. So if you were dramatic on the internet when you were 12, then that must make you a liar as an adult.
And it made her look like more of a stalker. It was great. And then I leaked the draft of Creepshow Art's Emily video to a YouTuber named Nicholas Diorio, so we all could continue to laugh at Shannon, because f*** it, and f*** her. Where we are now is prison mate Luke, Creepshow Art, and Kai's reputation being in the absolute gutter. Tobi is mostly gone off the internet as well. Omnia is working on their new channel, Peaches pops in from time to time to make something, but the ACC, as it was before all of this went down, is gone. Anyways, don't trust anyone, folks. Anyone on the internet can ramble over doodles and pretend to be a decent human for 20 minutes a week. Creepshow Art did it for years, and allegedly made $20,000 a month duping all of you. Now that's where I've got to end it. Everyone has self-destructed at this point, and the art commentary community seems kind of dead and gone. Spockter even made its own video commenting on how the community disappeared.
Funniest thing about all of that is that it's all connected to the Tobi and the hopeless Peachy sh**.
And as I'm sure you're all well aware, he leaked the script that me, Manga Comment, and Future Butters all worked on.
That is still going on. It is a legitimate continuation, and it's just ridiculous. This community is a dumpster fire, and it's so funny to me. It's full of people who are vindictive and spiteful just for the sake of it. They will say anything to win, even if they don't realize what they're saying is ridiculous. They can't recognize a good argument over their own blasphemous emotions of rage because someone they dislike manages to do something that upsets them. It's repeat after repeat. It's the shit Kai did before he decided to become an advocate for domestic violence. It's the Junkie supposedly does. It's the all the people in Jars Past did. It's the that Pentagram did. It's the that Stories did. You want to blame someone for this mess? Look at the people within the community. People turn on each other constantly, and I'm tired of my scandal being an argumentative point for some of the horse that people do in these communities. Yes, I was falsely accused. Yes, I'm genuinely innocent of that the people accused me of. But if the that came out about me back in 2018 was more along the lines of what Junkie is being outed for right now, I would not have any ground to stand on. The people in that community put that pedo label on me. The people that love to manipulate, yell, and deceive.
As did YouTuber Tom Dark. The community cannibalized itself, and it's easy to see why. There are two main takeaways from this story. The first is, keep some stuff offline. There was no reason any of us needed to know about these disagreements behind the scenes. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but every time I had a disagreement, it didn't need to be publicly broadcasted to my audience for monetary gain. Friends fall out, people fight, and YouTube content creators aren't any better than anyone else. They are just random people with a microphone. They aren't special, and them going through friendship fallouts is no different from you and your pal Michelle fighting over something meaningless after class and never talking again. It's not newsworthy, and the fact that hundreds of thousands of people cared about this shows we are all truly bored. Especially me. I mean, I made this whole thing. But the next lesson is for the audience as well. A lot of these dramas were escalated by people being passive viewers and trusting people like prison mate Luke's videos because they listen to it as they do other things and can't take the time to fact check his ridiculous claims. Now, I'm not saying you need to heavily research everything a YouTuber makes, but if you are passively listening, maybe don't jump on the hate train to dogpile someone unless you actually look at it. If you are a passive viewer, just listen and move on. Maybe don't tweet at that creator something nasty because you passively heard another YouTuber say they were mean. And it should be like that on all platforms. Anyways, that's the end. What are your thoughts? Was this a good video? Did you like it? Did you make it through the whole thing? I know I didn't get to mention everything, and I'm sure someone's gonna respond with something. So if I get anything wrong, let me know. I didn't do anything maliciously. And by the end of all of this, I watched at least 200 hours of art commentary videos. The whole community is nuts. I watched Just a Robot's video on how he originally started on YouTube and how people dogpiled him nonstop over being a cringy teenager. And it has never changed. Since the early years of the DeviantArt ranting community to the modern day Creepshow art commentary, it's always been about painting everyone in the least charitable way possible to escape any accountability on yourself. And as a lover of shows, I'll kind of miss it. So before we get to the Patreon credits, Patreons are awesome by the way, I want to do a shout out to everyone who voiced for this video, and just describe each one of them, because for this video, everyone was so generous with their time in order to help me. First person I'd like to thank is Malimalware, or MaliceandMacarons. She has 2 channels by those names, and I discovered their videos because in one of them, on Commentary YouTube, they said they were scared of me, and that's awesome. They also made a really good video on these dramas during everything going on, called the Art Commentary Snake Pit. And not only that, they were a real MVP and sent me archives of videos that were gone to time. Give them a sub. Next, I'd like to thank Lazy Bedhead. I've worked with her before, so if you're not new to my channel, you probably know her. She makes videos on a variety of subjects, ranging from serious allegations to just goofing on the internet, and it's always a great time. Next, we have Introvert Queen. If you like documentary-style content and reality TV show hot messes, or just internet hot messes, this is the girl for you. She's incredibly talented, and I highly recommend her. Then we have Mr. Toad McKinley. He and I make similar content, though he's been on hiatus for a year, and I made him voice in this video because I missed him. Give him a sub. Maybe he'll come back someday to bully degenerates in documentary form. Then we have Irate Alex. Alex makes a variety of content, ranging from internet predators to going down bizarre rabbit holes. He also has some fun live streams, so check him out. You'll discover some wild stuff over on his channel. Now we have Spooky Weebtrash. She co-hosts a podcast called Anime Boomers, has a YouTube channel as well, where she posts sporadically on, and recently posted a good video on Zoe Quinn. But she's usually out there posting bangers on Twitter. Then we have Thots and Opinions. She is a small YouTuber with a lot of personality and the sense of humor of a pro shit poster, whatever that means. She's definitely different than a lot of commentary YouTubers I see, and is a lot of fun to shit talk with. And finally we have Mysterious, who I'm so happy she could voice for this. She makes an amazingly insightful and well-edited series on Trisha Paytas, and plans to cover other topics as well. Whatever she makes, I'm here for it, because she's so talented. Give all these people a sub. Now. Go! Go do it. Right now. Sorry, I don't want to seem like I'm love bombing like Creepshow art does, but they really helped me out a ton working on this nightmare video, so I really can't thank them enough. Oh, and also a quick shout out to Shani Chamachan, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, or Japanibus. They are the person who drew my avatar. Gave them a follow on Twitter. I love their artwork. Thank you for voicing in this video. Give them all a sub. Channels listed below in the description. Alright, that's the end. I'll see you next time. I'd like to thank my patrons listed here. If you're interested in being a patron, it's linked below. I only charge when I make long-form content, and never more than once a month. You can also become a member of the channel, also thanked here in the credits. Alright, I'm done. I can't do it anymore.